Some stories are written to entertain, others are written because the world demanded they confront the evil hiding in plain sight. Welcome to This is a third-person retelling of Apt Pupil by Stephen King. Told from my own narrative perspective, a story inspired by the haunting historical realities of World War II and the Holocaust, where the core idea originated from the terrifying truth that ordinary hearts can be corrupted by the seductive pull of darkness. First published in 1982, this novella has helped fuel Stephen King's legendary catalog, which has sold over 350 million copies worldwide. Its author is the award-winning master of suspense, widely known for timeless classics like Carrie, The Shining, and It and Tone of other stories. The tale later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted for the big screen in 1998. The visuals you're seeing are created with today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the story. So please bear with my request. By the end, you may find yourself questioning just how thin the line is between innocence and monstrosity. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details from the film, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. And the story begins. He pedaled steadily along the quiet suburban street on his 26-inch Schwinn, a pay-hanger handlebars catching the light. Every inch the perfect all-American boy. 13 years old, 5 feet 8, a healthy 140 pounds, hair the color of ripe corn, blue eyes clear and steady, teeth white and even, skin lightly tanned and still untouched by the first shadow of acne. A broad summer vacation smile sat easy on his face as he rolled through shifting sun and shade, only blocks from home. He had the easy look of a kid who might run a paper route. And he did. The Santo Donato Clarion every morning. He also had the look of someone who once sold those personalized greeting cards with names printed right inside. Jack and Mary Burke, Don and Sally, the Murchisons. And he had done exactly that. The sort of boy who might whistle while he worked, and he often did, the notes coming clean and pretty. His father earned $40,000 a year as an architectural engineer. His mother had studied French in college, met his dad when he needed a tutor, and now typed manuscripts in her spare time. She kept every one of his old report cards in a special folder. Her favorite was the final fourth grade one, where Mrs. Upshaw had written that he was an extremely apt pupil. Straight A's and B's all the way. Never quite all A's, though. That might have made his friends think he was strange. He eased the bike to a stop in front of the small white bungalow at 963 Claremont Street and swung off. The house sat discreetly back on its lot, green shutters and trim neat against the siding. A well-watered, well-clipped hedge running along the front. He brushed the blonde hair from his eyes, still smiling that open, expectant smile, and walked the Schwinn up the cement path. With the toe of one Nike, he dropped the kickstand, scooped the folded LA Times from the bottom step, it wasn't his Clarion, and tucked it under his arm. At the top of the steps waited a heavy wooden door behind a latch screen. A doorbell waited on the right-hand frame, and just below it, 2 small signs, each screwed tight and sealed under clear plastic to keep them from yellowing. German efficiency, he thought, and the smile widened a fraction. He always gave himself a silent pat on the back when an adult thought like that slipped through. The upper sign read Arthur Denker. The lower one read no solicitors, no peddlers, no salesmen. Still smiling, he pressed the bell. Its muted buzz drifted far back into the house. He cocked his head, listening. Nothing. His Timex, one of the premiums from those greeting cards, showed 10:12. The man should be up by now. Todd himself was never in bed past 7:30, even on vacation. Early bird catches the worm. He waited another 30 seconds, then leaned on the button again, eyes on the sweeping second hand. 71 seconds later, the soft whish-whish of slippers finally approached. Slippers, he noted, already filing the detail away. Deduction was his game. Someday he meant to become a private detective. The voice inside called out querulously that he was coming. To stop already. Todd lifted his finger from the button. A chain and bolt rattled. The inner door opened. Through the screen stood an old man hunched in a faded bathrobe, a cigarette smoldering between his fingers. To Todd, he looked like a tired blend of Albert Einstein and Boris Karloff, but mostly like one of the seedy winos who hung around the railroad yard. Long white hair yellowing at the edges from nicotine, face wrinkled and sleep-puffy, stubble rough on his cheeks. A fresh twist of distaste moved through Todd. His own father always said a shave put a shine on the morning and never skipped a day. The eyes staring out were watchful, deeply sunken, laced with red threads. Disappointment sank in. The man had looked natty enough on all those careful shadowing trips to the ShowRite or the movie theaters. 3 neat suits, umbrella carried like a swagger stick when rain threatened. Sometimes a trilby mustache trimmed to hide the hair lip. Up close like this, with the street face put away, the difference felt stark. "A boy," the old man muttered thickly, voice heavy with sleep. "He didn't need anything. Read the sign. Good day." The door began to swing shut. Much later, on nights when sleep refused to come, Todd would remember that moment and realize he might have let the whole thing in right there. The latch's quiet click cutting everything off as cleanly as scissors. The letdown of seeing the man unguarded could have been enough, but he was an American boy, and he had been raised to believe persistence was a virtue. "Don't forget your paper, Mr. DeSander," he said politely, holding out the Times. The door froze inches from the jam. A tight, watchful expression flickered across the old man's face and vanished almost instantly. Todd caught the flash of something that might have been fear. The recovery was smooth, but not smooth enough. Another small disappointment settled in his chest. The arthritic hand unlatched the screen and snaked through like a spider, closing over the edge of the newspaper. Todd noticed the long, yellow, horny fingernails and felt fresh distaste. Those fingers had clearly spent decades wrapped around one cigarette after another. Smoking struck him as a filthy, dangerous habit he would never touch. The old man tugged. Todd released the paper. The screen snapped shut. "My name is Denker," the man insisted. "Not this DeSander. Apparently you cannot read. Good day." The door started closing again. Todd spoke quickly into the narrowing gap, laying out the facts he had pieced together. Bergen-Belsen from January 1943 to June. Auschwitz from June 1943 to June 1944 as Unterkommandant. Then Petain. The man had slipped out just ahead of the Russians, reached Buenos Aires, maybe grown rich, investing German gold in the drug trade. Mexico City from 1950 to 1952. An Israeli agent had spotted him in Cuba working as a concierge right before Castro took over, lost him in the chaos of the rebels in Havana. Surfaced again in West Berlin in 1965, almost caught. Then nothing, until Todd had seen him on the downtown bus 2 months ago. The old man's pouched, pallid face hung in the opening like a half-deflated balloon. Todd kept smiling. The man claimed the boy was crazy. One gnarled finger twirled beside a misshapen ear, but the toothless mouth trembled in a way that looked panicky. Todd pressed on, voice still pleasant, smile widening to show the perfect teeth that had been fluoridated since infancy and brushed 3 times a day with Cress. After 1965, no one had seen him again. Until now. The old man said the boy was insane. Get out before he called the police. Todd smiled wider. He guessed the man should go right ahead and called him. He'd wait right here on the stoop. Or, if the man didn't feel like calling just yet, maybe Todd could step inside so they could talk. Birds twittered in the trees. A power mower droned on the next block. Farther off, Horns carried the steady rhythm of the city. Doubt flickered through Todd for the first time. Could he be wrong? This wasn't a school exercise. It was real life. But relief, mild relief, he would remind himself later, rose when the old man finally relented and told him to come in, but only because he didn't want trouble. "Sure, Mr. DeSander," Todd said. He opened the screen and stepped into the dim hallway. The door closed behind him, shutting out the bright morning. The air smelled stale and faintly malty, worse than his own house the morning after one of his parents' parties before the windows were opened. Layers of lived-in scent pressed in. Old liquor, fried food, sweat, sour clothes, and a medicinal sharpness like Vicks. The hallway was dark. The old man stood too close, head hunched into the collar of his robe like a vulture waiting for something wounded to stop moving. In that instant, through the stubble and loose flesh, Todd saw the man who had once worn the black SS uniform more clearly than he ever had on the street. A thin lance of fear slid into his stomach. Mild fear, he told himself afterward. He began to say that if anything happened to him. But the old man shuffled past with a contemptuous flap of his hand and disappeared into the living room. Hot blood rushed up Todd's throat and cheeks. He followed, his smile wavering for the first time. It wasn't unfolding quite the way he had pictured, but it would sharpen soon. Things always did. The smile returned as he stepped through the doorway. Another disappointment waited. No oil portrait of Hitler staring down, no medals in glass cases, no ceremonial sword, no Luger or Walther on the mantel. There wasn't even a mantel. Of course, the man wouldn't leave anything like that in plain sight. Only a fool would. Still, the movies and television made it hard to shake the image. The room looked exactly like any old man's slightly frayed living space on a modest pension. Fake brick fireplace with a West clocks above it, black and white Motorola television on a stand, rabbit ear antenna tips wrapped in aluminum foil, balding gray rug, magazine rack holding National Geographic, Reader's Digest, and the LA Times. On the wall hung a framed certificate of American citizenship and a photograph of a woman wearing one of those old-fashioned cloche hats popular in the 20s and 30s. "My wife," the old man said with a sentimental note in his voice. "She died in 1955 of a lung disease while I was working at the Menschler Motor Works in Essen. I was heartbroken." Todd kept smiling. He crossed the room as if to study the photograph more closely, but instead reached out and fingered the shade of a small table lamp. "Stop that," the old man barked. Todd jerked his hand back. That had been good, he thought. Really commanding. It reminded him of Ilse Koch and the lampshades made from human skin, the trick with the little glass tubes. The old man claimed he had no idea what Todd was talking about. A pack of unfiltered Kool sat on top of the television. He offered the pack with a hideous grin. Todd shook his head. Those things cause lung cancer. His dad used to smoke, but had quit through smokinders. The old man struck a wooden match on the television case and lit up anyway, puffing smoke. Todd's eyes suddenly gleamed. Had the man ever spanked any of the women? Had he made them take off their clothes and... With a muffled exclamation, the old man started for the telephone in the hall. Todd spoke coldly. Better not do that. The old man turned. In measured tones, spoiled only slightly by the mushy sound of missing dentures. He explained once and only once that his name had always been Arthur Denker and nothing else. His father had named him after the stories of Arthur Conan Doyle. He had never been Desander or Himmler or Father Christmas. He had served as a reserve lieutenant in the war and had never joined the Nazi Party. In the Battle of Berlin, he had fought for 3 weeks. In the late 30s, when he was first married, he had supported Hitler because the man ended the Depression and gave back some pride after the unfair Treaty of Versailles. Mostly he had supported him because there was work again and tobacco again, and he no longer had to hunt gutters for cigarette butts. He had thought Hitler a great man then, in his way. But by the end, the man had been mad, ordering phantom armies on the advice of astrologers, and even giving his dog Blondie a death capsule. All of them had gone mad, singing the Horst Wessel song while they poisoned their own children. On May 2nd, 1945, his regiment had surrendered to the Americans. A private soldier named Hackermeyer had given him a chocolate bar, and he had wept because the war was already over. He had been interned at Essen and treated well. They had listened to the Nuremberg trials on the radio. When Goering committed suicide, he had traded 14 American cigarettes for half a bottle of schnapps and gotten drunk. After release, he had fitted wheels on cars at the Essen Motor Works until he retired in 1963. Later, he had emigrated to the United States, a lifelong dream. In 1967, he had become a citizen. He was an American now. He voted. There had been no Buenos Aires. There had been no drug dealing. He watched the old man's shoulders stiffen as the threat hung in the stale air. No Berlin, no Cuba, and the warning that unless he left right now, the call to the police would go through. Todd stayed exactly where he was, feet planted beside the little table lamp, heart already beginning to drum against his ribs. The old man moved down the hall, lifted the receiver, and started dialing. Todd's pulse kicked harder with each click of the rotary. After the fourth number, the old man turned, shoulders sagging like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He set the phone down with a soft clack. "A boy," he breathed. "Just a boy." Todd let the modest, wide smile spread across his face, the one that always felt safest when things were tipping his way. The old man asked how he had managed it. Todd answered easily, the words coming smooth because he had replayed this moment so many times in his head. A friend named Harold Pagler, everyone called him Foxy, played second base on the team. Foxy's dad kept huge stacks of old war magazines out in the garage. Most were yellowed and brittle, full of stories about German soldiers and Japanese torturing women, and plenty of articles on the concentration camps. That was the part that had hooked him deep. He grooved on it, he said. Really got off on the whole thing. The old man stared, one liver-spotted hand rubbing slowly along his cheek with a faint sandpaper rasp, repeating the word groove as if it tasted strange on his tongue. Todd's mind slipped back to that exact afternoon, the memory so sharp it almost smelled like smoke. The Santa Anas had been howling, brush fires burning somewhere east of town, the air thick and greasy with it. Foxy's crew cut still carried little flakes of butchwax at the front. His mother had a hangover and had booted them outside for being too loud. Foxy had muttered that the good comics were mostly westerns and Turok, Son of Stone, but Todd had already spotted the bulging cardboard cartons shoved under the stairs. True war stories, Foxy called them. Boring. Todd had insisted on looking anyway. He had opened the first box and fallen straight through time. The smell of old pulp had mixed with the distant burning pages crumbling under his fingers like dry leaves. Elsie Koch stared up at him. Crematorium doors hung open on soot-black hinges. SS officers in crisp uniforms stood beside prisoners in striped rags. His head began to ache with a hot, strange pressure, revulsion and something sharper, brighter. And there it was, printed beneath a tangle of bodies at a place called Dachau, 6 million. He had blinked, thinking someone had added extra zeros. That was twice the population of Los Angeles. Then in another magazine, a woman chained to a wall, while a grinning Nazi approached with a poker. He saw the number again. His mouth went dry. From somewhere far off, he heard Foxy say, supper was ready. Todd had asked if he could stay in the garage and keep reading. Foxy had given him a puzzled shrug and gone inside. Todd read until his own mother called him home, the headache tightening behind his eyes each time that impossible number floated up. It had felt exactly like a key turning in a lock, or falling in love for the first time. The magazines all said it was terrible, of course, but when you flipped to the back for the rest of the story, The warning sat surrounded by advertisements selling German knives, belts, helmets, swastika flags, Lugers, and a game called Panzer Attack. People must not have minded all that much, he had realized. The word said one thing, the ad said another, and both were true at the same time. He remembered pushing the cartons back under the stairs, the oil stain on the concrete floor, the yellow pin-up calendar on the wall, the orange twine that had held the bundles together. Mrs. Anderson, bugs to the kids because of her big front teeth, had been right after all. On Careers Day, she had talked about finding your great interest, the moment when something clicks and you just know. That day in the garage, Todd had found his. The old man studied him for a long, silent stretch, then lowered himself heavily into the rocking chair. He kept staring, clearly unable to read the dreamy, faraway look still softening Todd's face. Todd kept talking, voice calm and proud. The magazines had started it, but he had figured a lot of what they printed was probably bullspit. So he had gone to the library and dug deeper. The stuff there had been even better. At first, the librarian had tried to keep him out of the adult section, but he had told her it was for a school project. She had still phoned his dad to check. Todd's eyes flicked with scorn at the memory, as if his father wouldn't know exactly what he was reading. His dad had known. Both parents believed kids should learn about life early, the bad parts along with the good, so they'd be ready. Life was a tiger, his father always said. You had to grab it by the tail or it would eat you alive. His mother felt the same. The Santo Donato Library had held nearly 100 books on the camps alone. Must be a lot of people who liked reading that kind of thing. Fewer pictures than in Foxy's garage, but the details were gushy. Chairs with spikes through the seats, pliers yanking gold teeth, poison gas hissing from shower heads. Todd shook his head, almost admiring. You people really went overboard, he told the old man. He had written a research paper on it and earned an A+. Of course, he had been careful with the tone, made it sound like the whole thing made him sick, the way the books did. The teacher had probably given the top mark just because he had managed to read the material without losing his lunch. The old man asked if he knew the word existentialism. Todd let the question drift past without answering. Instead, he leaned forward, eyes bright. Had the old man ever met Ilse Koch? The old man admitted he had. Todd asked eagerly if she had been beautiful, his hand shaping an hourglass in the air. The old man answered flatly that she had been fat, dumpy, and had bad skin. Todd's face fell a little. The old man muttered about luck, seeing his picture in some war magazine, and then happening to sit beside him on the bus. Todd corrected him quickly, voice earnest. It had been more than luck, a whole lot more. The pictures in his scrapbook were at least 30 years old, and it was already 1974. The first couple of times he had spotted the old man on the street, he hadn't been sure. Then one rainy day, the old man had boarded the bus wearing a shiny black slicker. It matched a photograph from one of the magazines and another from a library book showing an SS greatcoat. Right then, Todd had known. That's Kurt DeSander. So he had started shadowing him. Following, careful as anything. His dream was to become a private detective someday, like Sam Spade in the books, or Mannix on television. He had stayed invisible, never letting the old man catch on. He pulled a sweat-dampened manila envelope from his back pocket and peeled the flap open. His eyes sparkled the way they did when he thought about birthdays or 4th of July firecrackers. He had taken pictures. A little Kodak. Thin, flat, perfect for slipping into his palm. Once you learned the trick, you could shoot by spreading your fingers, just enough for the lens to peek through and pressing the button with your thumb. He had wasted a lot of film on his own fingers at first, but he had kept at it. A person could do anything if they tried hard enough. That was corny, but true. The old man asked, voice tight, whether he had sent the film to a store to be developed. Todd looked almost offended. No way. His dad had a darkroom at home. Todd had been developing his own pictures since he was 9. He handed over the glossy prints, edges rough from home processing. The old man flipped through them in silence. There he was on the downtown bus, sitting straight with a copy of Centennial open in his hands. There he was at the Devon Avenue stop, umbrella tucked under his arm, chin lifted like the goal. There he was in line at the Majestic Theater, tall and rigid among slouching teenagers and housewives and curlers. And there he was, peering into his own mailbox. Todd admitted that last one had been risky. He had been right across the street, but he had prepared a story. He was going to ask if the old man had seen his lost dog. Someday, he hoped to afford a Minolta with a telephoto lens. After developing the shots, he had compared them to 3 Xerox photographs he now passed across. The first showed the old man at his desk in the Patin camp with the Nazi flag beside him. The second was from the day he had enlisted. The third captured him shaking hands with Heinrich Gluex, who had answered only to Himmler. He had been almost certain by then, but the mustache hid the hair lip. So he had needed one more thing. Todd unfolded the final sheet from the envelope. It was creased and grimy from months riding in a boy's pocket. An Israeli wanted poster for Kurt DeSander. The old man stared at it, the way someone might stare at a corpse that refused to stay buried. Todd smiled again. Bright and proud. He had taken the old man's fingerprints and matched them to the one on the sheet. His parents had given him a real fingerprint kit for Christmas the year before. Powder, 3 brushes, special lifting paper. They knew he wanted to be a private investigator someday. The instruction book had explained whorls and lands and points of comparison. You needed 8 matching points for a print to hold up in court. He had found them all. Todd stood there in the dim living room, still riding the rush of having laid it all out, and told the old man how it had finished. One afternoon, while DeSander was at the movies, he had simply walked up, dusted the mailbox and the doorknob with the powder from his kit, and lifted every print he could find. Pretty clever, wasn't it? The old man's hands tightened on the arms of the rocking chair until the knuckles showed white. His toothless mouth worked, trembling in a way that made him look suddenly close to tears. Todd felt a flicker of distaste. The blood fiend of Patin reduced to this? It seemed almost insulting, like expecting a shark to start crying. He explained the rest calmly. 2 sets of prints had come up. One set didn't match the wanted poster at all. Those had to belong to the mailman. The others were DeSander's. 14 solid points of comparison. More than enough. The old man muttered that he was a little bastard, and for one sharp instant his eyes flashed with something cold and dangerous. A small electric thrill ran through Todd's chest, the same jolt he had felt in the hallway. Then the moment passed and the old man slumped back, deflated again. Todd assured him he hadn't breathed a word to anyone, not even Foxy Pegler, who couldn't keep a secret if his life depended on it. There simply wasn't anyone he trusted that much. The old man asked what he wanted. Money? Because there was none left. In South America, there had been a modest amount, not from anything as dramatic as drugs, but from an old network of fugitives trading in minerals and ores. Tin, copper, bauxite. Then the political winds had shifted. Nationalism, anti-American feeling, and Weisenthal's hunters had picked up the scent. Twice they had almost closed the net. Once he had heard them moving in the next room. They had hanged Eichmann, he whispered. An old man who posed no threat to anyone. The memory seemed to tighten something in the old man's throat. At last, he had gone to the only people who could still help. Not the Odessa, though Todd's eyes had lit up at the name. The Sicilians. False papers, a clean past, and passage north. He offered Todd a drink. Todd asked for a Coke. There was none. Milk, then. The old man shuffled into the kitchen, the fluorescent light buzzing on overhead, and kept talking as he moved. He lived now on dividends from stocks bought right after the war under yet another name, routed through a bank in Maine. The banker who had chosen them, Dufresne, had later gone to prison for murdering his wife. Life could be strange sometimes. The Sicilians had never known about those holdings, or they would have stripped him bare. He poured something into his own glass, came back, and handed Todd a green plastic tumbler that looked like the free ones gas stations gave away, with a fill-up. Todd lifted the milk, then paused, an idea flashing through him. He smiled and held the glass out. "The old man should have some first." DeSander stared for a second, then rolled his eyes and took 2 swallows. No choking, no clawing at his throat, no bitter almond smell. "Just milk from Derilia Farms," he said, the carton showing a smiling cow. Todd watched him carefully, then took a small sip. It tasted like milk, but the thirst had gone out of him. He set the glass aside. The old man shrugged and drank from his own, smacking his lips. "Bourbon," he said. "Ancient age, cheap and good." Todd ran his fingers along the seams of his jeans, while the old man talked about stocks and inflation and selling off a cottage near Big Sur. Todd wasn't listening closely. Blackmail had never once crossed his mind. What would he even do with extra money? He had his allowance, his paper route. If he needed more, there was always a lawn that needed mowing. The old man finally asked straight out, if it wasn't money, then what? He could smell extortion hanging in the air somewhere. Todd's smile returned, wide and open, the kind that made adults relax. He didn't want money. He just wanted to hear about it, that was all. "Really? Hear about what?" the old man echoed, looking lost. Todd leaned forward, elbows on his knees. The firing squads, the gas chambers, the ovens, the prisoners who had to dig their own graves and then stand at the edge so they would fall in when the shots came, the examinations, the experiments, all of it, the gushy stuff. The old man stared at him, the way a vet might stare at a cat giving birth to 2-headed kittens. He called Todd a monster, voice soft with disbelief. Todd gave a short sniff. According to every book he had read for his report, the old man was the monster, not him. The old man had sent them into the ovens. 2,000 a day at Patin before he arrived, 3,000 after, 3,500 by the time the Russians forced him to stop. Himmler had called him an efficiency expert and pinned a medal on him. The old man snapped that the whole thing was a filthy American lie. He had been given orders and directives. He had followed them. The problem hadn't been his to solve. Todd's smile sharpened, almost a smirk now. He watched the old man launch into a bitter speech about how American politicians made Goebbels look like a kindergarten teacher, how they talked morality while dropping napalm on children, how draft resistors were jailed or driven out, how soldiers who burned villages came home to parades. Only the losers got tried as war criminals. Todd fidgeted, the way he did when his parents argued about the evening news. He didn't care about any of that. People invented politics so they could do what they really wanted. He wanted the rest. German doctors trying to breed women with dogs, locking twins in refrigerators to see who died first, operations without anesthetic, soldiers taking whatever women they pleased. The rest was just tired. Talk to cover the good parts once someone had finally put a stop to them. The old man kept going anyway, voice rough with bourbon and memory. If he hadn't followed orders, he would have been sent east to the Russian front. Their leaders had been madmen, yes, but you didn't argue with madmen, especially when the maddest one had the devil's own luck. The conspirators, after the failed assassination, had been strangled slowly with piano wire, their deaths filmed for the others to watch. Todd's eyes lit up at that detail. He asked if the old man had seen the film. Yes, he had. They all had. The old man's shoulders rocked in the chair, springs squeaking. He spoke of dreams that had haunted him for years. Blackness, the roar of tractor and bulldozer engines, gun butts thudding against frozen ground or skulls, whistles, sirens, pistol shots, screams, cattle car doors rumbling open on winter afternoons. Then silence, and eyes opening in the dark, glowing like animals in a jungle. He had lived near the jungle once. That was why it always smelled like that in the dreams. He would wake drenched, heart-hammering, hand crammed over his mouth to choke back the screams. In those moments, the real world, Brazil, Paraguay, Cuba, felt like the dream, and Putin felt like the only truth. The Russians were coming closer every day. Some of them had eaten frozen German corpses to survive in '43 and now wanted hot German blood. There were rumors they had cut throats and drunk from boots. Later, the dreams had stopped, but the paranoia had taken their place. On the Autobahn, one winter afternoon traffic had stalled, and he had found himself staring at an old man in the next car who seemed to be studying him. A scar on the cheek, white hair cut short and ragged. He had become certain the man had been at Peyton. If the jam had lasted 10 more minutes, he might have dragged him out and beaten him, number or no number. After that, he had left Germany for good. The same thing had happened in Havana, Mexico City, Rome. A glance over a coffee cup, a woman in a lobby, a waiter who looked too long. Each time he had been sure they knew, and each time the jungle dream had returned that night. But here in America, the fear had finally faded. He went to the movies, ate once a week at those bright, clean fast food places lit by fluorescent bars, worked jigsaw puzzles, read cheap novels, watched television. At night, he drank until sleep came easy. The dreams had stopped. When someone looked at him too long in the supermarket or the library, he told himself it was only because he reminded them of a grandfather, an old teacher, a neighbor from some town they had left behind. Whatever had happened at Putin had happened to another man, not to him. Todd's grin flashed bright. That was great. He wanted to hear every bit of it. The old man's eyes closed for a long moment, then opened again, dull with resignation. He didn't want to speak of it, he said. Not ever. Todd kept smiling, but his voice stayed pleasant. The old man would talk, because if he didn't, Todd would simply tell everyone exactly who he was. The old man looked gray, suddenly older than his years. He had known the extortion would show up sooner or later. Today, Todd said, he wanted to hear about the gas ovens, how they had baked the bodies after the gas had done its work. He beamed, rich and radiant. But the old man should put his teeth in first. He looked better with them in. DeSander did as he was told. He talked about the gas ovens while Todd sat forward, elbows on knees, drinking in every detail. Every time the old man tried to slide into vague generalities, Todd would frown and steer him back with sharp, specific questions. The old man drank steadily as he spoke. He never smiled once. Todd smiled enough for both of them, the summer vacation grin never leaving his face, until the clock told him it was time to head home for lunch. August 1974. Todd sat with the old man on the back porch under a wide, cloudless sky that felt almost too perfect, the kind of blue that made everything look sharper. He wore his usual jeans and Keds, the Little League shirt still carrying the faint smell of the ball field, while DeSander slouched across from him in a baggy gray shirt and those shapeless khaki pants held up by suspenders. Wino pants, Todd thought with a private twist of contempt. They looked like they had been pulled straight from a cardboard box in the back of the downtown Salvation Army store. He was going to have to do something about the way the old man dressed when they were alone like this. It spoiled some of the fun, dulled the edge he wanted to feel. They ate Big Macs Todd had carried over in his bike basket, pedaling hard the whole way so the food wouldn't go cold. He sipped Coke through a straw, the carbonation sharp and sweet on his tongue, while DeSander nursed a glass of bourbon. The old man's voice rose and fell in a dry, papery rhythm, sometimes dropping so low Todd had to lean in to catch the words. Those faded blue eyes, laced with their usual red threads, never settled. They darted and flickered as if searching for an escape that wasn't there. To anyone passing by, they might have looked like any grandfather and grandson. Sharing a quiet afternoon, the boy perhaps receiving some private rite of passage, some handing down of family stories. The old man finished at last, saying that was everything he could recall, and took a large bite of the burger. Secret sauce glistened on his chin as he chewed. Todd kept his voice soft, almost gentle. He knew the old man could do better than that. DeSander swallowed bourbon, then admitted the inmate uniforms had been made of paper. When one prisoner died, the uniform was passed along if it could still be worn. Sometimes a single set dressed as many as 40 men. He had received high marks for that kind of frugality. Todd asked if the praise had come from Gluex. No, the old man said. From Himmler himself. But there had been a clothing factory right there in Patin. The old man had mentioned it only last week. Why hadn't the uniforms been sewn there? The prisoners themselves could have done the work. The factory's job had been to produce uniforms for German soldiers, DeSander explained. As for the camp, they had never been in the business of rehabilitation. Todd felt a broad smile stretch across his face, warm and satisfied. The same smile that always came when the pieces locked exactly where he wanted them. The old man asked if that was enough for today, his throat sore, the plea clear in the way his shoulders hunched. Todd reminded him lightly that he shouldn't smoke so much, then told him to keep going. More about the uniforms. Which kind? The inmate ones or the SS? Both, Todd answered, still smiling. September 1974. Todd stood in the bright kitchen of his own house, spreading peanut butter and jelly across white bread, while the electric typewriter clacked steadily from his mother's office down the hall. The kitchen rose on half a dozen redwood steps to a gleaming platform of chrome and stainless steel that always smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. The thesis she was typing belonged to a grad student who looked, in Todd's opinion, like something that had wandered off a spaceship. Short hair, thick glasses, the whole package. Something about fruit flies in the Salinas Valley after the war, some other good shit like that. The clacking stopped and his mother appeared, calling him Todd Baby in that easy way she had. He answered Monica Baby, keeping it light. She still looked good for 36. Blonde hair streaked with ash in places. Tall and shapely in dark red shorts, and a sheer whiskey-colored blouse knotted just below her breasts, showing a smooth, unlined midriff. An eraser was tucked into the hair she had pinned back with a turquoise clip. She asked how school was going. Cool, he told her. Honor roll again? Sure. He said, though, privately he knew his grades might slip a notch this first quarter. Too many hours with DeSander, too many hours afterward, turning the stories over and over in his mind. He had even dreamed about them once or twice, sharp fragments that left him staring at the ceiling, but nothing he couldn't handle. She ruffled his shaggy blonde hair and called him her apt pupil. The sandwich any good? He nodded. She asked him to make her one and bring it to the office. Can't, he said. He had promised Mr. Denker he would read to him for an hour or so. Still working through Robinson Crusoe? No, he showed her the thick spine of the book he had picked up in a junk shop for 20 cents. Tom Jones. She laughed and said it would take him the whole school year. Couldn't he at least find an abridged copy? Probably, Todd answered. But the old man wanted to hear every word exactly as written. She hugged him then, sudden and rare enough that it made him shift uncomfortably inside his skin. She said he was a peach for giving up so much of his spare time. She and his father thought it was just exceptional. Todd dropped his gaze modestly to the floor. She added that it was even better he didn't want to brag about it to anyone, hiding his light under a bushel. Todd shrugged and said the kids he hung around with would probably think he was some kind of weirdo. All that good shit. She told him not to talk that way, then asked if Mr. Denker might like to come for dinner one night. Maybe, Todd said vaguely, already moving toward the door. Gotta put an egg in my shoe and beat it. Supper at 6:30, she reminded him. He wouldn't forget. Dad working late again, so just the two of them. Crazy baby, he answered. She watched him wheel the Schwinn out of the driveway and pedal up the street, a fond smile lingering on her face. She hoped there was nothing in that old book he shouldn't be reading. He was only 13 after all. But in a world where magazines like Penthouse sat on any rack for $1.25, and where the main rule seemed to be hump thy neighbor, she figured a 200-year-old novel couldn't do much damage. The old man might enjoy the racier parts, but that was his business. As his father liked to say, for a kid the whole world was a laboratory. You had to let them poke around in it. With a healthy home and parents who loved him, Todd would only come out stronger for every strange corner he explored. She turned back to the kitchen, thinking they had done all right by the boy. Damned if they hadn't. October 1974. DeSander had lost weight. The change showed in the sharper angles of his face and the way his clothes hung looser. They sat at the kitchen table, the worn copy of Tom Jones lying between them on the oilcloth. Todd had bought the Cliff's Notes with part of his allowance and read every page of the summary just in case his parents asked about the plot. He was working on a ring ding he had picked up at the market. He had bought one for the old man, too, but DeSander only stared at it morosely between swallows of bourbon. Todd hated seeing good food go to waste. If the old man didn't touch it soon, he would ask for it. He asked how the stuff had reached Patine. Railroad cars, DeSander answered, labeled as medical supplies. Long crates that looked like coffins. The prisoners had unloaded them and stacked them in the infirmary. Later, his own men moved them to the storage sheds behind the showers, always at night. Was it always Zyklon B? Todd wanted to know. No, sometimes experimental gases arrived. The High Command had been obsessed with greater efficiency. Once they had sent something codenamed Pegasus, a nerve gas. Thank God it had never come again. Todd leaned forward, eyes sharpening with sudden hunger. The old man tried to wave it off, saying the gas hadn't worked very well. Quite boring, really. But Todd wasn't fooled for a second. He pressed. What had it done? DeSander's face tightened with visible horror. He refused at first, then, under the steady pressure of Todd's gaze and the silent reminder of what could happen if he didn't speak, he gave in. It had made them dance. Like the Zyklon B, it came through the shower heads. They had begun leaping around. Some screamed, most laughed. Then they vomited and defecated helplessly. Todd's eyebrows rose. Wow, they shit themselves? He pointed at the untouched ring ding on the old man's plate. You gonna eat that? DeSander's eyes had gone hazy, far away, as if he were staring at something on the dark side of the moon. Inside him, something twisted, revulsion mixed with a faint, unwanted echo of something else. Nostalgia, maybe? He kept talking anyway. They had twitched all over, making high, strange sounds in their throats. His men had nicknamed it the yodeling gas. Finally, they had all collapsed in their own filth, still screaming and yodeling, blood running from their noses. He admitted he had lied earlier. The gas hadn't actually killed them. Either it wasn't strong enough or they simply hadn't waited long enough. In the end, he had sent in 5 men with rifles to finish it. It would have looked terrible on his record, wasting cartridges when the Fuhrer had declared every round a national resource. But those 5 men he had trusted completely. There had been times, he said, when he thought he would never forget the sound they made. The yodeling, the laughing. Yeah, Todd said, I bet. He reached over and finished the old man's ring ding in 2 quick bites. Waste not, want not, his mother always said. That was a good story, Mr. DeSander. You always tell them good once I get you going. Todd smiled at the old man across the kitchen, and incredibly, against every expectation. DeSander's lips curved in return, the expression pulling at something deep inside Todd that felt both satisfying and slightly uneasy, as though the smile had been dragged out against the old man's will. November 1974. Todd's father sat in his home study, half-glasses perched on the end of his nose, tapping the buff-colored report card against the gleaming glass desktop. 1B, 4 C's, and a single glaring D in beginning algebra. Dick Bowden looked every inch, the man who could have stepped off a television screen, 38 years old, narrow and precise in his Ivy League shirt. But the set of his mouth said this was serious. Todd's mother wasn't showing it outwardly, his father said, but she was truly upset. Todd had never brought home marks like these. What was going on? The question hung in the air while Todd kept his eyes down, the usual smile nowhere in sight. When his dad swore, things had crossed the line. He answered humbly that he didn't know, staring at his own knees. His father suggested the problem might be the hours spent with Mr. Denker instead of hitting the books. Maybe those visits should be cut back to weekends only, at least until the academic picture cleared up. Todd lifted his gaze then, and for one flickering second his father's eyes widened, fingers tightening on the card as though he had glimpsed something raw and dangerous flash across his son's face. Wild, pallid anger. But the moment passed, and it was only Todd again, looking back openly, if unhappily. The brief unsettlement lingered in his father's posture, making the next words come slower. Todd spoke quickly, pleading that they not punish Mr. Denker for his own mistakes. The old man would be lost without the company. He promised to do better. Really. Algebra had thrown him at the start, but after studying a few days with Ben Tremaine, it had started to click. He had simply choked on the first test. His father's resolve was already softening. Todd read the hesitation in his eyes and offered more. No more Wednesday visits until the grades climbed, and instead of any after-school activities, he would stay late every single day to study. His father asked if he really liked the old man that much. Todd answered with complete sincerity that Mr. Denker was really neat. All right, his father said at last. They would try it Todd's way. But he wanted to see a solid improvement by January. His future was on the line, and junior high was not too early to start thinking about it. Todd answered gravely that he understood, the man-to-man tone settling between them like an agreement. His father pushed the half-glasses higher, clapped him on the shoulder, and told him to get to those books. Todd's broad, bright smile broke across his face like sunlight. Right on, Dad. He left the study carrying that smile all the way down the hall, while behind him his father watched with quiet pride. 1 in a million. That flash of anger had been nothing, he decided, just a moment of pique. He could read his son like an open book, always had. Whistling now, duty done. Dick Bowden unrolled a blueprint and bent over his work. December 1974. The face that answered Todd's insistent ring was haggard and yellowed. The hair that had been thick in July now receding from the bony forehead and hanging dull and brittle. DeSander's body, already thin, had turned gaunt, though nowhere near as skeletal as the prisoners who had once shuffled through his domain. Todd kept his left hand behind his back until the door opened, then produced a brightly wrapped package with a loud Merry Christmas. DeSander flinched from the box before taking it, handling the package as though it might explode. Rain had been falling off and on for nearly a week. Todd had carried the gift inside his coat the whole ride over. The foil and ribbon were boyishly crooked, corners ragged, seams uneven, tape applied in impatient strips, the wrapping of someone whose mind was already on football, street hockey, and Friday night creature features shared under a blanket with a friend. In the kitchen, Todd set a can of Coke on the red and white checked oilcloth and suggested, voice low and confidential, that the old man pull down the shades. DeSander's face tightened with instant distrust. Why? Todd answered with a smile that you could never tell who might be watching. Wasn't that exactly how the old man had survived all those years, spotting the watchers before they spotted him? Lysander lowered the shades, poured himself a bourbon, and tugged the bow free. When the box opened, Todd watched the old man's expression shift from wariness to something quieter, touched, almost, despite himself. Inside lay a complete SS uniform, jackboots polished and waiting at the bottom. The label on the cardboard lid read Peter's Quality Costume Clothiers. At the same location since 1951. Lysander refused at once, voice soft but final. He would not put it on. This was where it ended. He would die first. Todd reminded him calmly about Eichmann, an old man with no politics, and added that he had saved every penny through the fall. The whole outfit had cost more than $80 with the boots included. Besides, the old man hadn't minded wearing it back in 1944. Lysander's hand rose in a fist as he called Todd a little bastard. Todd stood his ground without flinching, eyes bright and steady. Go ahead, touch me once. The fist lowered. Lysander's lips trembled as he muttered that the boy was a fiend from hell. Todd simply invited him again to put it on. The old man begged then, naked plea in his eyes, voice cracking with age. He was an old man. No more. Todd shook his head slowly but firmly, the shine in his eyes deepening. He liked the begging. It echoed the way the inmates at Patin must once have begged. Lysander let the robe drop. He stood in nothing but slippers and boxer shorts, chest sunken, belly slightly bloated, arms thin as winter branches. Todd thought the uniform would change everything. 10 minutes later, the old man stood fully dressed. The cap sat slightly askew, shoulders slumped, yet the death's head insignia stood out sharp and clear. Something dark and dignified had settled over Lysander, at least in Todd's eyes, something that had been missing before. Older, yes, defeated, certainly, but he looked the way Todd had always believed he should. Not some pensioner drifting through sunset years in front of a tinfoil television, but Kurt Lysander, the blood fiend of Patin. For a moment, Todd felt a strange satisfaction settle in his chest. Then the old man's posture shifted under the fabric, and Todd's voice rang out sharp and commanding. "Straighten your cap!" Lysander blinked, startled. "Straighten your cap, soldier." The old man obeyed, fingers automatically giving the cap that final, small, insolent twist that had once been the trademark of his rank. Wrong uniform or not, the gesture fit. Get those feet together. Heels came together with a crisp rap. The motion so natural it seemed the intervening decades had simply fallen away with the bathrobe. Achtung! Lysander snapped to attention, and for one cold instant, Todd felt real fear slide through him, like the sorcerer's apprentice who had set the brooms marching but no longer knew the words to stop them. The tired old man in genteel poverty had vanished. Lysander stood in his place. The fear burned away almost at once, replaced by a hot, tingling rush of power. About face. The old man pivoted neatly. Bourbon forgotten. The torment of the past 4 months forgotten. His heels clicked again as he faced the grease-spattered stove, and in his mind Todd imagined the dusty parade ground of the military academy where the old man had first learned his trade. About face. He whirled again, balance slipping slightly this time. Once, Todd knew that mistake would have earned 10 demerits and the hard end of a swagger stick. Now march. The iron went out of the old man's shoulders, and he slumped, pleading. March, Todd repeated, voice rising. March, march, I said. With a strangled sound, Lysander began to goose-step across the faded linoleum. He right-faced to avoid the table, right-faced again at the wall, chin tilted, face empty of everything except the mechanical precision of the march. Legs rammed forward and crashed down, making the cheap china rattle in the cabinet. Arms swung in short, rigid arcs. The image of enchanted brooms flashed through Todd's mind, and the fear returned. Sharper now. He had wanted the old man to look ridiculous, more than authentic. Yet somehow, even in the cheap kitchen, the figure goose-stepping before him looked anything but absurd. It looked frightening. For the first time, the photographs of tangled bodies in the ditches and crematoriums felt hideously real. Not stage props, but actual fact. Stupendous, inexplicable evil. For one dizzy second, Todd thought he could even smell the faint, smoky odor of decomposition rising from the floor. Terror gathered tight in his throat. "Stop!" he shouted. Desander kept marching, eyes blank and distant, head lifted higher so the tendons in his scrawny neck stood out like cords, chin arrogant, blade-thin nose jutting. Sweat prickled under Todd's arms. Halt. The old man froze mid-stride, right foot forward, left slamming down beside it with a single piston stamp. For a heartbeat, the face stayed cold and robotic, then confusion washed in, followed by defeat. He slumped. Todd let out a long, silent breath of relief and felt a quick flash of anger at himself. Who was in charge here, anyway? Before the confidence flooded back. He was. And the old man had better never forget it. He began to smile again. "Pretty good," he said. "With a little practice, you'll be a lot better." Desander stood panting, head hanging. Todd added generously that he could take the uniform off now. Yet even as the words left his mouth, he couldn't help wondering whether he truly wanted the old man to remove it. For those few seconds there, January 1975. Todd left school alone when the last bell rang, collected his Schwinn, and rode straight to the park. He found an empty bench, kicked the stand down, and pulled the report card from his hip pocket. A quick glance told him the only other people nearby were two high school kids tangled up near the pond and a pair of ragged winos passing a paper bag between them. Dirty fucking winos, he thought. But the winos weren't what had his stomach in knots. He unfolded the card. English. C. American history. C. Earth science. D. Your community and you. B. Primary French. FB. Beginning algebra, F. He stared at the marks, disbelief rising like bile. He had known it would be bad, but this was pure disaster. A small voice inside him spoke up suddenly, clear and cold. "Maybe that's best. Maybe you even arranged it on purpose because some part of you wants this to end, needs it to end before something worse breaks loose." He shoved the thought away roughly. Nothing worse was going to happen. Desander was under his thumb, completely under it. The old man believed one of Todd's friends held a sealed letter that would go straight to the police if anything ever happened to him. Once, maybe Desander might have risked it anyway. Now he was simply too old to run, even with a head start. "He's under control, damn it," Todd whispered, and then drove his fist hard into his own thigh until the muscle knotted and jumped. Talking to yourself was bad shit. Only crazy people did that. He had fallen into the habit sometime in the last 6 weeks and couldn't seem to shake it. A couple of teachers had already given him strange looks. That little pansy, Bernie Everson, had come right out and asked if he was going fruit crackers. Todd had come within a breath of punching the kid's mouth, but fights and scuffles got you noticed in all the wrong ways. "The dreams are bad, too," he whispered, before he could stop himself. Lately, the dreams had grown vicious. In one, he wore a paper uniform and stood in a long line of gaunt, shuffling men, while the smell of burning hung thick in the air and bulldozer engines roared in the distance. Desander moved down the line, pointing. This one to the laboratories. In another, He stood in the middle of Santo Donato Boulevard in a crisp SS uniform, jackboots gleaming, death's head and lightning bolts flashing, while everyone on the sidewalk pointed and laughed or stared in open disgust. An ancient car screeched to a halt, and Desander, looking 200 years old, skin like yellowed parchment, pointed and shrieked that this was the blood fiend of Patine, Himmler's efficiency expert. In yet another, he wore striped convict clothes and was led down a stone corridor between two guards who looked exactly like his parents, both wearing yellow stars on their arms. Behind them walked a minister reading from Deuteronomy, only the minister was Desander in full black SS tunic. At the end of the corridor, the doors opened onto an octagonal room with glass walls. A scaffold waited in the center. Behind the glass stood rows of naked, emaciated figures, every arm marked with a blue number, all watching with the same flat, dark eyes. "It's all right," he whispered to himself. "It's okay, really. Everything's under control." The couple by the pond glanced over. Todd met their eyes with a hard, warning stare until they looked away again. He thought the boy might have been grinning. He stood up, jammed the card back into his pocket, and swung on to the Schwinn. 2 blocks away, he bought a bottle ink eradicator and a fine-point pen filled with blue ink. Back at the park, the couple had gone, but the winos still lingered, stinking up the bench. He went to work. English became a B, American History, an A, Earth Science, AB, Primary French, AC, beginning Algebra, AB, for your community, and he carefully erased the original entry and rewrote it so the whole card looked clean and uniform. Uniforms, right? "Never mind," he whispered. "That'll hold them. That'll hold them just fine." One night, late in the month, after 2 in the morning, Kurt Desander woke thrashing against the sheets, gasping, the darkness pressing in like a living thing. Fear clamped around his chest so tightly, he wondered if this was the heart attack he had always expected. He clawed for the bedside lamp, nearly knocking it over, and finally clicked it on. Same brown drapes, same cheap bookshelves, same gray rug, same blue wallpaper, no jungle, no eyes, no heart attack. But the terror still clung to him like damp fur, and his pulse hammered on. The dream had returned, just as he had known it would if the boy kept coming. He lit a cigarette with shaking fingers, the clock reading 2:41. Sleep was finished for the night unless he went downstairs for a drink, maybe 2 or 3. There had been far too much of that lately. He spoke aloud without meaning to, the words slipping out in German, the language warm and oddly comforting after so many years of silence. Yes, he told the empty room, he was under stress again because of the boy, but honesty was required at this hour. He had not entirely regretted the conversations. At first, he had lived in terror that the boy would talk, that the secret would spread like fire. Yet if the boy had kept silent this long, he would keep it longer. Without Desander, the boy lost his private talking book. He crushed a cigarette, rose, and crossed to the closet. Hangers scraped aside. His hand found the sham uniform hanging in the shadows. He lifted it out, felt the cheap fabric, stroked it slowly. After a very long time, he put it on, piece by piece, until every button and belt was fastened. Then he turned to the mirror. The reflection that looked back was older and gaunter than the man who had once worn the real thing. Yet something in the cut of the shoulders and the tilt of the cap still carried the old authority. He nodded once to himself, satisfied. He returned to bed, lit another cigarette, and lay back. Sleep crept over him sooner than he expected, easier than he had any right to hope. When he switched off the lamp, he was almost smiling. 5 minutes later, he was deeply asleep, and this time, no dreams came to disturb him. February 1975. Todd sat through dinner, feeling the unease coiled tighter in his stomach with every polite laugh from his parents. The chocolate malted in front of him barely touched. The old man across the table had charmed them both, from the moment they arrived, spinning easy stories about the Essen Motor Works and the rebuilding of post-war Germany while his father asked sharp, impressed questions. Todd had fed them the excuse about Mr. Denker's failing eyesight needing a reader, and the old man had played it perfectly. No slips, no hesitation. Dressed in his best suit despite the damp evening, Desander moved with surprising ease, arthritis quiet for once, even insisting on carrying the umbrella Todd had tried to leave behind. The stories about German writers had flowed smoothly, and when his mother asked why he had come to America so late in life, the old man had delivered the tale of his wife's death with just the right note of myopic sorrow, melting her sympathy on the spot. Todd stayed silent, watching it all, the knot in his chest refusing to loosen. Over the dreadful cognac his father had produced, the conversation turned personal. His father asked what the old man had done in the war, and Todd felt himself stiffen, every muscle locking. But Desander only smiled, accepting a cigarette from his mother with perfect blindness, then launched into a calm account of reserve duty from 1943 onward. He spoke of the growing sense that the Third Reich was doomed, the careful silence one had to keep even among old friends, and the night Hans Hassler had spoken too freely about the Russian front only to vanish 3 days later. His mother gasped, offered more cognac. The old man declined with a gentle quote from his late wife's mother and a warm smile. Todd's frown deepened when his father pressed about the camps, but Desander called them the eternal shame of Germany with convincing gravity. When his father suggested most Germans had known nothing, the old man let the point pass gracefully, while his mother changed the subject to the pleasant smell of pipe smoke. Todd heard every word, the performance flawless, the charm wrapping around his parents like a second skin. His father suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, asking why he was so quiet tonight. Todd forced out that he had heard most of the stories before, the words sounding flat even to him. His mother started to scold, but the old man waved it off gently, saying a boy's honesty was a privilege men often lost. Then Desander suggested Todd walk him home, claiming the air and exercise would do him good. His parents beamed at the idea, and Todd managed to nod, the unease still churning. They were almost to the old man's corner, drizzle falling steadily, when Desander broke the silence under the umbrella he had insisted on carrying. He remarked that Todd had been as quiet as his arthritis tonight, asking what had stolen the boy's tongue. Todd muttered nothing, stepping deliberately outside the umbrella's shelter as they turned down the street. The old man guessed aloud that Todd had feared a slip at dinner, but now felt unsettled because everything had gone so well. Exactly as planned, with no objections to future visits, Todd burst out that the old man hadn't needed to charm them quite so thoroughly, voice rising thin and shaky. Desander stopped in the rain, staring at him, then answered that he had only done what he thought the boy wanted. Todd shot back that the old man was taking far too much for granted. Maybe he had gotten everything he needed already, and no one was forcing him to keep coming to that scuzzy house to watch the drinking. His words climbed toward hysteria until the old man told him to lower his voice. Desander only shrugged under the umbrella, saying no one was forcing anything and the boy was welcome to stay away if he chose. Todd looked at him with open scorn and said the old man would like that, wouldn't he? Desander offered nothing more than a faint, non-committal smile. At the concrete walk to the stoop, the old man fumbled for his key, while the arthritis waited patiently in his joints, ready to wake. Once he was alone again, Todd stood in the drizzle and told him that if his parents ever learned the truth, they would spit on the old man and kick him out on his skinny ass. Desander met the boy's eyes in the dark and answered quietly that they would feel nothing but revulsion for him. True, but what would they feel for Todd once they learned he had known for 8 long months and said nothing? Todd could only stare, mouth slightly open, while the old man turned the key and stepped inside, bidding him good night without another glance. The next morning at breakfast, Todd's mother mentioned that his father had liked Mr. Denker a great deal. The old man reminded him of Todd's grandfather. Todd muttered something around his toast, barely hearing. She studied him across the table, noting how pale he looked and how his grades had slipped without explanation. She asked if he was feeling all right these days. For a moment, he stared blankly. Then the radiant smile broke across his face, the one that always warmed her, a small dab of strawberry preserves clinging to his chin. "Sure," he said. 4-0. She laughed softly and called him Todd, baby. He answered Monica, baby, and for a moment the kitchen filled with their shared laughter, easy and familiar. March 1975. DeSander sat on the back stoop in the hazy afternoon heat, pink plastic bowl of milk resting beside his right foot. Brush fires far to the west carried a faint autumn bite through the air, sharp and wrong against the calendar's promise of spring. He called softly into the yard. "Kitty, kitty! Here, kitty, kitty! Puss, puss!" Voice low and coaxing. The stray tom waited at the far fence line, ragged as the weeds it crouched among, ears flicking forward each time he spoke. Its eyes stayed fixed on the milk, wary but drawn. The boy had not come every day lately. 4 times a week, sometimes 5. DeSander had felt the shift gradually, an intuition settling in his bones. The boy was carrying troubles of his own. Studies, perhaps, or the dreams. The thought made a small, private smile touch his lips. He had troubles enough himself. For 3 weeks, the SS uniform had served as grotesque nightclothes, banishing insomnia and the old nightmares. Sleep had come deep and unbroken at first. Then the dreams had crashed back all at once, worse than before, running through wet, unseen jungle, heavy leaves slapping his face with sticky trails that felt like sap or blood, luminous eyes always watching from the dark. He would break into a clearing at last and sense the steep rise ahead. At its crest stood Patin. Low cement blocks, barbed wire, electrified strands, sentry towers rising like Martian machines. Smoke poured from the tall stacks, furnaces glowing below like the eyes of demons. The locals had been told the inmates made clothes and candles. They had believed it no more than the people near Auschwitz had believed the sausage factory story. In the dream, he would glance back and see them emerging from hiding, the restless dead, the Juden, shambling forward with blue numbers burning on outstretched arms, hands curled into talons, faces no longer blank, but alive with hate and vengeance. Toddlers ran beside mothers. Grandfathers were carried by their grown children. Desperation marked every feature. Down here in the swampy lowlands, he was prey. Up the hill, he would be safe again, headkeeper in his own zoo. He would begin to climb, legs moving in nightmare slowness until skeletal fingers closed around his neck. Cold breath touched his skin. The stench of decay filled his lungs. Bird-like cries of triumph rang out as they dragged him down with the camp, almost within reach. "Kitty, kitty," he called again, softer. The cat's ears pricked once more. It rose halfway, hesitated, remembering some old kick or singed whiskers, perhaps, then settled back. But it would come. Milk had its own logic. He had found a way to quiet the dreams, a method stronger than the uniform. The boy had shown him the path without knowing it. The past terrors were not banished by rejection, but by contemplation, by something close to an embrace. Before the boy's arrival last summer, the nightmares had been gone for years. He had made a coward's peace with what he had done. Now he had reclaimed that part of himself. The tom finally moved. It crossed half the yard, sat again, tail twitching, then trotted the rest of the way with careful grace. It mounted the steps, gave him one last mistrustful stare, chewed ears laid back, then bent to the milk. "Nice milk," DeSander murmured, drawing on the Playtex gloves that had rested in his lap. "Nice milk for a nice kitty." He had bought them at the supermarket, standing in the express lane, while older women glanced at him with faint approval. The cuffs were snug. The rubber so flexible a dime could be picked up while wearing them. He stroked the cat's back with one green finger, slow and soothing. The spine arched in rhythm. Just before the bowl emptied, he seized it. The cat came alive in his grip, electric, twisting, claws slashing at the rubber. Its body lashed back and forth. Dsander held it away from his chest, knowing a single bite or rake would turn the fight. An old campaigner, he thought, grinning. Takes one to know one. He pushed through the back door with his foot, the cat yowling and ripping at the gloves. Its triangular head flashed down and clamped on one thumb. "Nasty kitty," he said reproachfully. The oven door stood open. He threw the cat inside. Claws scraped free of the rubber with a prickly sound. He slammed the door shut with his knee, a fresh twinge flaring through his joints. Breathing hard, nearly panting, he braced himself against the stove, head lowered. The dial clicked to 500 degrees, a soft pop as the pilot lit the double rows of hissing gas. The cat stopped yowling and began to scream, high, almost human, the sound of a young boy in terrible pain. The thought widened Dsander's smile. His heart hammered against his ribs. The cat whirled and scratched madly inside the oven. Soon a hot, furry, burning smell seeped through the burners and into the room. Half an hour later, he scraped the remains out with a barbecue fork bought for $2.98 at the Grants in the shopping center. The charred carcass went into an empty flour sack. He carried it down to the cellar where the dirt floor had never been cemented. When he came back up, he sprayed the kitchen with Glade until the air reeked of artificial pine. He opened every window, washed the fork, hung it on the pegboard. Then he sat down to wait and see if the boy would come. He smiled and smiled. Todd arrived about 5 minutes after Dsander had decided the afternoon was lost. He wore his school warm-up jacket, the colors bright on the sleeves, and a San Diego Padres cap pulled low. School books were tucked under one arm. "Yucca-ducka," he said, stepping into the kitchen and wrinkling his nose. "What's that smell? It's awful." Dsander lit a cigarette. "I tried the oven, burned my supper, had to throw it out." One day later, that month, the boy came much earlier than usual, long before school should have ended. Dsander sat rocking in the kitchen, sipping ancient age bourbon from the chipped mug that read, "Here's your coffee, Mo. Haw, 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 but stay around the rim." He was pleasantly high. The dreams had stayed away since the tomcat with the chewed ears. Last night's had been particularly vicious. They had pulled him down halfway up the hill and begun unspeakable things before he could wake, but afterward he had felt certain again. A cat might not be enough next time. There was always the dog pound. Todd burst in without knocking, face pale and shiny, eyes carrying a queer white look. Dsander did not like it all. The boy had lost weight. The strain showed in the hollows under his eyes. "You're going to help me," Todd said abruptly, voice defiant. "Really?" Dsander answered mildly, though apprehension leaped inside him. Todd slammed his books onto the table with vicious force. One skidded across the oilcloth and tented on the floor beside Dsander's foot. "Yes, you're fucking... All right, you better believe it, because this is your fault. All your fault." Hectic red spots burned on the boy's cheeks. Dsander kept his face calm and friendly, hands folded neatly in front of him, as they had once rested on the red check cloth in the interrogation room at Patin. "I'll help you in any way I can," he said quietly. "Tell me what the trouble is." "This is the fucking trouble," Todd spat, throwing a folder at him. It struck his chest and landed in his lap. Dsander opened it without haste. A typed half-sheet slipped free. He set it aside and studied the grades first. English and American history had passed. Everything else was F. "You seem to have fallen on the rocks, my boy," he observed, not without a trace of satisfaction. "It's not my fault," Todd hissed. "It's your fault. All those stories, I have nightmares about them, do you know that? I sit down to study, and the next thing I know, my mother's telling me it's bedtime. That's not my fault. It isn't. You hear me? It isn't. I hear you very well, DeSander said, and read the typed note. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Bowden, this note is to suggest that we have a group conference concerning Todd's second and third quarter grades. In light of Todd's previous good work in this school, his current grade suggests a specific problem which may be affecting his academic performance in a deleterious way. Such a problem can often be solved by a frank and open discussion. I should point out that, although Todd has passed the half year, his final grades may be failing in some cases, unless his work improves radically in the fourth quarter. Failing grades would entail summer school to avoid being kept back and causing a major scheduling problem. I must also note that Todd is in the college division, and that his work so far this year is far below college acceptance levels. It is also below the level of academic ability assumed by the SAT test. Please be assured that I am ready to work out a mutually convenient time for us to meet. In a case such as this, earlier is usually better. Sincerely yours, Edward French. Who is this Edward French? DeSander asked, slipping the note back inside the folder. Rubber Ed? Hell no, he's the guidance counselor. Guidance counselor? DeSander repeated, the phrase sounding faintly ridiculous on his tongue. You can figure it out, Todd snapped. You read the goddamn note. He paced the room, shooting sharp glances at DeSander. Well, I'm not going to let any of this shit go down. I'm not going to any summer school. My dad and mom are going to Hawaii this summer, and I'm going with them. He jabbed a finger toward the folder. Do you know what my dad will do if he sees that? DeSander shook his head. He'll get everything out of me. Everything. He'll know it was you. It couldn't be anything else because nothing else has changed. He'll poke and pry, and he'll get it all out of me. And then I'll be in Dutch. DeSander watched him pace, the apprehension inside him hardening into something colder. Or to the reformatory, he said very quietly. Todd stopped circling the kitchen, feet planted on the faded linoleum as though the floor had suddenly turned to ice. His face went very still. The pallor already there deepened until his cheeks and forehead looked almost translucent. The skin stretched tight over the bones. He stared at DeSander with wide, white-rimmed eyes and had to swallow twice before the words would come. What? What did you just say? DeSander regarded him with an air of exaggerated patience. The chipped mug cradled in both hands. For the last 5 minutes he had listened to the boy's rising voice, puling and whining, every complaint circling back to the same fear. Trouble, discovery, consequences. Now that he finally had the boy's full, frozen attention, he took a slow, reflective sip of bourbon. My dear boy, he said, you have spent the last 5 minutes explaining how you are in trouble. You might be found out. You might find yourself in adverse circumstances. He set the mug down with a soft clink. That is a very dangerous attitude for you to have, and dangerous for me. The potential harm is much greater on my side. You worry about your school card. Ha! One yellowed finger flicked the folder off the table. It landed on the floor with a dry slap. I am worried about my life. Todd did not answer. He simply kept staring, that crazed, white-eyed look fixed on the old man's face. DeSander leaned back in the rocker, letting the words settle. The Israelis will not scruple at the fact that I am 76. The death penalty is still very much in favor over there, especially when the man in the dock is a Nazi war criminal associated with the camps. You're a U.S. citizen, Todd said at last, voice low and mechanical. America wouldn't let them take you. I read up on that. You read, but you do not listen. DeSander's tone stayed calm, almost gentle. I am not a U.S. citizen. My papers came from La Cosa Nostra. I would be deported, and Mossad agents would be waiting for me wherever I deplaned. I wish they would hang you, Todd muttered. His hands curled into fists at his sides. He stared down at them as though they belonged to someone else. No doubt, Dsander answered, and the thin smile returned. But you are mixed up with me. We must live in the present, boy, not in the past of I should have nevers. You must realize that your fate and my own are now inextricably entwined. If you blow the horn on me, as your saying goes, do you think I will hesitate to blow the horn on you? 700,000 died at Patin. To the world at large, I am a criminal, a monster, even the butcher your scandal rags would have me. You are an accessory to all of that, my boy. You have criminal knowledge of an illegal alien, but you have not reported it. And if I am caught, I will tell the world all about you. When the reporters put their microphones in my face, it will be your name I'll repeat over and over again. Todd Bowden, yes, that is his name. How long? Almost a year. He wanted to know everything. All the gushy parts. That's how he put it. Yes, all the gushy parts. Todd's breath caught audibly. His skin seemed to turn transparent. The kitchen light showed every vein beneath it. Dsander smiled and sipped again. I think they will put you in jail. They may call it a reformatory or a correctional facility. There may be a fancy name for it, like this quarterly progress report. His lip curled. But no matter what they call it, there'll be bars on the windows. Todd wet his lips. I'd call you a liar. I'd tell them I just found out. They believe me, not you. You just better remember that. Dsander's smile stayed thin and patient. I thought you told me your father would get it all out of you. Todd spoke slowly, the words forming as the realization hit. Maybe not. Maybe not this time. This isn't just breaking a window with a rock. Dsander winced inwardly. The boy's judgment was probably sound. With stakes this high, he might indeed convince his father. Parents, faced with such an ugly truth, often preferred to be persuaded it wasn't true at all. Perhaps, perhaps not. But how are you going to explain all those books you had to read to me, because poor Mr. Denker is half blind? My eyes are not what they were, but I can still read fine print with my spectacles. I can prove it. I'd say you fooled me. Will you? And what reason will you be able to give for my fooling? For friendship. Because you were lonely. That was close enough to the early days to ring true, Dsander thought. Once, the boy might have carried it off. But now he was fraying, coming apart at the seams like an old coat worn past mending. A cat pistol fired across the street would make him jump and scream like a girl. Your school card will also support my side of it, Dsander continued. It was not Robinson Crusoe that caused your grades to fall so badly, my boy, was it? Shut up! Why don't you? Just shut up about it. No, Dsander said. I won't shut up about it. He struck a wooden match on the oven door, the sharp scrape cutting the silence, and lit a cigarette. Not until I make you see the simple truth. We are in this together, sink or swim. He looked at Todd through the drifting smoke, face calm, eyes reptilian. I will drag you down, boy. I promise you that. If anything comes out, everything will come out. That is my promise to you. Todd stared back sullenly, silent. Now, Dsander said briskly, as though putting an unpleasant necessity behind him. The question is, what are we going to do about this situation? Have you any ideas? Todd pulled a fresh bottle ink eradicator from his jacket pocket. This will fix the report card, he said. About that fucking letter, I don't know. Dsander looked at the small bottle with genuine approval. He had altered a few reports in his time. Quotas pushed to fantasy. Invoices adjusted when a piece caught his eye. A talent for forgery had served him well after the war, too. Good, he said. As for this other matter, he began to rock again, sipping from the mug while Todd pulled a chair to the table and went to work. The boy had picked the folder up from the floor without a word. Now he bent over it, head studiously lowered, pen moving with careful precision, the picture of any American boy determined to do the best job he could, whether planting corn, pitching a no-hitter, or forging grades on his report card. DeSander watched the nape of Todd's neck, lightly tanned and cleanly exposed between the fall of blonde hair and the round collar of his T-shirt. His gaze drifted to the top counter drawer where the butcher knives lay. One quick thrust, he knew exactly where, and the spinal cord would be severed. The boy's lips would be sealed forever. He smiled regretfully. Too many questions would follow if the boy vanished. Even without a letter, close scrutiny was something he could not survive. Too bad. This man French, he said, tapping the typed note. Does he know your parents in a social way? Him? Todd edged the word with contempt. My mom and dad don't go anywhere that he could even get in. Has he ever met them in his professional capacity? Has he ever had conferences with them before? No. I've always been near the top of my classes. Until now. So what does he know about them? DeSander asked, gazing dreamily into his nearly empty cup. Oh, he knows about you. He no doubt has all the records on you that he can use. Back to the fight you had in the kindergarten play yard. But what does he know about them? Todd capped the eradicator and set the pen aside. Well, he knows their names, of course, and their ages. He knows we're all Methodists. You don't have to fill that line out, but my folks always do. We don't go much, but he'd know that's what we are. He must know what my dad does for a living. That's on the forms, too. All that stuff they have to fill out every year, and I'm pretty sure that's all. Would he know if your parents were having troubles at home? What's that supposed to mean? DeSander tossed off the last of the bourbon. Squabbles. Fights. Your father sleeping on the couch, your mother drinking too much. His eyes gleamed. A divorce brewing. Indignantly, Todd said. There's nothing like that going on. No way. I never said there was. But just think, boy. Suppose that things at your house were going to hell in a streetcar, as the saying is. Todd only frowned, waiting. You would be worried about them, DeSander went on. Very worried. You would lose your appetite. You would sleep poorly. Saddest of all, your schoolwork would suffer. True? Very sad for the children when there are troubles in the home. Understanding dawned in Todd's eyes. Understanding and something like dumb gratitude. DeSander felt a quiet satisfaction settle in his chest. Yes, it is an unhappy situation when a family totters on the edge of destruction, he said grandly, pouring more bourbon. He was getting quite drunk. The daytime television dramas, they make this absolutely clear. There is acrimony, backbiting, and lies. Most of all, there is pain. Pain, my boy. You have no idea of the hell your parents are going through. They are so swallowed up by their own troubles that they have little time for the problems of their own son. His problems seem minor compared to theirs. Hein? Someday, when the scars have begun to heal, they will no doubt take a fuller interest in him once again. But now the only concession they can make is to send the boy's kindly grandfather to Mr. French. Todd's eyes had brightened to a near-feverish glow. Might work, he muttered. Might work. He broke off, the light dimming again. No, it won't. You don't look like me, not even a little bit. Rubber Ed will never believe it. Himmel! Gott, I'm Himmel! DeSander cried, rising unsteadily, crossing to the cellar door and pulling out a fresh bottle of ancient age. He spun off the cap and poured with a liberal hand. For a smart boy, you are such a dumb cop. When do grandfathers ever look like their grandsons? Huh? I got white hair? Do you have white hair? He reached out with surprising quickness, snatched a handful of Todd's blonde hair, and tugged briskly. "Cut it out," Todd snapped, but a small smile flickered across his face. "Besides," DeSander said, settling back into the rocker, "you have yellow hair and blue eyes. My eyes are blue, and before my hair turned white, it was yellow. You can tell me your whole family history, your aunts and uncles, the people your father works with, your mother's little hobbies. I will remember. I will study and remember. 2 days later, it will all be forgotten again. These days, my memory is like a cloth bag filled with water, but I will remember for long enough." He smiled grimly. "In my time, I have stayed ahead of Wiesenthal and pulled the wool over the eyes of Himmler himself. If I cannot fool one American public school teacher, I will pull my winding shroud around me and crawl down into my grave." "Maybe," Todd said slowly, and DeSander could see he had already accepted it. Relief shone in his eyes, bright and unsteady. "No, surely," DeSander cried. He began to cackle with laughter, the rocker squeaking back and forth. Todd stared at him, puzzled and a little frightened, but after a moment he started laughing too. In the warm kitchen, with the California breeze drifting through the open window, they laughed together. DeSander rocking. Todd tipped back on the rear legs of his chair so its back rested against the oven door, white enamel crisscrossed by the dark, charred streaks where DeSander had struck matches alight. March 1975. Rubber Ed French rose from behind his desk as the door opened, offering his hand with the careful courtesy he reserved for the older generation. The man who entered closed the pebble glass panel firmly behind him, then turned to meet the handshake. Slight and wiry in his Keds, today's pair of vivid fast-track blue, Rubber Ed felt the familiar twinge of self-consciousness about his footwear. Some of the old-timers never quite understood the sneakers were a deliberate bridge to the kids, a small psychological aid for those who carry teacher hang-ups like invisible weights. This one, though, looked every inch the dignified elder. White hair brushed back with precision, three-piece suit immaculate, dove-gray tie knotted as if measured by ruler. In his left hand he carried a furled black umbrella, held almost at parade rest despite the light drizzle that had hung over the city since the weekend. Rubber Ed thought immediately of Lord Peter Wimsey. Wimsey at 75 years after Bunter and Harriet Vane had gone to their rewards. He filed the observation away to share with Sandra later. She would appreciate the parallel. "Mr. Bowden," he said respectfully. "A pleasure," the old man answered, shaking hands with the gingerly caution of someone whose joints protested sudden movement. "A pleasure, Mr. French." Rubber Ed gestured to the chair opposite the desk and resumed his own seat, careful not to circle around and loom. He had learned long ago that towering over an elderly visitor could make the conversation feel like an interrogation. "I'm glad you could come," he began, although in these cases the student's mother or father— "Of course," Bowden interrupted gently, already seated trousers carefully drawn up at the knees. He propped the umbrella between his polished shoes and leaned forward slightly, resting both hands on its curved handle. "My son and his wife asked if I could speak with you about this— sorry business. Todd is a good boy, Mr. French. Believe me, this trouble with his marks is only temporary." Rubber Ed nodded, opening the folder centered on his blotter. "We all hope so, don't we? Smoke if you like. It's supposed to be off limits on school property, but I'll never tell." "Thank you." Bowden produced a half-crushed pack of Camels from an inner pocket, extracted one of the last 2 crooked cigarettes, and struck a diamond blue-tip match on the heel of his shoe. The first drag brought on an old man's deep, rattling cough. He shook out the match, placed the blackened stub in the ashtray Rubber Ed had slid forward, and exhaled a slow plume. "Where to begin?" Bowden said, regarding French through the drifting smoke. "Well," Rubber Ed answered kindly, "the very fact that you're here instead of Todd's parents tells me something, you know." Yes, I suppose it does. Bowden straightened his back, chin lifting in a gesture that carried faint echoes of military bearing. My son and my daughter-in-law are having troubles in their home. Rather bad troubles, I should think. Rubber Ed waited, letting the silence do its work. Domestic difficulties were always the likeliest route when a grandparent appeared instead of a parent. Drugs would have been worse, far worse, but this felt more manageable. Bowden leaned forward perhaps 6 inches. His blue eyes, bright and unclouded despite his age, held Rubber Ed's brown ones without blinking. The mother drinks. He resumed his upright posture, hands folded once more on the umbrella handle. Oh, Rubber Ed said softly. Yes. Bowden nodded with grim finality. The boy has told me he has come home on 2 occasions and found her sprawled out on the kitchen table. He knows how my son feels about her drinking problem, and so he has put dinner in the oven himself on these occasions and gotten her to drink enough black coffee so she will at least be awake when Richard comes home. That's bad, Rubber Ed murmured, though privately he catalogued worse. Mothers on heroin, fathers who turn their violence or their desire toward their own children. Still, alcoholism in the home could do terrible damage to a boy like Todd. Has Mrs. Bowden thought about getting professional help for her problem? The boy has tried to persuade her that would be the best course. She is much ashamed, I think, if she was given a little time. Bowden made a small, eloquent gesture with his cigarette, leaving a dissolving smoke ring in the air. You understand? Yes, of course. Rubber Ed watched the ring fade, privately admiring the old-fashioned skill of it. Your son, Todd's father. He is not without blame, Bowden said harshly. The hours he works, the meals he has missed, the nights when he must leave suddenly. I tell you, Mr. French, he is more married to his job than he is to Monica. I was raised to believe that a man's family came before everything. Was it not the same for you? It sure was, Rubber Ed answered with feeling. His own father had worked nights as a department store watchman. Weekends and vacations had been the only real time they shared. That is another side of the problem, Bowden said. Rubber Ed nodded, thinking. What about your other son, Mr. Bowden? He glanced down at the folder. Harold, Todd's uncle. Harry and Deborah are in Minnesota now, Bowden replied. He has a position there at the University Medical School. It would be quite difficult for him to leave, and very unfair to ask him. His face took on a righteous cast. Harry and his wife are quite happily married. I see. Rubber Ed looked at the file again, then closed it gently. Mr. Bowden, I appreciate your frankness. I'll be just as frank with you. Thank you, Bowden said stiffly. We can't do as much for our students in the counseling area as we would like. There are 6 counselors here, and we're each carrying a load of over 100 students. My newest colleague, Hepburn, has 115. At this age, in our society, all children need help. Of course. Sometimes bad problems get by us. Home environment and drugs are the 2 most common. At least Todd isn't mixed up with speed or mescaline or PCP. God forbid. Sometimes, Rubber Ed continued, there's simply nothing we can do. It's depressing, but it's a fact of life. Usually the ones that are first to get spit out of the machine we're running here are the class troublemakers, the sullen, uncommunicative kids, the ones who refuse to even try. They are simply warm bodies waiting for the system to buck them up through the grades, or waiting to get old enough so they can quit without their parents' permission and join the army or get a job at the Speedy Boy car wash or marry their boyfriends. You understand? I'm being blunt. Our system is, as they say, not all it's cracked up to be. I appreciate your frankness, but it hurts when you see the machine starting to mash up someone like Todd. He ran out a 92 average for last year's work, and that puts him in the 95th percentile. His English averages are even better. He shows a flair for writing, and that's something special in a generation of kids that think culture begins in front of the TV and ends in the neighborhood movie theater. I was talking to a woman who had Todd in comp last year. She said Todd passed in the finest term paper she'd seen in 20 years of teaching. It was on the German death camps during World War II. She gave him the only A+ she's ever given a composition student. "I have read it," Bowden said. "It is very fine." He has also demonstrated above-average ability in the life sciences and social sciences. And while he's not going to be one of the great math whizzes of the century, all the notes I have indicate that he's given it the good old college try until this year. Until this year. That's the whole story in a nutshell. Yes. I hate like hell to see Todd go down the tubes this way, Mr. Bowden. And summer school, well, I said I'd be frank. Summer school often does a boy like Todd more harm than good. Your usual junior high school summer session is a zoo. All the monkeys and the laughing hyenas are in attendance, plus a full complement of dodo birds. Bad company for a boy like Todd. Certainly. So let's get to the bottom line, shall we? I suggest a series of appointments for Mr. and Mrs. Bowden at the counseling center downtown. Everything in confidence, of course. The man in charge down there, Harry Ackerman, is a good friend of mine, and I don't think Todd should go to them with the idea. I think you should. Rubber Ed smiled widely. Maybe we can get everybody back on track by June. It's not impossible. But Bowden looked positively alarmed. I believe they might resent the boy if I took that proposal to them now, he said. Things are very delicate. They could go either way. The boy has promised me he will work harder in his studies. He is very alarmed at this drop in his marks. He smiled thinly, a smile Rubber Ed could not quite interpret. More alarmed than you know. But... And they would resent me, Bowden pressed on quickly. God knows they would. Monica already regards me as something of a meddler. I try not to be, but you see the situation. I feel that things are best left alone. For now, I've had a great deal of experience in these matters, Rubber Ed told him, folding his hands on Todd's file and leaning forward earnestly. I really think counseling is in order here. You'll understand that my interest in the marital problems your son and daughter-in-law are having begins and ends with the effect they're having on Todd. And right now, they're having quite an effect. Let me make a counterproposal, Bowden said. You have, I believe, a system of warning parents of poor grades? Yes, Rubber Ed agreed cautiously. Interpretation of progress cards, IOP cards. The kids, of course, call them flunk cards. They only get them if their grade in a given course falls below 78. In other words, we give out IOP cards to kids who are pulling a D or an F in a given course. Very good, Bowden said. Then what I suggest is this. If the boy gets one of those cards, even one, he held up one gnarled finger, I will approach my son and his wife about your counseling. I will go further. He pronounced it further. If the boy receives one of your flunk cards in April, we give them out in May, actually. Rubber Ed French sat back in his chair after the old man left, the pebble glass door clicking shut with finality. The office felt suddenly quieter, the faint scent of camel smoke lingering in the air like a ghost. He glanced at the clock 5 minutes until his next appointment and allowed himself one long, slow breath. The interview had gone longer than planned, closer to 20 minutes, and something about it kept nagging at him, a small burr under the skin of his thoughts. He opened Todd's folder again, flipped through the sparse notes, then closed it. The resemblance between grandfather and grandson had been striking. Same strong nose, same clear blue eyes, but that wasn't what troubled him. It was the way the old man had spoken about the boy. 15 minutes, maybe 20, of careful, measured conversation, and not once, not a single time, had he used Todd's name. Not my grandson, not the boy, not even a casual Todd. Just the boy. He, him. as though the name itself were something to be avoided or forgotten. Rubber Ed rubbed the bridge of his nose. Maybe it was nothing. Old people sometimes got formal or absent-minded. Arthritis could make a man stiff in more ways than one. Still, the omission felt deliberate, the way a careful speaker might sidestep a word that carried too much weight. He made a quick note on a yellow pad. Follow-up IOP cards in May. Check in with Bowden family if any issued. Then he stood, stretched, and headed for the door. The next kid was waiting. Todd pedaled up the cracked walk to DeSander's house with his heart hammering against his ribs. School had let out 15 minutes earlier. He had ridden straight here, wind tearing at his jacket, mind racing faster than the Schwinn's wheels. He dropped the bike on its kickstand, took the front steps in one bound, and let himself in with the key he had come to think of as his own. He paused in the hallway, stomach knotted, vocal cords tight. Through the open kitchen doorway, he could see DeSander rocking slowly, still in his best suit, tie loosened 2 inches, top button undone. The old man held the chipped mug in both hands, eyes half-lidded, expression unreadable. Todd stepped into the sunlit kitchen and stood in the doorway. Well? DeSander let the silence stretch, one deliberate heartbeat after another, until it felt like 10 years had crawled past. Then he set the mug down beside the bottle of ancient age with careful precision. The fool believed everything. Todd's breath exploded out of him in a whooping rush of relief. His shoulders sagged. Color rushed back into his face. Before he could draw another breath, DeSander added, "He wanted your poor, troubled parents to attend counseling sessions downtown. With a friend of his. He was really quite insistent." "Jesus!" Todd's voice cracked. How did you handle it?" I thought quickly. DeSander's tone stayed even. Like the little girl in the Saki story, invention on short notice is one of my strong points. I promised him your parents would go in for such counseling if he received even one flunk card when they are given in May. The blood drained from Todd's face so fast it left him dizzy. "You did what?" The words came out almost a scream. "I've already flunked 2 algebra quizzes and a history test since the marking period started. There was a French quiz this afternoon, and I flunked that too. I know I did. All I could think about was that goddamn Rubber Ed and whether or not you were taking care of him. You took care of him, all right?" His voice turned bitter, shaking. "Not get 1 flunk card? I'll probably get 5 or 6. "It was the best I could do without arousing suspicions," DeSander said. "This French fool that he is only doing his job. Now you will do yours." "What's that supposed to mean?" Todd's face twisted, ugly with sudden fury. "You will work. In the next 4 weeks, you will work harder than you have ever worked in your life. Furthermore, on Monday, you will go to each of your instructors and apologize to them for your poor showing thus far. You will—" "It's impossible," Todd cut in. "You don't get it, man. It's impossible. I'm at least 5 weeks behind in science and history. In algebra, it's more like 10. "Nevertheless," DeSander said softly. Todd stared at him, fists clenched at his sides. "You think you're pretty smart, don't you? Well, I don't take orders from you. The days when you gave orders are long over. Do you get it?" His voice dropped abruptly. "The most lethal thing you've got around the house these days is a shell no-pest strip. You're nothing but a broken-down old man who farts rotten eggs if he eats a taco. I bet you even pee in your bed." "Listen to me, snot-nose," DeSander said, voice low and dangerous. Todd's head jerked around at the tone. He was not used to being spoken to that way. "Before today, it was possible, just barely possible, that you could have denounced me and come out clean yourself. I don't believe you would have been up to the job with your nerves in their present state, but never mind that. It would have been technically possible. But now things have changed. Today I impersonated your grandfather, one Victor Bowden. No one can have the slightest doubt that I did it with. How is the word? Your connivance. If it comes out now, boy, you will look blacker than ever, and you will have no defense. I took care of that today. I wish... You wish! You wish, Desander roared suddenly, the sound startling in the quiet kitchen. Never mind your wishes. Your wishes make me sick. Your wishes are no more than little piles of dog shit in the gutter. All I want from you is to know if you understand the situation we are in. I understand it, Todd muttered. He opened his hands and stared dully at the half-moons he had dug into his palms. The cuts would have been deeper, he supposed, but in the last few months he had taken up biting his nails. Good. Desander drank. Then you will make your sweet apologies, and you will study. In your free time at school, you will study. During your lunch hours, you will study. After school, you will come here and study, and on your weekends, you will come here and do more of the same. Not here, Todd said quickly. At home. No. At home, you will dawdle and daydream as you have all along. If you are here, I can stand over you if I have to and watch you. I can protect my own interests in this matter. I can quiz you. I can listen to your lessons. If I don't want to come here, you can't make me. Desander drank again. That is true. Things will then go on as they have. You will fail. This guidance person, French, will expect me to make good on my promise. When I don't, he will call your parents. They will find out that kindly Mr. Denker impersonated your grandfather at your request. They will find out about the altered grades. Oh, shut up. I'll come. You're already here. Begin with algebra. No way! It's Friday afternoon! You study every afternoon now, Desander said softly. Begin with algebra. Todd stared at him. Only for a moment before dropping his eyes and fumbling his algebra text out of his book bag. And Desander saw murder in the boy's gaze. Not figurative murder, literal murder. The dark, burning, speculative look he had not seen in years but never forgotten. He supposed he would have recognized it in his own eyes, had there been a mirror nearby on the day he had looked at the white and defenseless nape of the boy's neck. I must protect myself, he thought with some amazement. One underestimates at one's own risk. He drank his bourbon and rocked and watched the boy study. It was nearly 5 o'clock when Todd finally biked home. He felt washed out, hot-eyed, drained, impotently angry. Every time his gaze had drifted from the page, from the maddening, incomprehensible world of sets and subsets and ordered pairs, Desander's sharp old voice had cut across the silence. Otherwise, the old man had remained completely silent, except for the maddening bump of his slippers on the linoleum and the squeak of the rocker. He had sat there like a vulture waiting for its prey to expire. On the corner near his street, he saw a blue jay lying on the sidewalk, beak slowly opening and closing. It was trying to get onto its feet and hop away. One wing had been crushed. A passing car must have clipped it and flipped it up onto the concrete like a tiddlywink. One beady eye stared up at him. Todd stopped, holding the ape hanger grips lightly. Some of the warmth had gone out of the day. The air felt almost chilly. He supposed his friends had spent the afternoon at the Babe Ruth Diamond on Walnut Street. Goofing off, maybe playing scrub, more likely pepper or 3 flies, 6 grounders or rolly bat. It was the time of year when you started working your way up to baseball. There had been talk about getting up their own sandlot team this year, competing in the informal city league. Enough dads willing to drive them to games. Todd would have pitched. He had been a little league star until he aged out last year. Would have pitched. He rolled the bike forward over the jay with exquisite slowness, hearing the newspaper crackle of feathers and the faint crunch of small hollow bones. He reversed, rolling over it again. It was still twitching. He rolled over it once more, a single bloody feather sticking to his front tire, revolving up and down, up and down. By then, the bird had stopped moving, had kicked the bucket, punched out, gone to that great aviary in the sky, but Todd kept going forward and backward across its mashed body just the same. He did it for almost 5 minutes, and that thin smile never left his face. You see how it is, guys. In the glaring light of the Santo Donato shelter yard, Dave Klingerman approached the old man standing calmly amid the uproar of barking and the sharp stink of fur and urine. The stranger's broad, gentle smile never wavered. Dave pegged him instantly as a true dog person. Their handshake was careful. Arthritis had swollen the man's knuckles badly. The old man introduced himself as Arthur Denker and said the noise didn't trouble him at all. Dave raised his voice over the din to give his own name. Denker had read in the paper that dogs were given away here. He could hardly believe it and feared he'd misunderstood. Dave confirmed it. They gave them away because the state allowed only 60 days before destruction. He led the way to the quieter office. There, Denker explained he was over 70, widowed, recently moved to California. Money was tight, but managed carefully. Loneliness weighed on him. A neighborhood boy sometimes read to him. In Germany, he'd owned a fine St. Bernard. Now he had a house with a fenced yard. Could he possibly? No St. Bernards, Dave said. They went quickly for being good with kids, but there was a half-grown shepherd pup. Denker's eyes brightened, almost to tears. Perfect. The dog was free, Dave continued, but shots and license ran about $25, half that for those over 65 under the Golden Acre program. Denker repeated the phrase with a soft laugh that, for a strange instant, sent a chill through Dave. The cost was reasonable, the old man agreed. Pet shops charge far more for papers, not the animal itself. So many good dogs abandoned every year. And if no home in 60 days, put to sleep, Dave said. Gas, humane, no pain. Denker murmured. Agreement, certain they felt nothing. In the algebra classroom, Todd Bowden sat stiffly, nails gouging his palms, sweat creeping cold and sour across his skin. He fought the stupid hope rising in him. The exam hadn't looked like gibberish for once. Maybe he'd scrape through. Maybe. The paper landed face down. He flipped it violently, tearing the edge. 83. C+. Good improvement. Check the arithmetic errors. Relief crashed over him, hot and tangled. Behind closed lids, red throbbed with his racing pulse. And that instant hatred for DeSander burned sharper than ever. He wanted those frail bones in his hands, wanted to crush the thin neck. That night in the Redwood bedroom, Dick Bowden lay with the TV earplug loose, while Monica set her book aside. She asked if Todd was all right. He looked thinner, she said. Growing, Dick replied. Boy shot up fast. He teased her about his own teenage growth spurt. She pressed. Bad dreams, too. She'd heard him moaning at night. Nightmares. She hadn't woken him. Her grandmother warned it could drive someone mad. Dick grinned in the dark, bantered about the downstairs toilet he'd installed, about not flushing to spare his sleep. The mood turned light, playful. Later, drifting toward sleep, Monica returned to the dreams. It didn't sound like ordinary boyhood ones, not the blissful kind. She'd asked Todd once. He claimed no memory, but his face had shadowed. Dick reasoned drowsily. Wet dreams carried guilt. From childhood rules, school whispers, old warnings. You couldn't block it all. Better to let the boy keep his secrets than push. Monica murmured uneasy agreement as Dick slipped into sleep, the faint television buzz still leaking from the earplug in his lap. He had just begun drifting halfway into true sleep when Monica spoke his name once more. He answered with a flicker of impatience, asking what she wanted. She hesitated, urging him to forget it and drift off again. But he pressed her now, fully awake, insisting she finish the thought. She wondered aloud about old Mr. Denker, whether Todd was spending too much time with the man, whether the stories might be weighing the boy down. He gave a low chuckle, suggesting the worst horrors were probably something as dull as the Essen Motor Works falling short of quota. She stiffened slightly and turned over, the sheets whispering, apologizing for disturbing him. He laid a hand on her bare shoulder, then chose his next words with slow care. He admitted he had worried about Todd too, though not for the same reasons, and worry was worry all the same. She turned back, asking what troubled him. He told her his own boyhood had been nothing like the one he had given their son. His father, the neighborhood grocer, keeping a secret ledger he called the left-hand book, insisting the right hand of business must never learn what the left hand did or it would hack it clean off. She had never heard any of this before. He went on, confessing the old resentments that still lingered, the Goodwill trousers while neighbors received credit on sob stories, the grind to escape it all through grades and scholarships, and sheer refusal to repeat his father's life. The only extra money he had ever taken came once when he panicked over failing French. Only later did he learn his father had risked a neighbor's car to raise it. Now, with her and Todd, he had tried to give the boy every advantage so he could become a better man than he himself had been. The old saying about fathers wanting more for their sons had stopped seeming funny years ago. 10 years earlier, his father had suffered a minor stroke, and the entire neighborhood, Italians, Germans, even the newer black families, had quietly paid every hospital cent and kept the store running until he returned. Books balanced to the penny. His father had confessed afterward that the fear of dying alone and broke had left him. He believed he could at least die well. Dick fell silent for a long, thoughtful stretch, then explained how distance and time had finally let him see value in that hidden ledger. That was when his quiet worry for Todd had begun. He wanted the boy to understand life held more than material ease, yet the words had never come. Still, he suspected Todd already sensed it, and the thought eased something inside him. She connected it at once to the afternoon spent reading to Mr. Denker. Yes, he agreed. The old man could offer no payment, embodied every terror his own father had once carried, and there was Todd choosing to help anyway. She admitted she had never framed it quite that way. He noted how Todd grew quiet whenever the old man's name came up. She confirmed it, tongue-tied, almost embarrassed. He saw it as the same protective instinct his own father once showed. The right hand of family life kept carefully separate from whatever the left hand was doing. She asked again if he thought the time with Denker had grown excessive. He pointed to the grades. Any real trouble would surface there first, and after that single early slip they had stayed as strong as ever. With a conference looming at 9, he needed sleep, or he would be useless. She agreed gently, and as he rolled over, she kissed his shoulder blade and told him she loved him. He answered comfortably, eyes already closing, assuring her everything was fine and she worried too much. She conceded she did, wished him good night, and soon they both slept. In DeSander's kitchen, Todd heard the old man snap at him to stop staring out the window. Nothing out there worth seeing. He turned a sullen glare on him, history text open to the bright plate of Teddy Roosevelt, charging San Juan Hill, Cubans scattering before the horse's hooves, while that wide American grin promised divine certainty. Todd felt no such certainty. He asked if the old man enjoyed playing slave driver. DeSander answered that he preferred freedom and ordered him back to the book. Todd answered with a crude suggestion. The old man remarked that in his day, such language would have earned a mouth scrubbed with lye soap. Todd muttered that times changed. DeSander sipped bourbon and repeated the command. Todd accused him of being nothing but a rummy. Again, the order came. Frustration cracked open. Todd slammed the textbook shut with a rifle shot sound and declared he could never finish 50 pages by test day anyway. He would simply copy a crib sheet in study hall tomorrow. Desander's voice turned harsh and forbidding. Todd challenged who would stop him. The old man reminded him they were playing for stakes. The boy still failed to grasp, then asked if he imagined this endless pressure gave him pleasure. His tone rose, whipping and commanding, and he mimicked Todd's earlier vulgarity in a savage falsetto that sent dark heat flooding the boy's face. Todd shouted back that the old man actually liked it. The only time he stopped seeming like a dead-eyed zombie was when he rode Todd this hard. Desander pressed on. If caught with any crib sheet, who would be told first? Todd stared at his ragged, bitten nails and said nothing. The old man demanded the answer again. Todd finally muttered the guidance counselor, then his parents. Desander nodded and told him to study instead, to lock the material inside his head where it belonged. Todd said dully that he hated him, yet opened the book once more. Teddy Roosevelt grinned up at him, saber high, charging into the new century while Cubans fell back in disorder. Desander rocked slowly, cradling his teacup of bourbon, and murmured approval almost tenderly. On the last night of April, Todd experienced his first wet dream and woke to the secret whisper of rain moving through the leaves and branches outside his window. In the dream, he stood at the end of a long, low table inside one of the Patin laboratories. A lush young girl of startling beauty lay clamped down before him. Desander assisted, wearing only a white butcher's apron. When he turned to the equipment, Todd glimpsed the scrawny buttocks grinding like misshapen stones. The old man handed him a device he recognized at once, though he had never seen one. An electrically wired dildo with a polished metal tip that flashed under the fluorescence. Desander told him the Fuhrer approved. It was his reward for studying. Todd looked down and saw he was naked, his small penis rigid and angled outward from the thin peach down at his groin. He slid the device on. The fit was tight, yet slick with lubricant, the friction instantly delicious, then far more than that, pure delight. A strange shift settled over his thoughts, everything locking into perfect alignment, doors opening that he now intended to walk through. He took the red rubber bulb in his left hand, climbed onto the table with his knees, and paused only long enough to judge the angle, while his own erection pointed eagerly forward. In the background, Desander recited the parameters of Test Run 84. Electricity, sexual stimulus, metabolism, drawn from the decent theories of negative reinforcement. The subject, a young Jewish girl of approximately 16, unmarked, no known disabilities. When the metal tip first touched her, she cried out, and Todd found the sound deeply pleasing, just as he relished her helpless struggles to free herself or at least close her legs. He realized this was the part they could never print in the war magazines, yet it existed all the same. He thrust forward suddenly, parting her without grace. She shrieked like a living fireball. After her first violent thrashing, she lay perfectly still, simply enduring. The lubricated interior pulled and slid against him in exquisite rhythm. His fingers toyed with the red rubber bulb. Far away in the dream, Desander kept reciting. Pulse, blood pressure, respiration, alpha waves, beta waves, stroke count. As the pressure inside Todd built toward release, he went perfectly still and squeezed the bulb. The girl's eyes snapped open, bulging wide. Her tongue fluttered wildly. Arms and legs thrummed against the clamps. But the real violence was in her torso, arching, vibrating, every muscle tightening and convulsing, and the sensation at the peak was pure ecstasy, the end of the world thundering outside him. He woke to that same thunder and the steady whisper of rain. Curled tight on his side in the dark, heart hammering like a sprinter's, he felt the warm, sticky wetness across his lower belly. For one frozen second, pure panic flooded him. He was bleeding to death. Then understanding hit, and a sick, nauseated revulsion rolled through him. Semen. Come. Jizz. All the crude locker room words. Nothing he wanted. His hands curled into helpless fists. The dream climax replayed, now pale and senseless and terrifying, yet his nerves still tingled, slowly retreating from their spike. That final image lingered, disgusting yet compulsive, like biting into something tropical and impossibly sweet, only to realize a second too late it had gone rotten. Then the answer came to him with cold clarity. There was only one way to get himself back. He would have to kill Desander. Games were finished. Story time was over. This was survival. He whispered the words into the dark, rain pattering outside, semen cooling on his skin, and the sound of his own voice made the decision real. Desander always kept 3 or 4/5 of Ancient Age on the shelf above the steep cellar stairs. He would open the door, already half-crocked most nights, take 2 steps down, lean out, grip the shelf with one hand and the fresh bottle with the other. The cellar floor was hard-packed dirt, oiled every 2 months with Prussian efficiency to keep bugs away. Old bones snapped easily. Old men had accidents. The story he would tell afterward was simple. The old man hadn't answered the door, so he used the spare key, found the cellar open, went down and discovered the body. Then the tears would come. It would work. He would have himself back. For a long time, Todd lay awake listening to the thunder roll west over the Pacific and the secret hush of rain. He expected to stay awake, replaying every detail. But sleep took him only minutes later, dreamless, one fist curled under his chin. He woke on the 1st of May, fully rested for the first time in months. For Todd, that Friday stretched into the longest day of his life. He sat through class after class, hearing nothing, eyes fixed on the clock, waiting for the final 5 minutes when each teacher would pull out the small stack of flunk cards. Every time an instructor approached his desk with that stack, his blood turned to ice. Every time they passed him by, waves of dizziness and near hysteria washed over him. Algebra was the worst. Stormin came down the aisle, hesitated, and just as Todd braced for the card to land face down, the teacher laid it there. Todd stared at it, coldly empty inside. That's it, he thought. Point, game, set, match, unless Desander had another trick, and he doubted it. With no real curiosity, he flipped the card over. Both grade spaces were blank. In the comment section, Stormin had written that he was glad he didn't have to give 1 for real. The dizziness roared back harder, his head ballooning with helium. He gripped the desk edges until his knuckles whitened, repeating silently that he would not faint. Slowly the room steadied. An urge surged through him to chase Stormin down the aisle, spin him around, and jab the freshly sharpened pencil straight into his eyes. Through it all, his face stayed perfectly blank, only a faint tick fluttering in one eyelid. School let out 15 minutes later. Todd walked slowly around the building to the bike racks. Head down, hands deep in his pockets, books tucked under his right arm, deaf to the shouting and running of the other students. He dropped the books into the basket, unlocked the Schwinn, and pedaled straight toward Desander's house. Today, he thought. Today is your day, old man. Desander was already pouring bourbon into his teacup when Todd stepped into the kitchen. He greeted him with a mocking welcome, calling him the accused returning from the dock and asking how the verdict had gone. The old man wore his bathrobe and thick wool socks that climbed halfway up his shins, socks that would slide easily on linoleum. Todd glanced at the Ancient Age bottle. It was down to the last 3 fingers. He reported the results flatly. No D's, no F's, no flunk cards. He would still need to adjust a few June averages, but if he kept working, he would finish the quarter with all A's and B's. Desander assured him they would make certain of it, then announced they should celebrate. His speech carried the soft blur of heavy drinking, though nothing dramatic. Todd stayed ice cool. This was the day. Desander joked that the caviar and truffles hadn't arrived yet. Help was so unreliable, and offered Ritz crackers and Velveeta instead, adding with a grin that they had all been injected with prussic acid. Todd smiled back and said it was fine. He had stopped refusing the old man's food long ago. Desander thought a sealed letter waited with one of Todd's friends. There was none, of course, but the bluff still held. The old man stood, knee bumping the table hard enough to make him wince, and fetched the cheese, a knife, a plate, and the crackers. He set everything down, emptied the last of the bourbon into his cup, sipped, and smacked his lips. He remarked that Todd was unusually quiet. He had expected handsprings down the hall. Todd bit into a cracker and answered that he was still numb. DeSander offered him the rest of the afternoon off from studying. What would he like to talk about instead? His accent thickened with the drink, the one Todd had come to hate. Yet today, none of it touched him. He felt perfectly calm, almost cold. He looked at his own hands, the hands that would deliver the push, and they remained steady. DeSander examined the empty bottle, carried it to the wastebasket, then crossed to the cellar door. His wool socks whispered over the uneven linoleum. He said he would tell the story of an old man who was afraid instead. He opened the door. His back was to the table now. Todd rose without a sound. DeSander fumbled with the old wall switch, thick fingers clumsy, and finally clicked it on. He started down the first step with the careful balance of a veteran drunk. Todd glided across the kitchen, avoiding every squeak he had memorized long ago, stopping just behind him. The old man continued speaking, describing how the old man in the story had first disliked a certain clever boy who was, in a strange way, his friend. The boy's mother called him an apt pupil, and the old man had discovered it was true, though not in the way she imagined. At first there had been only dislike, then a reluctant enjoyment mixed with it, because each held the other in a mutual death grip of secrets. But lately, the old man had sensed the balance shifting. He was losing his leverage. On one sleepless night, he had realized he might need a new hold on the boy, for safety. DeSander released the railing and leaned out over the steep stairs toward the shelf. Todd stayed motionless, calculating the exact push that would break the grip. But the bone-deep cold inside him was already melting, replaced by a hot flush of anger and confusion. The old man kept talking as he reached for the fresh bottle. How he had risen from bed and sat at his desk working out, how cleverly he had tangled the boy in the very crimes the boy used as a weapon, how hard the boy had labored to raise his marks again, and how, once those marks were safe, the boy would have no further need for the old man to stay alive. And if the old man were dead, the boy would be free. DeSander turned around, holding the fresh bottle of ancient age by the neck. Todd watched him, every muscle locked. The old man spoke almost gently, admitting he had heard the chair scrape the instant Todd stood up. He was not as silent as he believed, not yet. Without a word, Todd stayed rooted. DeSander stepped back into the kitchen, closed the cellar door with a firm click, and settled into his rocker. He explained that the old man in his story had written everything down that same night, every detail from beginning to end, finishing near dawn with his arthritic hand throbbing yet feeling safer than he had in weeks. He had slept until mid-afternoon and nearly missed his favorite soap opera. Now in the chair, DeSander produced a worn jackknife with a yellow ivory handle and began slicing carefully around the bottle's seal. He went on. The next day, the old man had dressed in his best suit, visited the bank, spoken with an officer, and rented a safety deposit box. Only 2 keys existed, one for him, one for the bank. Both were required to open it. No one else could use his key without a signed, notarized letter from him, except in one case. DeSander smiled toothlessly into Todd's white, rigid face. That exception came with death. Then the box would be opened in front of a bank official and an IRS representative, its contents inventoried. In this case, they would find nothing but a 12-page document, non-taxable but extremely interesting. Todd's hands crept together and locked. He protested in a stunned, disbelieving voice that DeSander could not possibly do such a thing. The old man answered kindly that he already had. Todd's voice cracked into an agonized howl. "You're old. You could die any time." DeSander rose, took down a small jelly glass from the cupboard, cartoon characters dancing around the rim that Todd had grown up watching, and wiped it ceremonially with a dish towel. He set the glass in front of Todd and poured a finger of bourbon. Todd muttered that he did not drink. That drinking was for cheap stew bums like him. DeSander insisted it was a special occasion and lifted his own cup. They clinked. He toasted long life to both of them and tossed the bourbon back, then rocked with laughter until he began choking. His face turned brick red as coughs and laughter tangled together. Scared, Todd jumped up and clapped him hard on the back until the fit passed. DeSander thanked him and told Todd to drink. It would do him good. Todd swallowed. The liquor tasted like cold medicine laced with fire and left him shuddering. He said he could not believe anyone drank that poison all day and suggested the old man quit both drinking and smoking. DeSander's concern for Todd's welfare was equally touching. He pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes and advised the boy to give up cycling. Too many accidents at busy intersections. Todd burst out with a savage suggestion that DeSander go fuck himself. The old man laughed again and poured more bourbon, reminding him they were already fucking each other. Hadn't he noticed? About a week later, Todd sat on a disused mill platform in the old train yard, chucking cinders one at a time across the rusty, weed-choked tracks. The logical part of him answered the question first. There was no reason not to kill DeSander anyway. Sooner or later, the old man would die. His habits made it likely sooner. Whether Todd did it or nature did, the document would surface. At least he could enjoy wringing the vulture's neck, yet sooner or later defied logic. Maybe it would be later. Cigarettes or no, booze or no. The old bastard was tough. He had lasted this long. A fuzzy snort rose from beneath the platform. Todd jumped up, scattering the cinders in his hand. The snort came again. He paused on the edge of flight, but nothing followed. Far off, 8 lanes of freeway traffic glittered like hard-shelled beetles above the junk-strewn cul-de-sac. Nothing moved down here but a few birds and whatever had made the sound. He bent cautiously, hands on knees, and peered underneath. A wino lay among yellow weeds, empty cans, and dusty bottles, somewhere between 30 and 400, wearing a vomit-cake t-shirt, oversized green pants, and cracked gray work shoes that gaped like open mouths. He smelled exactly like DeSander's cellar. The red-laced eyes opened slowly and stared at Todd with bleary indifference. Todd thought of the Swiss Army knife in his pocket, the angler model he had bought in Redondo Beach. The clerk's voice echoed, "You couldn't pick a better knife, son. We sell $1,500 a year." The wino asked for a dime to reach L.A., then dropped his voice to a confidential whisper and offered a blowjob for $1. Todd's hand closed around the knife. In his mind, he saw DeSander's jackknife slitting the bourbon seal. A moment later, he realized he had an erection. Cold terror flooded him. He pulled out a handful of coins. 2 quarters, 2 nickels, a dime, some pennies, and flung them at the wino before fleeing. June 1975. Todd Bowden, now 14, pedaled up DeSander's walk and parked the Schwinn on its kickstand. The L.A. Times lay on the bottom step. He picked it up. The neat little signs, Arthur Denker and no solicitors, still guarded the bell, but he no longer needed it. He had his key. Somewhere nearby, a lawn boy popped and burped. He glanced at the grass and noted it needed cutting. He would have to remind the old man to hire a boy with a mower. DeSander forgot small things more often now. Maybe age, maybe the bourbon pickling his brain. Such thoughts no longer felt strange to Todd. He had many adult thoughts these days, and most of them were not pleasant. He let himself in. The usual instant of cold terror hit when he saw DeSander slump sideways in the rocker, cup on the table beside a half-empty bottle, a cigarette burned to gray lace in a mayonnaise jar lid. The old man's mouth hung open, face yellow, big hands dangling limp. He did not seem to be breathing. Todd spoke sharply, "Rise and shine." Relief washed through him as DeSander twitched, blinked, and sat up. The old man asked if it was already him, so early. Todd explained they had been let out early on the last day of school. He pointed to the cigarette ash and warned that one day DeSander would burn the house down. The old man answered indifferently, fumbled out another cigarette, lit it, and launched into a long coughing fit that made Todd wince. When the spasm eased, DeSander asked to see the report card. Todd handed it over. The old man held it at arm's length and read the marks aloud. English A, American History. A, Earth Science B+, Your Community and UA. Primary French B-, Beginning Algebra B. He set it down and said they had saved Todd's bacon. Would any averages still need changing in June? Todd answered only French and algebra, no more than 8 or 9 points total. He did not think any of this would ever come out, and he guessed he owed that to DeSander. He was not proud of it, but it was the truth. So thanks. DeSander called the speech touching and started coughing again. Todd said he probably would not be coming around much anymore. DeSander stopped coughing at once and asked politely why not. Todd explained the family was leaving for Hawaii on June 25th for a month. In September, he would start at the school across town because of the busing. DeSander mentioned the Schwartzen and said the country had worried about them for 20 years, but they both knew the solution, didn't they? He smiled toothlessly. Todd felt the old sickening lift and drop in his stomach. Terror, hate, and a dark urge so awful it belonged only in his dreams. He told DeSander he planned to go to college someday and had already decided on a major, history. DeSander began, admirable. He who will not learn from the past is... Todd told him to shut up. DeSander obeyed at once, hands folded in his lap, watching with calm patience that told Todd the old man was simply waiting for the rest. Todd blurted that he could retrieve the letter from his friend, let DeSander read every word, then burn it on the spot. If the old man would take the document out of his safety deposit box and destroy it too. DeSander let out a long, rueful sigh and said Todd still failed to grasp the situation. Never had from the first day. Part of it was because he was young, but not all. Even then, he had been an old boy at heart. The true problem was that absurd American confidence of his, the kind that never paused to weigh consequences. Not then, not now. Todd started to argue, but DeSander lifted a hand like the oldest traffic cop in the world and cut him off. He said Todd could walk out right now, never return, nothing could stop him. Enjoy Hawaii while he sat here in the hot, grease-scented kitchen, wondering if the riots would flare again in Watts this summer. He could no more prevent Todd from leaving than he could stop the slow creep of age. He fixed Todd with an unblinking stare, until Todd had to look away. DeSander went on that deep down. He felt no liking for the boy. Nothing could change that. Todd had forced his way in, an uninvited guest who had pried open crypts better left sealed. Some of the bodies inside still breathed. Todd himself was tangled in the same snare, yet he felt no pity. The boy had made his bed. Respect, though, yes, a little respect had grown, so do not test it by demanding explanations twice. They could burn both papers here in the jar lid and still be exactly where they stood now. Todd said he did not understand. DeSander explained that was because Todd had never once considered what he had set in motion. If they burned the documents tonight, how would he know Todd had not made copies first? The library Xerox cost a nickel. For $1, the boy could wallpaper 20 blocks with death warrants. And how would Todd know he had not done the same? 2 copies, 1 burned, 1 left behind. Todd felt his skin flush hot. Suddenly he remembered being 7 or 8, crawling through a culvert under the old freight bypass road with a friend. The friend had slipped through easily, but Todd had wedged tight when an L.A.-bound truck rumbled overhead, shaking the metal pipe with a low, sinister vibration. Panic had flooded him. He had cried, thrashed, and finally fought free only to faint on the other side. Sander had just shown him a betrayal so simple it had never crossed his mind. He forced the heat down. He would not cry. Sander continued. Even with some neutral third party, doubt would always remain. The trap had no exit. Todd felt the same suffocating pressure he had known in the covert. Earth and stone pressing down, no one to shout for. The room grayed at the edges. He would not faint. He dragged himself back. Sander took a long swallow and said there were two more things. First, if any of it ever surfaced, Todd's punishment would be light, probably never even printed in the papers. He had once threatened reform school when he himself was terrified the boy might break, but he had never believed it. In this country, killers received a slap and walked free. Still, the scandal could ruin a life just the same. Records lasted, whispers multiplied. The older Todd grew, the worse his silence would look. Today, people would shrug and say he was only a child. In high school, it would be disaster. In college, catastrophe. Starting a career, total ruin. Todd stayed silent. Sander nodded, satisfied, and went on. Second, he did not believe the letter had ever existed. Todd fought to keep his face blank, but the shock must have shown. Sander studied him the way a man who had questioned thousands studied a fresh face. Todd felt stripped naked, skull turned to glass. Sander said he had asked himself who the boy would trust with something so dangerous. The answer came back empty. He had weighed the odds many times. He knew Todd well enough to doubt any letter weighted anywhere, yet the chance he was wrong had kept him cautious. Strange how the older a man grew, with less and less to lose, the more careful he became. He looked at Todd hard and said one last thing. Then the boy could leave if he wished. While he doubted the letter, Todd must never doubt the document. It existed. If he died today or tomorrow, everything would come out. Todd answered that left him with nothing and gave a short, dazed laugh. Didn't the old man see? Sander replied. There was still time. Years would pass. Todd's leverage would shrink while his own grew. Nothing stayed frozen. One day, if he lived long enough, the knowledge would no longer matter, and he would burn the paper. Todd protested that anything could happen before then. Accidents, illness. Sander only shrugged. That what would be would be. Todd stared for a long, hollow time. There had to be a flaw, some hidden door. But all he felt was the black weight of the years ahead, an anvil hanging unseen above his head. By high school graduation, Sander would be 81 and still not safe. College, 85. Graduate school, 87. The old man might never feel safe. No, Todd said thickly. He could not live with that. Sander answered gently, the first word carrying a faint, terrible emphasis that turned Todd's blood cold. My boy, you must. Todd's tongue thickened until it threatened to choke him. He wheeled and blundered out of the house. Sander watched the boy stumble away with no expression at all. When the door slammed and the running footsteps ended, meaning the bicycle had been mounted, he lit a cigarette. Of course, no safety deposit box existed, no document. But the boy believed with every fiber of his being he was safe. It was ended. But it was not ended. That night, they both dreamed of murder and woke in a tangle of terror and dark exhilaration. Todd woke with the familiar warm stickiness coating his lower belly, heart hammering, the dream still flickering behind his eyes like bad film. Sander, too old for such bodily betrayals, rose and put on the cheap SS uniform that had begun to fray at the seams. He lay down again, waiting for his racing heart to slow. In the dream, He had finally reached the camp at the crest of the hill. The wide gate rolled open, then clanged shut behind him on its steel track. Both gate and fence hummed with electricity. His naked pursuers hurled themselves against the wires in wave after wave. He had strutted back and forth, chest out, cap tilted at the perfect angle, laughing while the high, sweet smell of burning flesh rose into the black air. He woke in Southern California thinking of jack-o'-lanterns and the night when vampires hunted the blue flame. 2 days before the family was to fly to Hawaii, Todd returned to the abandoned train yard where passengers had once boarded for San Francisco, Seattle, and Las Vegas, and older travelers had taken the trolley to Los Angeles. It was nearly dusk when he arrived. On the freeway curve 900 yards away, most cars now showed their parking lights. Though the evening stayed warm, he wore a light jacket. Tucked into his belt beneath it rested a butcher knife wrapped in an old hand towel. He had bought the knife in one of the big discount stores ringed by endless parking lots. Todd stood under the platform where the wino had lain the month before. His mind spun uselessly, turning through nothing but shades of black on black. What he found was the same man or one, just like him. They all looked the same. He called out cheerfully, asking if the man wanted money. The wino rolled over, blinking up at Todd's bright, sunny grin, and started to smile back. In that instant, the butcher knife flashed down, whickering through the stubbled right cheek. Blood sprayed warm across Todd's hand. He saw the chrome blade glint inside the opening mouth, then snag for a heartbeat at the left corner of the lips, yanking them into a grotesque, lopsided grin before the knife itself carved the smile wider, hollowing the face like a Halloween pumpkin. He stabbed 37 times and kept perfect count, including the first stroke that turned the tentative smile into a grisly slash. After the fourth thrust, the wino stopped trying to scream. After the sixth, he stopped trying to crawl away. Todd wriggled all the way under the platform and finished the work in the close dark. On the ride home, he dropped the knife into the river. His pants were stiff with blood. He ran them through the washing machine on cold. Faint stains remained when they came out, but that did not worry him. They would fade in time. The next morning, his right arm would barely lift to shoulder height. He told his father he had strained it throwing pepper with the guys in the park. Dick ruffled his hair and said it would loosen up in Hawaii, and it did. By the time the family returned, the arm worked as good as new. It was July again. DeSander stood at the bus stop in one of his 3 suits, not the best, waiting for the last local of the night. The clock had passed 10:45. He had just come from a light, frothy comedy that left him in excellent spirits, the same mood that had held since the morning mail. A postcard had arrived from the boy, glossy color shot of Waikiki Beach with gleaming white high-rises in the background. On the reverse, a short note said he had been swimming every day. His dad had caught a big fish. His mom was catching up on her reading. Joke. Tomorrow they were visiting a volcano, and he would try not to fall in. And he hoped the old man was staying healthy. DeSander was still smiling faintly at the careful wording of that last line when a hand brushed his elbow. A voice asked if he could spare a dime. DeSander turned, already wary. Muggers worked even quiet streets like Santo Donato, then recoiled at the stench of beer, bad breath, old sweat, and liniment. The creature wore baggy pants, a stained flannel shirt, and cracked loafers held together with filthy tape. Its face looked like the death of God. It repeated that it needed one more dime for the express bus to L.A. A job waited there, a real opportunity, and it would not have asked otherwise. DeSander frowned at first, then felt his smile return. He asked if a bus ride was truly what the man wanted. When the wino answered with a sickly grin, DeSander proposed something better. Ride home with him, have a drink, a meal, a bath, and a bed. All he asked in return was a little conversation. He was an old man who lived alone. Company was sometimes welcome. The drunk's grin widened, healthy now that he understood. An old, rich, queer-looking slum. DeSander gave a polite smile and suggested the man sit well away from him on the bus. The smell was strong. The wino muttered something about maybe not wanting to stink up the place after all. But Sander heard the diesel drone of the approaching local and pressed a quarter, the exact fare, into the grimy palm. He told the man to get off one stop after him, walk back 2 blocks, and meet him on the corner. In the morning, he would see what he could spare, perhaps $2, maybe even $5. The wino brightened at the higher number. Sander strode a few paces away without looking back. The bum stood undecided as headlights swept over the rise. He was still frowning at the quarter when the old man boarded. At the last second, the drunk reversed course and climbed on, dropping the coin into the box with the expression of a man betting his last dollar on a long shot. He passed Sander without a glance, took a seat at the rear, and dozed. When he jerked awake, the rich old queer was gone. He stepped off at the next stop, unsure if it was the right one and not really caring, then walked back 2 blocks. A dim shape waited under the streetlight. It was the old man, standing at attention. For a single cold instant, the bum felt a flicker of unease, an urge to turn and forget the whole thing. Then the old man gripped his arm, surprisingly strong, and said it was good the man had come. The house was just down the street, not far. The bum allowed himself to be led and suggested maybe even $10. Sander agreed that was possible and gave a soft laugh. Who knew? The bicentennial year arrived. Todd came by 6 times between his return from Hawaii in the summer of 1975 and the family trip to Rome as the parades, flags, and tall ships reached their peak. The visits stayed quiet, almost comfortable. They passed the hours in long silences more than talk. The few words exchanged so ordinary they would have bored any listener to sleep. He mentioned seeing a girl named Angela Farrow off and on. Not that he cared much for her, but she was the daughter of one of his mother's friends. The old man described taking up rug braiding because he had read it, helped arthritis, then showed several finished pieces. Todd examined them politely and said they looked well made. The boy had grown 2 inches, hadn't he? Sander had cut back on cigarettes because they set off terrible coughing fits now. School felt challenging, yet exciting. He had earned all A's and B's, reached the state finals with a solar power project, and was now considering anthropology instead of history for college. The lawn this year was being cut by Randy Chambers down the street. A decent kid, though rather fat and slow. During that same stretch, Sander ended 3 more winos in his kitchen. He had been approached at the downtown bus stop some 20 times, made his drink, dinner, bath, and bed offer on 7 of those nights, been refused twice, and watched 2 others simply walk off with the quarters he handed them for fare. After thinking it over, he solved the problem by buying a book of bus coupons, $2.50 for 15 rides, impossible to trade at liquor stores. Lately, on the hottest days, an unpleasant smell rose from the cellar. He kept every door and window tightly shut until the heat broke. Todd had spotted a wino sleeping off a drunk in an abandoned drainage, culvert behind a vacant lot on Ciénaga, way back in December during Christmas break. He had stood there a long time, hands deep in his pockets, trembling as he stared. 6 times over the next 5 weeks he returned to the lot, wearing his light jacket zipped halfway to hide the Craftsman hammer tucked in his belt. On the first day of March, he found the man again, or one just like him, and it hardly mattered. He started with the hammerhead, then at some point, everything had gone red and swimming, switched to the claw end, and obliterated the face. For Kirk Sander, the winos had become a half-cynical offering to gods he had finally acknowledged again. And they were fun. They made him feel vividly alive. He had begun to realize the years in Santo Donato before the boy appeared on his doorstep, before those big blue eyes and that wide American grin, had simply been years of growing old, ahead of schedule. He had arrived here just past his mid-60s. Now he felt considerably younger. The notion of appeasing gods would have startled Todd at first, yet it might eventually have made sense to him. After stabbing the wino beneath the train platform, he had braced for nightmares that would grow worse, perhaps drive him mad. He had expected crushing guilt that would force a blurted confession or push him to end his own life. Instead, he had flown to Hawaii with his parents and enjoyed the finest vacation of his life. He began high school that September, feeling strangely renewed, as though a different person had slipped inside his skin, things that had barely registered since childhood. The first clean light after dawn, the ocean off the fish pier, the exact moment streetlights flickered on at dusk, now struck him with bright, electroplated clarity. He tasted life on his tongue like wine straight from the bottle. After he first saw the stew bum in the culvert, but before he killed him, the nightmares returned. The worst one always started the same. He burst through the front door after school, calling out a cheerful greeting, only to freeze at the sight of the dead wino slumped in the raised breakfast nook, puke-stained clothes, blood streaked across the bright tiles and stainless counters, bloody handprints on the pine cupboards. His mother on the fridge board said she had run to the store and would be back by 3:30. The sunburst clock read 3:20. He tried frantically to clean everything, screaming at the corpse to leave, but the wino only lolled there grinning at the ceiling while fresh blood welled from the stab wounds. He grabbed the mop and sloshed it wildly across the floor, spreading the mess, and just as his mother's station wagon turned into the driveway, he realized the dead face belonged to Desander. He woke drenched and gasping, fists knotted in the sheets. But once he found the wino in the culvert again and used the hammer, those dreams stopped. He understood he might have to kill again, perhaps several times. It was unfortunate, yet their time as useful human beings had passed, except for what they could still give him. Like everyone else, he was simply adjusting his life to suit his own needs as he grew older. Really, he was no different from anybody. You made your own way. If you wanted to get along, you did it alone. That fall, in his junior year, he played varsity tailback for the Santo Donato Cougars and earned all conference honors. In the second quarter, he won the American Legion Patriotic Essay Contest, open to every city high school student taking American history. His paper was titled, An American's Responsibility. During baseball season, he pitched for the school team, 4 wins and no losses, batting .361. At the awards assembly in June, he was named Athlete of the Year and given a plaque by Coach Haynes, the same man who had once pulled him aside and advised him to keep working his curve because none of those other players could hit one. When he phoned home to tell his mother, Monica burst into tears. Dick strutted around the office for 2 full weeks trying not to brag. That summer, they rented a cabin in Big Sur for 2 weeks. Todd snorkeled until he could barely stand. During the same year, he killed 4 more derelicts, 2 stabbed, 2 bludgeoned. He had started wearing 2 pairs of pants on what he now openly called hunting expeditions. Sometimes he rode city buses searching for likely ground. The richest spots were the Santo Donato Mission for the Indigent on Douglas Street and the block around the Salvation Army on Euclid. He would stroll slowly, waiting to be approached. When a wino asked for money, he would say he wanted a bottle of whiskey. If the man bought it, they could share, and he knew a place. The place changed every time, of course. He fought the urge to return to the train yard or the Cienega Way culvert. Revisiting old scenes would have been stupid. In that same year, Desander smoked less, drank Ancient Age, and watched television. Todd still dropped by now and then, but their talks grew drier each time. They were drifting apart. Desander turned 79 that year, the same year Todd reached 16. The old man remarked that 16 was the best year for a young man, 41 for a man in his prime, and 79 for an old one. Todd nodded politely. Desander had been quite drunk and cackled in a way that left Todd distinctly uneasy. During Todd's 1976-77 academic year, Desander had disposed of 2 winos. The second had been far more lively than he looked. Even after Desander got him soddenly drunk, the man had staggered around the kitchen with the handle of a steak knife protruding from the base of his neck, blood pouring down his shirt and onto the floor. The wino rediscovered the front hall after 2 reeling circuits and nearly made it out the door. DeSander had stood frozen in the kitchen, eyes wide with disbelief, watching the man grunt and lurch toward escape, bouncing off the walls and knocking cheap Currier and Ives prints to the floor. His paralysis held until the wino's fingers actually closed on the doorknob. Then he bolted to the utility drawer, snatched the meat fork, and ran down the hall with it held before him like a bayonet. He drove the tines deep into the man's back. He stood over the body panting, his old heart racing so violently he thought it might burst. The same frantic rhythm he sometimes heard on the Saturday night program Emergency. But at last the beat slowed and steadied, and he knew he would be all right. There had been a great deal of blood to clean up. That had happened 4 months earlier. Since then, he had not made his offer at the downtown bus stop once. The near disaster had frightened him. Yet when he remembered how he had stopped the man at the very last second, a fierce pride rose inside him. In the end, the wino had never reached the door, and that was the only thing that mattered. In the fall of 1977, during the first quarter of his senior year, Todd joined the Rifle Club. By June of 1978, he had qualified as a marksman. He made all-conference in football again, won 5, and lost 1 on the baseball diamond. The single loss the result of 2 errors and an unearned run, and posted the 3rd highest merit scholarship score in the school's history. He applied to Berkeley and was accepted at once. By April, he knew he would finish either valedictorian or salutatorian, and the difference mattered to him more than he could explain. He wanted the top spot with a hunger that surprised even him. During the second half of that senior year, an odd impulse began to visit him, one that frightened him precisely because it made so little sense. He felt firmly in control of it, and that steadied him. Yet the mere fact that the thought existed at all left him uneasy. He had struck a bargain with life. He had arranged everything. His days felt like his mother's bright kitchen. Chrome formica, stainless steel, every button working exactly as it should. Of course, there were deep cupboards in that kitchen, but their doors stayed shut, and the darkness inside stayed hidden. This new urge reminded him of the old dream in which he walked into that same clean, sunlit space and found the dead, bleeding wino sprawled across the breakfast nook. It was as though, inside the orderly kitchen of his mind, some dark and bloody intruder had lurched in and was now shambling about, looking for a conspicuous place to die. A quarter-mile from the Bowden house, the 8-lane freeway ran past a steep, brushy embankment, thick with cover. His father had given him a Winchester. 30-point for Christmas, complete with a removable telescopic sight. During rush hour, when all 8 lanes jammed solid, he could lie on that bank. And, why, he could easily do what? End everything he had spent 4 years building? The idea was laughable, suicidal, ridiculous. Yet the impulse refused to leave. One Saturday, a few weeks before graduation, Todd emptied the tidy Mimagos. 30 Mimagos. 30. Cased it and laid it in the back seat of his father's new, used Porsche. His parents had taken the station wagon to Los Angeles for the weekend. Dick had meetings with the Hyatt people about a new Reno hotel. Todd's heart knocked hard against his ribs, and his mouth filled with sour electric spit as he worked his way down the brushy grade with the case rifle in his arms. He settled behind a fallen tree, uncased the Winchester, and rested the barrel on a convenient branch. He snugged the butt plate into his shoulder, peered through the scope, and felt the dry, hot pounding in his temples sharpen into something almost pleasurable. "Stupid," his mind shouted. "Someone sees you up here with a rifle, loaded or not, and you're finished." But the mid-morning traffic was light. He settled the crosshairs on a woman in a blue Toyota, her window half open, the collar of her sleeveless blouse fluttering. He centered on her temple and dry-fired. The Toyota vanished beneath the underpass half a mile away. He swallowed around a metallic lump in his throat. A man in a Subaru Brat pickup rolled into view. Gray beard, Padres cap. Todd whispered a movie line and a soft giggle and dry-fired again. He picked off 5 more cars the same way, each impotent snap of the hammer breaking the spell at the last instant. Then he cased the rifle, crouched low on the climb, back up, stowed it in the Porsche, and drove home. In his room, he masturbated with the dry heat still drumming behind his eyes. The Stobum wore a ragged reindeer sweater, so out of place in Southern California it looked surreal. His seaman's jeans were torn at both knees, exposing scabby white flesh. He raised the jelly glass, Fred and Wilma, Barney and Betty dancing around the rim in some grotesque cartoon fertility rite, tossed back the ancient age, and smacked his lips for the final time. DeSander stood behind him and agreed that a drink in the evening always hit the spot, then drove the butcher knife straight into the back of the man's neck. There was a wet ripping sound like a drumstick being torn from a roasted chicken. The glass tumbled from the Stubum's fingers, rolled across the red and white oilcloth. Cartoon figures seeming to dance faster with the motion. The man threw his head back trying to scream. Only a thin whistle escaped. His eyes bulged. Then his head thumped forward onto the table. His upper plate slid halfway out of his mouth like a half-detached grin. DeSander yanked the knife free, both hands needed, then crossed to the sink already filled with hot water, lemon fresh joy, and supper dishes. The blade vanished into the citrus-scented suds. He returned to the table, rested one hand on the dead man's shoulder while a cough rattled through him, and spat yellow-brown phlegm into his handkerchief. He had been smoking too much again. He always did when he was working up to another one. Still, this had gone smoothly, very smoothly. After the mess with the last wino, he had feared he might be pushing his luck, but the fear was gone now. If he hurried, he could still catch the second half of Lawrence Welk. He opened the cellar door, flicked on the light, fetched a green plastic garbage bag from under the sink, and shook it out on his way back. Blood had sheeted across the oilcloth, pooled in the wino's lap, and run onto the faded linoleum. It would be on the chair too, but everything would clean. He grabbed the dead man by the hair, yanked his head up, and pulled the bag down over it and the shoulders to the elbows. That was as far as it would reach. He unbuckled the frame belt, wrapped it tight around the plastic just above the elbows, and buckled it. Then he seized the belt and dragged the corpse toward the cellar stairs. Something white clicked onto the floor, the upper plate. DeSander scooped it up and stuffed it into one of the wino's front pockets. He positioned the body in the doorway so the head lolled backward onto the second step, then climbed around it and delivered 3 solid kicks. The corpse slithered bonelessly down the stairs, flipped once, and landed with a heavy thud on the packed dirt. One hush puppy flew off. DeSander made a mental note to retrieve it later. He descended, stepped around the body, and chose the spade from the neat row of tools. A little exercise was good for an old man. It kept him young. The smell down here was unpleasant but familiar. He limed the place regularly and ran the fan upstairs on still hot days. He measured out a rectangle 2.5 feet by 6 and began to dig. He had reached 2 feet, half deep enough, when the first paralyzing pain exploded in his chest like a shotgun blast. His eyes flew wide. The pain rolled down his left arm, an invisible hand crushing every vessel. The spade tumbled sideways. His knees buckled. For one terrible second, he was certain he would topple forward into the open grave. Somehow he staggered backward 3 paces and dropped onto the workbench with a heavy plop. He sat there with a look of stupid surprise on his face, head hanging between his knees, gasping. 15 minutes dragged past. The pain eased slightly, but he did not trust his legs. For the first time, he understood every truth of old age. He had so far been spared, and terror rose in his throat. Death had brushed him here in the dank cellar. It might still come back for him. He would not die down here if he could help it. He stood, arms crossed tight over his chest, as if holding fragile machinery in place, and shuffled across the open floor. His left foot caught the wino's outstretched leg, and he went to his knees with a small cry. Fresh pain flared in his chest. He looked up the steep stairs, 12 of them, to the mocking square of kitchen light far above. Grimly, he began to climb, counting each riser aloud. It took 20 minutes. Twice the pain threatened to return, and both times he paused with eyes closed, waiting to see whether this was the end. Both times it faded again. He crawled across the kitchen floor, avoiding the congealing blood, reached the table, and took a long swallow from the ancient age bottle. Something cinched tight inside his chest loosened a fraction. The pain receded further. After 5 more minutes, he worked his way slowly down the hall to the telephone on its small table. At 9:15, the phone rang in the Bowden house. Todd sat cross-legged on the couch, running over trig notes, the one subject that still fought him. Across the room, his father pored over checkbook stubs with a calculator, wearing a look of mild disbelief. Monica, nearest the phone, was watching the James Bond movie Todd had taped from HBO. She answered, frowned faintly, and held the receiver out to Todd. It was Mr. Denker. He sounded excited or upset. Todd's heart slammed upward into his throat, even as his face stayed carefully neutral. He took the phone and said, "Hello." DeSander's voice came harsh and barking through the receiver, telling Todd he understood the boy could not speak freely, but must listen anyway. He could not call an ambulance or even dial emergency, not yet because of the mess downstairs. He needed help, which meant Todd needed it too. Todd kept his face perfectly calm, even as his heart hammered past 120 beats a minute. He had always known a night like this would arrive. The knowledge had simply waited. He answered that he understood. Voice level. DeSander instructed him to tell his parents an important letter had come. Nothing more. Todd said he would handle it, then hung up while the old man was still talking. He turned to his parents and said he was heading over to Mr. Denker's for a while. Could he bring anything back from the store? His father joked about pipe cleaners and fiscal responsibility. His mother asked if everything was all right. Mr. Denker had sounded strange. Todd zipped his letter jacket and explained the old man had received a letter from a nephew in Germany, the first in years, and his eyes were too bad to read it himself. His mother's faint worry lingered, so he added that the usual boy who read to Denker must not have been available this late. She told him to be careful and to give the old man their regards. Todd blew her a kiss, stepped into the garage, and swung onto his racing bike instead of taking the Porsche. He needed the extra minutes of night air to steady himself. As he pedaled away, reflector patch flashing above his knee and long hair streaming back, a wild urge surged through him to go back inside, take the 30 minus 30 minus 1030 minus 30 and empty it into both his parents before riding down to the freeway embankment and shooting until the magazine ran dry. No more DeSander, no more nightmares, no more winos, just one bullet left for himself. Reason clamped down hard. He kept riding toward the old man's house. The moment he stepped through the kitchen doorway, the word burst out of him almost as a scream. Holy Christ! Blood was everywhere, pooled on the table, soaking the empty chair, streaked across the linoleum. DeSander slumped on his elbows, china cup between them, sweat beading on his forehead. Todd's feet finally unlocked and he moved, asking in a shout where the old man was bleeding. He had thought it was a heart attack. DeSander muttered that the blood was not his. Todd froze. The old man told him to go downstairs. He would see what needed doing. Todd understood at once and plunged down the cellar steps 2 at a time. In the weak yellow light, the shape on the floor looked like a bag of garbage, until he registered the protruding legs and the filthy hands pinned by a belt. Holy Christ, he whispered again, the words barely audible. He pressed the back of his hand to lips gone dry as sandpaper, closed his eyes for a single heartbeat, then opened them and felt control return. He moved. He spotted the spade handle jutting from a shallow hole in the far corner and grasped exactly what DeSander had been attempting when his heart seized. The cellar's thick reek rotting tomatoes hit him fully now. He fought his gorge, choking sounds muffled behind his palm, then forced himself steady. He seized the dead man's legs and dragged the body to the edge of the hole. Sweat skidded from his forehead. He stood perfectly still for a long moment, thinking harder than he ever had in his life. Then he grabbed a spade and deepened the grave to 5 feet. He rolled the corpse in with his foot, noticed one leg and a single hush puppy still protruding, and realized the other shoe was missing. A dull headache began to throb at his temples. He found the overturned shoe 5 feet away in the shadows, snatched it up, and threw it into the hole. He shoveled dirt back in, tamped it hard with the spade, then raked the surface to hide the fresh turning. It still looked like a grave, but no one would come down here. They would simply have to hope. He sprinted back upstairs. DeSander's elbows had slid wider, head sagging to the table, eyelids shiny purple. Todd shouted at him not to die. The old man answered without opening his eyes that he would be all right and asked if the downstairs work was finished. Todd snapped that he was handling it. DeSander told him to be quick. There was still the kitchen. Todd said he would like to feed the old man to pigs. He fetched a cleaner and rags from under the sink, scrubbed every streak and puddle on his hands and knees, biting his lips until they bled. When the floor and chair were clean, he carried the bloody rags to the box under the stairs, buried them at the bottom, and washed his hands in water so hot it scalded. DeSander's voice drifted from the table, weak but steady enough to give directions. Todd ignored him and went to the hallway phone. He dialed 222, gave his name and the address, and reported that his friend Mr. Denker had suffered a heart attack. The dispatcher asked for symptoms. As soon as Todd described the chest pain radiating down the left arm, the man said an ambulance would arrive in 10 to 20 minutes. Todd hung up and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, fighting the headache that drilled behind them. Something nagged at him, some detail left undone, something as obvious as the missing shoe, but the pain blurred it away. He shouted down the hall that the ambulance was coming. DeSander did not answer. Todd stood in the sudden quiet, listening to his own breathing and the faint tick of the kitchen clock, and wondered how many more nights like this one the rest of his life still held. Todd pressed his palms harder against his eyes until senseless starbursts flared, then dissolved into a bright red field. "Get hold of yourself," he thought. "Get down. Get cool." He opened his eyes, picked up the phone again, and dialed home. His mother answered, her voice soft and cultured, and for one frozen second he saw himself jamming the muzzle of the .30 Pybop 30 into her face and pulling the trigger. He told her it was him and asked for his father right away. She sensed the urgency at once and started to ask what was wrong, but he cut her off. The receiver clunked as she handed it over. He heard her repeating the news to Dick. When his father came on, Todd explained that Mr. Denker had suffered what looked like a heart attack and that he was still conscious. Dick asked if an ambulance had been called and whether Todd had dialed 222. Todd confirmed both, then asked his father to come over and wait with him because he was scared. Dick said he would be there in 4 minutes. Todd heard his mother saying something else as the line went dead. 4 minutes. 4 minutes to fix whatever had been left undone. 4 minutes to remember whatever had been forgotten. Or maybe nothing had been forgotten. Maybe it was only nerves. But he had called his father. That had been the natural thing, the expected thing. Still, something felt wrong. He suddenly realized what it was and bolted back into the kitchen with a low moan of self-disgust. DeSander's head lay on the table, eyes half open and sluggish. Todd shook him roughly, shouting for him to wake up. The old man stirred and asked if the ambulance had come. Todd demanded to know where the letter was, the important letter he was supposed to have been reading aloud when the heart attack hit. DeSander's mind was foggy. He muttered something about a letter from his old friend Willie Frankel, then trailed off. Todd's heart sank. He had told his parents the letter came from Germany. He could not read German. DeSander suggested the old letters upstairs in the dresser. 3rd drawer, small wooden box at the bottom, locked. But any page or two would do. Todd raced down the hall, paused at the front door to make sure the Porsche was not yet in sight, then took the stairs 2 at a time. He had never been in DeSander's bedroom before. The cheap dresser stood against one wall. He dropped to his knees and yanked the third drawer. It jammed halfway out. He wrenched harder. The entire dresser rocked forward and nearly toppled onto him before settling back. Socks and underwear spilled across his lap. He pawed through the remaining contents until his fingers closed on the wooden box. The lid would not budge. Headlights swept across the window outside. The distinctive throb of the Porsche's engine grew louder, then cut off. Todd lifted the box high and brought it down on the bedpost with all his strength. Wood splintered. The lock broke. Inside lay postcards. A locket. A folded photograph of a woman in black garters. An old billfold, several sets of ID, and at the bottom a small stack of airmail letters covered in tight German script. He snatched 3 sheets, shoved the rest back, and sprinted for the stairs. Halfway down, he realized the broken box still lay on the bed. He spun around, grabbed it, jammed it into the stubborn drawer, and kicked the drawer shut, just as his father's shoes rattled up the walk. He vaulted the banister, landed lightly, and hurried into the kitchen. The airmail pages he dropped onto the table and fanned slightly, as if they had been set down in haste. Then he opened the front door. Dick Bowden shouldered past him, asking where the old man was. Todd pointed toward the kitchen and followed. His father gave him a rough, embarrassed hug and told him he had done everything right. Todd answered modestly that he hoped he had remembered everything. In the rush that followed, the medics arriving with the stretcher, the ride to the hospital, almost no one paid attention to the letter. Dick picked it up briefly, glanced at the foreign writing, and set it down again when the ambulance crew came in. At the hospital, the doctor listened to Todd's account, offered a brisk commendation for his quick thinking, and confirmed that at 80 years old and with DeSander's habits, a heart attack was hardly surprising. Todd thanked him in a quiet voice and asked his father if they could go home. On the drive back, Dick kept saying how proud he was. Todd barely heard him. He was thinking about the 30 Michael, 30 again, about the clean, bright crosshairs and the way everything would feel if he simply stopped pretending. Morris Heisel had never planned to break his back. All he had meant to do was nail the loose corner of the rain gutter on the west side of his house. The thought of a shattered spine had been the furthest thing from his mind. He had already carried more than enough grief in one lifetime without adding that particular burden. Thank you very much. His first wife had died at 25. Both daughters were gone too. His brother had been killed in a car crash not far from Disneyland back in 1971. Now nearing 60, Morris contended daily with arthritis that had arrived early and grown aggressive warts on both hands that returned as fast as the doctor could burn them away, and migraines that struck like clockwork. In the last couple of years, the neighbor Rogan had taken to calling him Morris the Cat, a nickname that left Morris wondering aloud to his second wife, Lydia, how Rogan would enjoy being addressed as Rogan the Hemorrhoid. Lydia always told him to quit it. He could never take a joke, she said. She sometimes wondered how she had married a man with no sense of humor at all. They had gone to Las Vegas, she would announce to the empty kitchen as though addressing an invisible audience, seen Buddy Hackett, and Morris had not laughed once. Besides the arthritis, the warts, and the headaches, he had Lydia herself, who, God love her, had sharpened into something of a nag over the past 5 years, ever since her hysterectomy. So sorrows and problems already crowded his days. A broken back would have been one sorrow too many. Lydia appeared at the back door, wiping suds from her hands with a dish towel. She called up at him to come down off that ladder right now. He twisted to look at her from near the top of the aluminum stepladder, the bright yellow danger sticker glaring up from the step beneath his shoes. His carpenter's apron hung heavy with nails in one pocket and heavy-duty staples in the other. The ground beneath the ladder feet was uneven. The whole thing rocked slightly whenever he shifted. His neck already throbbed with the dull prelude to a migraine. He was out of temper. He asked what she wanted. She repeated that he should come down before he broke his back. The ladder was rocking like a boat. He answered sharply that he would come down when he was finished and told her to leave him alone. She went back inside, reiterating dolefully that he would break his back. 10 minutes later, as he hammered the final nail and leaned back near the point of overbalancing, a sudden feline yowl cut the air, followed by fierce barking. He glanced around in alarm. The ladder rocked harder. Their cat, Loverboy not Morris, tore around the corner of the garage, fur bushed into hackles, green eyes wide with terror. The Rogan's collie pup chased close behind, tongue lolling, leash dragging. Loverboy streaked under the ladder. The pup followed. Morris shouted at the dog to look out. The ladder tipped. The pup bumped it hard with his shoulder. The stepladder went over. Morris went with it, howling in dismay. Nails and staples sprayed from his apron. He landed half on the concrete driveway, half off, and a gigantic agony exploded through his back. He felt, rather than heard, the snap of his spine. Then the world grayed out. When awareness returned, he lay in the same spot, surrounded by scattered nails and staples. Lydia knelt over him, weeping. Rogan from next door stood nearby, face as white as a sheet. Lydia babbled that she had told him. She had told him to come down. Now look at this. Morris had no wish to look. A suffocating, throbbing band of pain cinched his middle like a belt. But worse, far worse, was the absolute absence of sensation below that line. Nothing, not the slightest twitch. He told her huskily to wail later and call the doctor now. Rogan volunteered and ran back to his own house. Morris wet his lips and spoke her name. Lydia bent closer. A tear splashed onto his cheek. It touched him, he supposed, but the flinch it caused sent fresh pain lancing through him. He told her he also had one of his migraines. She cooed poor darling, poor Morris, but he had warned her. The headache came because Rogan's dog had barked all night and kept him awake. Today the same dog chased his cat, knocked over his ladder, and now he thought his back was broken. Lydia shrieked. The sound made his skull vibrate. He wet his lips again. He said he had suspected something for many years. Now he was sure. There was no God. Then he fainted. They took him to Santo Donato. His doctor told him, around the hour he would normally have been sitting down to one of Lydia's wretched suppers, that he would never walk again. By then, they had fitted him into a body cast. Blood and urine samples had been drawn. Dr. Kimmelman had peered into his eyes and tapped his knees with a rubber hammer. No reflex answered. At every turn, Lydia hovered, tears streaming, using up one lace handkerchief after another. She had called her mother, who would arrive soon. She had called the rabbi, who would come soon too. She had called his boss, who sent sympathies but would not be there soon. Morris answered each announcement with polite murmurs. Nice, Lydia. Though if there was anyone on earth he truly loathed, it was Lydia's mother. And if there was anyone in her league, it was cigar-chewing Frank Haskell. At last they gave him a Valium and took Lydia away. Shortly afterward, Morris drifted off. No worries, no migraines, nothing. His last clear thought was that if they kept feeding him little blue pills like that, he might even climb back up that stepladder and break his back again. When he woke, or regained consciousness, dawn was just breaking, and the hospital lay quiet. He felt strangely calm, almost serene. No pain touched him. His body seemed swaddled and weightless. A framework of stainless steel bars, guy wires, and pulleys surrounded his bed like a squirrel cage. Cables held his legs suspended. Something beneath his back kept it bowed, though he could judge the angle only by the tilt of his vision. Others have it worse, he told himself. All over the world, others have it worse. In Israel, Palestinians kill busloads of farmers guilty only of wanting to see a movie. The Israelis answered by dropping bombs that killed children along with the guilty. Others have it worse than this. Not good, never good, but worse. He lifted his left hand with effort. Pain flickered somewhere distant in his body, but it stayed faint. The arm floated before his eyes, scrawny, old muscles wasting. The hospital Johnny had short sleeves. Faded blue numbers still showed on his forearm. P4999-65214. Worse things existed than falling off a suburban stepladder and waking paralyzed in a clean metropolitan hospital with Valium to bubble the troubles away. The showers had been worse. His first wife Ruth had died in one of their filthy chambers. The trenches that became mass graves had been worse. He could still see the men lined along the open pits, still hear the rifles, still watch them flop backward like broken puppets. The crematoriums had been worse, filling the air with the steady, sweet smell of Jews burning like unseen torches. The horror-struck faces of old friends and relatives had been worse, faces melting like guttering candles until they were gone. Where did a torch flame go when the wind blew it out? Heaven, hell, lights in the darkness, candles in the wind. If he had been Job, he would have asked where God had been. When Ruth died, when the daughters died, when the friends vanished. Watching the Yankees and Senators. If you can't pay attention to your business better than this, get out of my face. Yes, there were worse things than breaking your back, but what sort of God would allow this after everything else? A tear slipped from the corner of his eye and tracked slowly down to his ear. Outside the room, a bell rang softly. A nurse squeaked past on crepe-soled shoes. His door stood ajar. Across the corridor, he could read the partial sign NCIV. CAA, and guessed the rest read, Intensive Care. Movement stirred beside him, a rustle of bedclothes. He turned his head carefully to the right. A night table stood there with a pitcher of water and 2 call buttons. Beyond it lay another bed. In that bed rested a man who looked even older and sicker than Morris felt. No cage of bars surrounded him, but an IV stand rose beside the bed, and a monitoring console waited at the foot. The man's skin hung sunken and yellow. Deep lines scored his mouth and eyes. His hair was dry yellowish white. His thin eyelids looked bruised and shiny. Burst capillaries webbed his big drinker's nose. Morris looked away, then looked back. As the dawn strengthened and the hospital began to wake, a strange certainty grew in him that he knew this roommate. The man appeared to be 75 or 80, and Morris did not believe he knew anyone quite that old, except perhaps Lydia's mother, a horror he sometimes thought older than the Sphinx and closely resembling her. Yet the feeling persisted. Perhaps someone from the past, even before America, perhaps not. And why did it matter so suddenly? Why had all the memories of Patin, of the camp, flooded back tonight when he had spent decades burying them successfully? Gooseflesh broke across his arms. It felt as though he had stepped into some mental haunted house where old bodies remained unquiet and old ghosts still walked. Could that be true, even here in this clean hospital 30 years after those dark times ended? He looked away from the old man in the other bed. Soon sleep began to pull at him again. Morris Heisel lay in the half-light of the intensive care ward, telling himself the familiarity he felt toward the man in the neighboring bed was only a trick of his own mind. Nothing more. His thoughts had always amused him in strange ways when he was tired or hurting. They had done the same thing back in the camp, offering small, bitter jokes to keep the darkness from swallowing him whole. He refused to follow that line of memory any further. He would not allow it. Drifting toward sleep, he remembered a boast he had once made to Ruth, never to Lydia, who would have rolled her eyes and reminded him he had no sense of humor. He had told Ruth he never forgot a face. Here perhaps was his chance to test whether the claim still held. If he had once known this yellow-skinned old man, the when and where might surface in time. Very close to sleep, sliding back and forth across the threshold, The thought came, perhaps I knew him in the camp. That would be irony indeed, what they used to call a jest of God. What God? Morris asked himself once more and slipped under. Todd graduated, salutatorian of his class. The trig final he had been cramming for the night, the Sanders heart seized had pulled his course average down to 89, just shy of an A-, and the single point that cost him valedictorian. He accepted the silver medal with the same calm smile he had worn through every ceremony, every handshake, every photograph. Inside, he felt only a cold, precise anger at the unfairness of it all. A week after graduation, the Bowdens visited Mr. Denker at Santo Donato General. Todd endured 15 minutes of polite murmurs. Thank yous, how are you feelings, get well soons, before the man in the other bed called him over with an apologetic wave. Morris Heisel lay in a massive body cast, suspended in a web of pulleys and stainless steel bars. He introduced himself and explained he had broken his back. Todd answered gravely that it was too bad. Morris laughed softly at the understatement, then lifted a pale hand to wave away any apology. He asked if Todd's friend was very bad off. Todd glanced at DeSander. 80 now, the doctor said, and answered that he was doing fine, considering. Morris exclaimed at the age, then wondered aloud if the old man had been naturalized. Like himself, originally from Poland, from Radom, did Todd know what they called an orange manhole cover in Radom? Todd smiled and said no. Howard Johnson's, Morris told him, and they both laughed. DeSander looked over, frowning slightly at the sound, but Monica spoke and drew his attention back. Morris asked if Todd's friend was naturalized too. Todd confirmed he was from Germany, from Essen. Morris had never been to Essen, though he had been in Germany once. He wondered if the old man had been in the war. Todd said he really couldn't say, his eyes gone distant. Morris nodded. It was a long time ago. In 3 more years, people constitutionally eligible to be president would have been born after the war ended. To them, Dunkirk and Hannibal's elephants must seem equally ancient. He asked if Todd had been in the war. Todd said no, he had not. Morris called him a good boy for visiting 2 old men, and then said he was tired and might sleep. Todd wished him a speedy recovery and returned to DeSander's bedside. His parents were already preparing to leave. Dick kept glancing at his watch and announcing with bluff cheer how late it was getting. 2 days later, Todd returned alone. Morris slept deeply in his cage of wires and pulleys. Todd drew his chair close to DeSander's bed. You did well, DeSander said quietly. Did you go back to the house afterward? Todd confirmed he had burned the letter. He had worried someone might read German and notice dates or details that no longer fit. DeSander asked him to smuggle in something to drink next time. He missed the bourbon more than the cigarettes. But Todd cut him off. He would not be back. Not ever. They were quits. DeSander folded his hands across his chest and gave a smile that was almost gentle, the closest he could manage. He had thought as much. They would release him next week, or so they promised. The doctor laughed when asked how many years remained. 3 at most, probably 2. Still, he might surprise them all. Todd said nothing. DeSander waited, then asked what the boy had come to ask. Todd glanced at the sleeping man in the other bed, then leaned closer. He could smell the dry, papery scent that clung to DeSander now, the same scent that had always hung in the Egyptian room at the museum. He asked what DeSander had meant that night about him having first-hand experience with such matters. The old man had said it as though he knew. DeSander's smile widened slightly. He read the newspapers, he explained. Old men always did, though not the way the young did. Buzzards gathered at the ends of certain South American airport runways when the crosswinds turned treacherous. Old men read the Sunday papers the same way. A month ago, there had been a feature story. Is someone stoking Santo Donato's down and out, crude yellow journalism? The writer admitted the high death rate among the indigent, the frequent murders usually committed by one drunk against another over cards or cheap wine. Those killers confessed readily, filled with remorse. But these recent killings, stabbings, bludgeonings, remained unsolved. Even more troubling to the writer were the disappearances over the last few years. Some men vanished without collecting welfare or day labor checks. Could they be victims of this hypothetical wino killer? Victims never found? Titillation for Sunday morning? Nothing more. The writer called up old bogies, the Cleveland Torso murderer, Zodiac, the Black Dahlia's killer, Spring Heel Jack, Drivel. Still, it made DeSander think. He had asked himself if he knew anyone who might be responsible. Someone under the same strain he himself had felt these last years. Someone listening to old ghosts rattle their chains. And the answer had been yes. He knew Todd. Todd said he had never killed anyone. DeSander agreed mildly that perhaps he had not. Yet the boy had taken hold so well that night. The surprise had mostly been anger at being placed in danger by an old man's weakness. Was he wrong? Todd admitted he had been furious then and still was. He had covered it up only because DeSander held something that could destroy his life. DeSander shook his head. There was no document. Never had been. It had been a bluff, the same as Todd's story of a letter left with a friend. Todd had never written such a letter. No friend had ever held it. And DeSander had never written a word about their association. Now he laid his cards on the table. Todd had saved his life. Never mind that he acted only to protect himself. The speed and efficiency of it remained. He could not hurt the boy. He had looked death in the face, and it frightened him, but not as much as he had expected. There was no document. They were quits. Todd smiled. A strange, upward twist of the lips. A cold, sardonic light flickered in his eyes. Herr DeSander, he said softly, if only he could believe that. That evening, Todd walked down to the slope overlooking the freeway. He climbed to the fallen tree and sat on it. Twilight had just settled. The air stayed warm. Headlights flowed below in long yellow chains. There is no document. The words had landed like stones in still water, yet the ripples refused to settle. DeSander had suggested he search the house for a safety deposit key. If none existed, that would prove the bluff. But a key could be hidden anywhere, buried in a Crisco can, slipped behind a loose board, dropped behind rocks in the zoo's bare enclosure. DeSander could have thrown it away after using it once. Why keep it? He had only needed it to place the papers inside. If he died, someone else would open the box. Todd sat motionless, watching the cars pass beneath him, and felt the same cold certainty he had known that night in the kitchen. Nothing was finished. Nothing at all. The old man could lie, could smile, that almost gentle smile, could swear on whatever was left of his soul that no document existed, but the possibility remained. One sheet of paper, one safety deposit box, one key hidden where no one would look. He thought of the crosshairs again, the clean precision of them settling on a temple, a throat, a chest. He thought of the weight of the rifle against his shoulder. He thought of how simple it would be to end the uncertainty forever. Below him, the freeway lights stretched on, endless and indifferent. Todd stayed where he was until full dark, until the chains of headlights blurred into a single glowing river, and still he did not move. Todd sat behind the dead tree on the slope overlooking the freeway, the endless stream of headlights sliding past below like slow, indifferent tracer rounds vanishing into the dark. The night air carried the low, constant growl of engines and tires on concrete. He stared at the lights without really seeing them, his mind circling the same sharp, unresolvable fears. Desander's talk of trust had lodged in him like a splinter. The old man had leaned up on one elbow in the hospital bed, voice low and deliberate, insisting there was no reason left for deception. He had claimed they could only be even if they learned to rely on each other, yet every word had felt weighted, calculated. Todd's stomach had tightened at the reminder of the winos. Desander had dropped the subject quickly after Todd's sharp denial, but the mention alone had been enough to freeze his blood. The old man knew too much, saw too much. Worse was the refusal to use his name. Always. Boy, never Todd. The syllable was simple, one quick flick of the tongue, yet Desander withheld it, as though the name itself carried too much power or too little worth. It made Todd feel reduced to a number, a faceless thing stamped with digits in some forgotten ledger, anonymous, contemptuous. He suspected, almost believed, that Desander was telling the truth about the papers. The old man had nothing obvious to gain by lying now. He could have ended everything with a single whispered name to any doctor on the ward. But suspicion clung anyway. Beneath the logic lay the quiet dread that Desander nursed a small, perfect ember of hatred. For Todd's youth, his unmarked skin, the bright years still waiting ahead. And if that hatred ever flared, no document or promise would stop it. The deepest fear, though, was his own indecision. 4 years of visits, 4 years of careful probing, and still he could not read the old man's mind. Perhaps he had never been as apt a pupil as he believed. The thought left a bitter taste. His fingers twitched, aching for the familiar weight and cool metal of the rifle. He imagined sighting down the barrel, squeezing the trigger once, twice. How many before the screams and the chaos swallowed the night? 3? 6? A full baker's dozen? The question drifted through his head like smoke unanswered. Restless, he shifted against the cold ground. Only Desander's death would settle it, he decided. 3 to 5 years, maybe less. A sentence handed down in silence. 3 to 5 for consorting with a war criminal, served out in bad dreams and sudden chills whenever the phone rang or the doorbell sounded. He wasn't sure he could endure the waiting. His hands curled into fists. He drove both deep into his groin. The pain exploded upward, sharp and sickening, folding him into a tight ball in the dirt. Lips peeled back in a soundless grimace. He rocked slowly while the agony burned away the circling thoughts, at least for a little while. Across town, in the dim hospital room, Morris Heisel drifted in the soft haze of a late afternoon nap. When he woke, the clock read 5:30. His roommate slept on the other side of the curtain. The day had already delivered 2 small miracles. The Braves had crushed the Reds in both games of the doubleheader, and Lydia, smug, tireless Lydia, had slipped on a wet floor at her friend's house and sprained her hip. She was confined to bed at home. Nothing serious, thank whatever force still bothered to listen, but serious enough to keep her away for 2 days, perhaps 4. 4 days without the litany of warnings and recriminations. No lectures about the wobbly stepladder, no reminders that she had always known the Rogan's pup would bring trouble, no brave smiles followed by tears over how normal life could still be from a wheelchair. The quiet felt like a gift. He lay still, contentment settling over him, until his thoughts returned to the man in the next bed. Denker. The name tugged at memory, persistent but vague. He had almost asked once or twice, casual questions about the weather, the last earthquake, the next one, but something always stopped him. He told himself it was better this way, a private game to pass the endless hours in the body cast. Guessing their connection gave him something to turn over in his mind besides catheters and the rest of his life. He could ask outright before Denker was discharged in a week or 2. Narrow it down to a shared train, a boat, perhaps even Patin. Plenty of German Jews had passed through Patin, yet the idea carried a strange dread, an undertow of unease. It reminded him of the monkey's paw in the old story. Every wish granted, but twisted by cruel fate. He sensed that if he forced a recognition, what surface might not be a harmless coincidence. It might be something mangled, something that had crawled back from the grave broken and wrong. He frowned at the ceiling, the name repeating silently. Denker. Denker. Patin? Was that the reason his stomach knotted at the thought of asking? Survivors of the same horror should not fear each other, unless one of them had not been a survivor at all. The thought almost took shape. Then his feet began to tingle. A pins and needles prickle, stronger in the right foot, the way a limb wakes after being slept on wrong. Annoying. If not for the cast, he could have sat up, rubbed the sensation away. His eyes widened. He lay perfectly still, everything else dropping away. The tingle was not fading. It was spreading, insistent. My foot went to sleep, people said. But what they meant was, my foot is waking up. His hand fumbled for the call button. He pressed it repeatedly until the nurse finally appeared. She tried to brush it off. False hope she had seen it before. But Morris refused to be dismissed. He was mild by nature, yet now determination hardened in him. The Braves had swept. Lydia was sidelined. Good things came in threes. At last she returned with a young intern, Dr. Timpnell, whose hair looked like it had been mowed by a dull blade. Timpnell unfolded a small screwdriver from a pocket knife and drew it slowly along the sole of Morris's right foot. The toes twitched, distinct, unmistakable. Tears spilled down Morris's cheeks before he could stop them. Timpnell sat on the edge of the bed, patting his hand with awkward gentleness. These recoveries happen sometimes, he explained. Unpredictable. No promises about how much function would return. Slight, partial, total. But physical therapy would follow, and it would not be easy. Still, it would be better than the alternative. Morris nodded through the tears, the wordless gratitude choking him. He remembered telling Lydia there was no God. Heat flooded his face at the memory. Timpnell promised to inform Dr. Kemmelman and asked the nurse to call Morris's wife. Morris wiped his eyes with a tissue from the nightstand, murmuring, "Thanks again and again." When the doctor left, Morris realized Denker was awake, watching quietly from the other bed. "You are to be congratulated, I take it," Denker said. Morris let a shaky grin break through. "We'll see," he answered, the words trembling with hope. "We'll see." Morris Heisel lay propped against the pillows, the plastic tray balanced across his lap, while the small television flickered at the foot of the bed. Denker had murmured something vague about things working out in the end, then clicked the remote. The screen filled with the tail end of hee-haw, its canned laughter thin and distant. By 5:45, the news came on. Unemployment climbing again, inflation easing a touch. Billy Carter eyeing the beer industry. A fresh Gallup poll suggesting 4 Republicans who could topple Jimmy if the vote happened tomorrow. And in Miami, after the murder of a black child, a night the anchor called violent. Closer still, an unidentified man stabbed and beaten in an orchard off Highway 46. The words washed over Morris without sticking. His mind kept drifting back to the girl who had served supper. Felice, the shy blonde candy striper whose boyfriend had just proposed after landing an IBM job. Denker had turned on the charm, all courtly delight, urging her to sit and spill every detail. Omit nothing. The phrase landed oddly in Morris's chest, a small, cold weight. He had heard those exact words before, delivered in the same polished, bantering tone. Urban, cultured. Yet beneath the velvet lay steel, something that promised pain if the answers fell short. Where? The question circled. Patine? The name rose unbidden, then sank again. Denker ate with appetite now, carrots and peas disappearing between cheerful comments about the nice girl. Morris stared at his own hamburger. The meat looked suddenly wrong. Not beef at all. Lamb. Rich stew, gravy thick with soft vegetables that would melt against ruined teeth. The memory arrived without warning, how hunger in the camps first clawed like a living thing, then dulled to a gray stone in the belly. You could starve forever on that stone until someone waved food under your nose. Then the stone cracked open and became a tiger again. The door swung wide. Lydia burst in, face flushed, aluminum crutch jammed under one armpit, hobbling like a determined Chester Good. Emma Rogan trailed behind, beaming with nervous sympathy. Lydia's voice filled the room at once. Excitement baying, words tumbling over each other. She had called Emma. Insisted they come tonight instead of tomorrow. She could bear the pain for her husband, couldn't she? Those were her exact words. The hospital had bent the rules, though they warned not to stay too long and disturb Mr. Denker. Denker dropped his fork with a soft clatter, muttered under his breath, retrieved it with a wince. Lydia settled in, shedding her coat, chattering without pause. She took over the ice cream spoon, feeding Morris with exaggerated baby talk. Goo goo gaga, open wide, over the teeth, over the gums. Look at him, Emma. Hardly any hair left. No wonder after thinking he'd never walk again. God's mercy, really. She had warned him about that stepladder. Over and over. Morris let the spoon enter his mouth. Let the cold sweetness slide down. The torrent of her voice drowned everything else. The stew memory, the echoing phrases, the uneasy tug of recognition. By the time she and Emma finally left, Lydia hobbling ostentatiously, Emma steadying her arm, he felt wrung out. Exhaustion pulled him under almost at once. He slept deeply. He woke between 3 and 4 in the morning, a scream trapped behind his clenched teeth. The nightmare still clung to him, vivid and sickening. A monkey's paw in their hands, a wish for money, a Western Union boy in Hitler Youth Brown delivering a telegram. Daughters dead in Patin. Final solution, regrets, commandant's letter to follow, everything told, nothing omitted, a check for 100 Reichsmarks forthcoming, signed Adolf Hitler. Lydia wailing, wishing the girls back. Darkness. Dragging footsteps outside. His own frantic search for the paw in a room that reeked of smoke and gas and death. One wish left to undo it all. The door had crashed open. Not his daughters, thin scarecrows with hollow eyes and tattooed numbers, but Denker. Younger Denker. SS black, death's head cap tilted rakishly, boots mirror bright. In his arms, a great bubbling pot of lamb stew. The smell flooded the dream, maddening, and the voice suave and smiling. Sit down, tell us all about it, as one friend to another. We hear gold is hidden, tobacco hoarded, Schneibel's death no accident but powdered glass in his supper. You know everything, so tell it, omit nothing. In the dream, he had spilled it all. Truth, lies, everything jumbled. Broden's mother's ring taped under his scrotum. Laszlo and Herman plotting against Tower 3. Rachel Tannenbaum's husband trading tobacco for protection of her earrings. A man calling a dead son's name for extra rations. Words pouring out in helpless torrents while the stew's aroma tore at his starving gut. Morris lay rigid now, staring across the dim room at the sleeping shape in the other bed. The mouth, wrinkled, caved in, toothless. An old tiger gone harmless, or so it seemed. A rogue elephant with one tusk missing, the other rotten. Senile monster. Recognition crashed through him, complete and merciless. Not Denker then, not at all. The man who had murdered his wife and daughters slept 10 feet away. "Oh my God," he whispered, the sound high and frail, lost in the quiet. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, tracking hot toward his ears. "Oh, dear God. He's here. In this room. With me." Rage and horror burned behind the tears, scalding. He trembled in the dark, waiting for morning. Morning refused to come. Todd Bowden sat alone at the breakfast table, fork listlessly scraping at the edge of a plate of scrambled eggs he had cooked himself. The kitchen clock read just past 6. Sunlight slanted through the window, pale and thin, catching motes of dust above the Gen-Air grill still warm from his father's fried eggs. The smell of butter and coffee hung in the air, familiar and faintly nauseating. His father came down the stairs in his monogrammed bathrobe and slippers, murmuring a muffled greeting as he passed. Todd answered with a low grunt, eyes fixed on the open paperback in front of him, an 87th Squad mystery, pages worn from summer boredom. He barely registered the words. The summer job with the Pasadena landscaping crew waited ahead. Hard physical work, sun on his back, the smell of cut grass and diesel. Too far to drive alone, but his father's work site lay close enough that the man could drop him at the bus stop each morning and collect him on the return. Todd hated the arrangement. Mornings were the worst. Sitting beside his father in the Porsche, the wall between who he was and who he pretended to be thinner than paper. After nights of bad dreams, the feeling sharpened to something close to panic. Once, not long ago, he had stared at the wheel and imagined reaching over, yanking it hard, sending the car spinning into oncoming traffic, carving through commuters like a blade. The thought had arrived so suddenly it left him cold with terror. His father asked if he wanted another egg. Todd refused without looking up. The man liked his eggs fried. 2 minutes on the grill, flipped over easy. What landed on the plate looked like a blind, staring eye, orange yolk bleeding when pierced. Todd pushed his own plate away. The eggs had gone cold and rubbery. He had barely tasted them. The morning paper thumped against the front step outside. His father finished cooking, shut off the grill, and sat down with his plate. He noticed the untouched food. "Not hungry this morning, Toddo?" The nickname grated like sand in a wound. Todd's mind flashed one more time and the knife goes straight up your fucking nose. He swallowed the impulse, forced a neutral answer. Appetite just wasn't there. His father grinned, affectionate, oblivious. A small fleck of shaving cream still clung to Todd's right ear. The man guessed Betty Trask had stolen his son's hunger. Todd offered a thin smile that died the instant his father turned to fetch the paper. The thought surged anyway, vicious, unbidden. Betty Trask, the biggest slut in Santo Donato. 2 lines of coke, and she was anyone's for the night. No coke, still anyone's. She'd fuck a dog if no man was handy. Would that wake his father up? Give him a flying start on the day? He shoved the venom down hard, knowing it would crawl back later. His father returned, headline visible. "Space shuttle won't fly, expert says." He settled in, remarking that Betty was a fine-looking girl, reminded him of Monica when they first met. Pretty young, fresh. That special glow girls had for a while, then lost. C'est la vie. His eyes went distant for a moment, then sharpened with sudden concern. Not that Monica wasn't still beautiful. Just different now. Todd stared at his plate. She's a bitch in heat. Maybe that's what makes her glow. His father asked if he was treating her right, not getting too fresh. Todd answered that everything was cool, the words flat. Inside, pressure built. One more question, one more nickname, and he would scream or hurl the coffee into that smiling face, or something worse. Silence fell at last. His father reached the sports pages and disappeared into them. Todd's mind circled back to Betty anyway. The first time had been a month before DeSanders' heart attack. He had taken her to Jane's Hill after the movie. Expected routine. Kissing, petting, second base, maybe third if she allowed it. Enough to prove normalcy to friends, nothing more. He had never cared about a stud reputation. He only wanted no one wondering if something was wrong with him. Betty, though, had been different. She fucked on the first date. Every date. Between dates. No virgin herself, she had guided him inside with casual ease, then gurgled mid-act that she just loved to fuck. The same tone another girl might use for strawberry ice cream. The later times had deteriorated fast. Kissing her felt like pressing his mouth to warm, uncooked liver. Her tongue carried the faint metallic tang of fillings. Her breasts felt like sacks of meat. Erections came harder each time. He had managed twice more before the heart attack, both by summoning the same dark fantasy, Betty stripped naked before their friends, crying, forced to parade while he barked orders. Show your tits, spread your cheeks, bend over. The humiliation fueled him. After the heart attack, the fourth time had stretched over 10 minutes of pounding. Betty came 3 times, chasing a fourth, ecstatic. Todd, desperate and slick with sweat, had shifted the fantasy to the girl on the table, clamped, helpless, the huge dildo, the squeeze bulb, until her face became Betty's. The release arrived joyless, mechanical. She had whispered afterward, breath hot with juicy fruit, that he could have her any time. He had nearly groaned. The problem gnawed deeper. Breaking it off would raise questions. Why drop a girl so eager? Part of him insisted no one would care. He remembered overhearing older boys laughing about fucking a girl out. Simple. But what if she contradicted? 5 times, 5.5, enough. How many to prove it? Who would talk? The uncertainty looped endlessly, a rat in a trap. He knew he was inflating a small issue into something monstrous, knew the inability to cut it loose spoke to how unsteady he had become. Knowing changed nothing. Depression settled black and heavy. College would solve it. An unquestionable exit in September. Too far away. The 5th time had taken nearly 20 minutes to harden. Betty called it worth the wait. Last night, nothing at all. She had grown impatient after 20 minutes of futile touching, disheveled and sharp. What are you, AC/DC? He had wanted to strangle her then? If the rifle had been close, his father's voice cut through. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Congratulations, son. Todd surfaced from the black mood. Huh? You made the Southern Cal High School All-Stars. For a second, the words meant nothing. Coach Haynes had mentioned it at year's end, nominating him and Billy DeLyons. He had never expected it to matter. Now his father beamed with pride. Todd forced a grin. Say, yeah, still trying to get used to the idea. He reached for the paper. Can I see the article? His father slid it across the table, then stood. I'm going to wake Monica up. She's got to see this before we leave. Panic spiked. No, not both of them, not this morning. Oh, don't. She won't get back to sleep. Leave it for her on the table. His father paused, then clapped him on the back. You're a damn thoughtful boy, Todd. He laughed at the boy's aw-shucks shrug. Todd opened his eyes again, gaze dropping to the newsprint, the headline swimming briefly before it steadied. Todd Bowden sat at the breakfast table, the newspaper open before him. The headline stared back. 4 boys named to Southern Cal All-Stars. 4 photographs ran beneath it. Fairview's catcher and left fielder, Mountford's hard-throwing lefty, and there he was on the far right, cap low, grinning wide and easy into the camera. He scanned the article quickly. Billy DeLyons had landed on the second team. A small, private satisfaction flickered through him at that. DeLyons could swear on a stack of Bibles he was Methodist until his tongue fell out. But Todd knew better. The boy carried it in the shape of his features, the way he moved. A sheeny, same as Betty Trask. He had suspected for months. Last night's failure had sealed it. One glance at her nose. That olive skin. Her father's was worse. And the truth sat plain. The Trasks were passing. His body had known before his mind caught up. That was why he couldn't rise. His cock had smelled the difference. His father's hand appeared across the table, outstretched. "Congratulations again, son." Todd looked up into the foolish, beaming face. The urge surged. "Your buddy Trask is a yid. That's why I couldn't get it up with his whore daughter last night. That's the reason." The cold inner voice cut through at once, sharp and commanding. "Get hold of yourself right now." He reached out, took the hand, shook it firmly, smiled back with clear, guileless eyes. "Geez, thanks, Dad." They left the sports page folded open with a note from Monica, your all-star son, Todd, written and signed at his father's insistence. Then they were out the door, the Porsche pulling away into the morning traffic. Miles north, in the small seaside town of San Remo, Ed French sat alone in room 217 of the Holiday Inn. The guidance counselors' convention had stretched into its third interminable day, and boredom had settled over him like damp fog. The seminars blurred together, endless agreement only on disagreement. San Remo itself offered little relief. Small, lovely, seaside, but the key word was small. No movie theater, no bowling alley. The lone bar had a dirt lot crammed with pickups sporting Reagan stickers. He had no interest in spending an evening under cowboy hats in Loretta Lynn. His wife and daughter were home. The television in the room was broken. A faint, sour smell lingered in the bathroom. His eczema flared badly this summer. Shins to ankles looked leprous, so the pool was out of the question. He had an hour before the next workshop. Helping the vocally challenged child. Polite code for stutterers and cleft palate kids. No one wanted to say it plainly. Someone might cut the budget. Lunch at the town's single restaurant had been forgettable. A nap held no appeal. Bewitched reran on the one working channel. He picked up the thin local phone book and began flipping through the white pages without purpose. Bored people in Holiday Inns everywhere did the same, hunting a half-remembered name, a forgotten relative, anything to break the monotony. Better than the Gideon Bible or staring at the ceiling. If you actually found someone, what then? "Hey, Frank, how's life? By the way, small, lovely, or seaside?" His eyelids grew heavy. He was drifting toward sleep when memory snapped him upright. Lord Peter. The PBS reruns had hooked him and Sandra, Clouds of Witness, Murder Must Advertise, The Nine Tailors. Ian Carmichael played Whimsy. Sandra adored him. Ed had argued the casting. Wrong face shape, false teeth. She had dismissed him with a wave. Jealous. Little Norma had danced around in duck pajamas, chanting nonsense rhymes until sent to bed. But years back, a boy named Todd Bowden had sat in his office at Santo Donato Junior High. Bright kid, top of the class, then sudden collapse. Grades tanked. Ed sent the usual letter home. What arrived for the conference was the grandfather. Tall, courtly, face shape, exactly like the Whimsy Ed picture from the books. Very old Whimsy, but unmistakable. The man had spun a story of family strain, asked for time, promised results. Ed, against his better judgment, had agreed to wait through the next marking period. And damned if the boy hadn't pulled it together. The old man must have laid down the law hard. He looked the type who enjoyed it. 2 days ago, the newspaper photo had jogged the memory. Todd on the All-Stars list. No small thing. Hundreds nominated each spring. Ed thumbed the pages with new focus. There. Bowden, Victor S403, Ridge Lane. He dialed. It rang several times before an old voice answered. "Hello? Mr. Bowden?" Ed French, from Santo Donato Junior High. Politeness came back, but no warmth, no spark of recognition. Ed pressed gently. Did the man remember him? The guidance counselor who helped Todd through a rough patch? Should I? Caution edged the reply. Ed smiled to himself. The old fellow didn't want to admit a slip. He explained, Todd's 9th grade slump, the conference, the turnaround. Now look at him, all conference, heading to Berkeley. Wow. Todd! The voice brightened at once. Yes, the boy had done splendidly. Second in his class, the valedictorian, a business course girl. A sniff of disdain there. The son had offered a ride to commencement, but a broken hip last January left him wheelchair-bound. He'd stayed home rather than appear frail. Still, the graduation photo hung in the hall. Todd had made them all proud. Ed's smile faltered. The story didn't match. He mentioned the talk they'd had, the hump Todd had gotten over. Hump? What hump? Confusion deepened on both ends. The old man insisted he would never meddle in his son's family affairs. Too much trouble. Ed must have the wrong grandfather. Ed sat stunned. For once, words failed him. After a pause, Victor Bowden allowed it had been kind to call. Ed, recovering, explained he was in San Remo for the convention. Finish tomorrow around 10. Could he stop by Ridge Lane? Just for a few minutes. Curiosity, really. Water under the bridge now? Time was all he had left, the old man said wryly. He'd be home. Ed thanked him, hung up, and remained on the edge of the bed, staring at the phone. He rose, took a Phillies cheroot from his sport coat, lit it with a match from the ashtray. He moved to the window, looked down into the courtyard without seeing it. It doesn't matter much now, he had told the man. True enough, Todd's high school record was impeccable. No faking a 94 average. But the question gnawed anyway. Who had impersonated the grandfather? Theory spun. A bright kid like Todd could have forged signatures on flunk cards, used ink eradicator on report cards, double application to cover tracks at home and school. Homeroom teachers juggled 60 kids. They rarely scrutinized return cards closely. Final standing might have dipped only a point or two overall. Parents of star students seldom checked permanent records. But an adult conspirator? Who would play along? For what? Ed stubbed the cheroot and headed to the workshop. His mind wandered the whole time. The next morning, he drove to Ridge Lane. Victor Bowden welcomed him in. They sat and talked. Grapes first, then the squeeze of chain stores on small grocers, then the shifting political air in Southern California. The old man offered a glass of wine. Ed French accepted the offered glass with genuine gratitude. Even at 10:40 in the morning, the wine looked welcome. Deep red, catching the sunlight in rich, dark glints. Victor Bowden held his own glass aloft for a moment, admiring the color, then took a slow sip. The man bore no resemblance to the Peter Whimsy Ed had carried in memory. No lean elegance, no faint aristocratic accent, only a comfortable roundness and the easy drawl of someone long settled in California. The grandfather who had sat in his office years ago had been whipcord thin, precise in speech, almost eerily persuasive. This Victor Bowden was simply a retired grocer who spoke of chain stores squeezing out the independents, of grapes ripening under predictable sun, of the shifting political winds in Southern California. Before he left, Ed asked one quiet favor. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mention any of this to Mr. or Mrs. Bowden. There may be a perfectly reasonable explanation, and even if there isn't, it's all water under the bridge now. Victor considered the wine again, tilting the glass so light played through it. Sometimes the past don't rest so easy, he said mildly. Why else do people study history? Ed managed an uneasy smile and said nothing. "But don't worry," Victor added. "I never meddle in Richard's affairs, and Todd is a good boy. Salutatorian of his class, he must be a good boy. Am I right?" "As rain," Ed answered, forcing heartiness into the words. He asked for a second glass before he rose to go. In the hospital room across town, Kurt DeSander lay trapped in shallow, sweating sleep. The dream pressed down like heat. They were tearing down the fence, thousands, millions pouring from the jungle, hurling themselves against the electrified wire until strands buckled and snapped inward, coiling on the hard-packed earth, spitting blue sparks. No end to them. No end. The Fuhrer had been mad to believe in a final solution. There were billions filling the sky, the earth, the universe, and every last one wanted him. "Old man. Wake up, old man, DeSander, wake up." The voice cut through at first as part of the nightmare. German, calm, insistent. He fought upward, desperate to surface. A real man sat straddling a reverse chair beside the bed. Young, no more than 30. Dark, studious eyes behind plain steel frames. Collar-length brown hair, a blue suit too heavy for the climate. On the lapel, a small silver pin, the Star of David. "Are you speaking to me?" DeSander asked in German, voice dry. "Who else? Your roommate is gone." "Heisel?" "Yes. He went home yesterday." "Are you awake now?" "Of course." He forced steadiness. "But you've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Arthur Denker. Perhaps you have the wrong room. My name is Weisskopf, and yours is Kurt DeSander." DeSander kept his face blank. A dream still, perhaps. A new layer. "Bring me a wino and a steak knife, Mr. Jewish Star, and I'll blow you away like smoke." "I know no DeSander," he said. "I don't understand you. Shall I ring for the nurse?" "You understand." Weisskopf brushed a lock of hair from his forehead, a small, ordinary gesture that killed the last hope of illusion. "Heisel," Weisskopf continued, nodding toward the empty bed. "He fell off a ladder, nailing a new gutter to his house. Broke his back. May never walk again. Unfortunate. But not the only tragedy in his life. He was in Patin. Lost his wife and daughters there. Patin, which you commanded." "I think you are insane," DeSander replied. "My name is Arthur Denker. I came to this country when my wife died. Before that..." "Spare me your tale." Weisskopf raised a hand, then flicked a photograph forward like a card trick. Young DeSander stared out from it, SS cap cocked jauntily, seated behind a desk. DeSander switched to careful English. "During the war, I was a factory machinist. My job was to oversee the manufacture of drive columns and powertrains for armored cars and trucks. Later, I helped to build Tiger tanks. My reserve unit was called up during the Battle of Berlin, and I fought honorably, if briefly. After the war, until it became necessary to run to South America," Weisskopf finished. "With your gold melted down from Jewish teeth, your silver from Jewish jewelry, your numbered Swiss account." "Heisel went home happy, you know. A bad moment when he woke in the dark and realized who shared his room. But now he feels better. He believes God allowed him the broken back so he could help capture one of the greatest butchers who ever lived. During the war, I was a factory machinist." "Oh, why not drop it? Your papers won't survive serious scrutiny. You know it. I know it. You're found out." "My job was to oversee the manufacture of corpses. One way or another, you'll be in Tel Aviv before the new year. The Americans are cooperating this time, DeSander. They want to make us happy. You're one of the things that will make us happy. Of drive columns and powertrains for armored cars and trucks. Later, I helped to build Tiger tanks. Why drag it out?" My reserve unit was called up. Very well, then. You'll see me again. Soon. Weisskopf stood. His shadow slid across the wall, then vanished with him. Desander closed his eyes. Tremors ran through his arms, his legs, his chest. He wondered if the American cooperation could be true. 3 years ago, with oil shortages biting, he would have laughed at the notion. Now, with Iran in chaos, the winds had shifted. Possible, probable even, but it hardly mattered. Legal or extra-legal, Weisskopf and the others would have him. On Nazis, they were immovable. On the camps, they were fanatics. The shaking would not stop. But beneath it, certainty hardened. He knew exactly what he had to do next. Ed French stepped into the dim, echoing warehouse just after 4, the air thick with the sharp sting of wax, polish, and that heavy chemical bite of 999 industrial cleaner. Norma clung to his hand at first, her small fingers tightening as the janitor swung the door wide and pointed them toward the ancient elevator. The car lurched upward with slow, groaning clanks that made her go quiet, unusually so, eyes wide in the flickering light. By the time they reached the 4th floor, though, she had shaken off the fear. She broke free and began darting between the tall stacks of boxes and file cabinets, her sneakers squeaking faintly on the concrete as she sang to herself and twirled. Ed moved methodically down the narrow aisles, scanning labels, until he located the box marked for 1975 report cards. He dragged it free, crouched, and flipped through the folders under B. Bork. Boswick. Boswell. Then Bowden. Todd. He tugged the card loose and angled it toward the nearest high window, where the late afternoon light slanted in dusty gold. Something was wrong. The dates, the grades, the signatures, they had been altered with careful, almost skillful precision. The realization hit him low in the stomach. He stood motionless for a long second, the paper trembling slightly in his grip, while behind him, Norma's voice rose in gleeful chant. "Trolls! Trolls! Trolls!" as she skipped up and down the shadowed rows. Across town, in the long hospital corridor that felt to Desander like an empty train station just before departure, the night shift change was beginning. Voices murmured around the corner at the nurse's station. Coffee cups clinked. Notes were passed. He moved slowly in his blue bathrobe, the thin hospital gown shifting against his skin beneath it, legs still unsteady from days in bed. The wide hallway stretched ahead, lit dimly, populated by other patients shuffling in robes or clutching the backs of their gowns. Radios played disconnected snatches of music from open doorways. A laugh burst from one room. A low sob drifted from another. No one paid him any mind. He paused at the drinking fountain, bent for a sip of cold water, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and glanced across at the unmarked door. Always supposed to be locked? Often wasn't, especially now during this half-hour chaos. He had watched the pattern for days, patient as stone, knowing he would get only one chance. Time had run out. If his identity leaked tomorrow or the next day, they would never leave him unwatched again. Another small drink, another wipe of the mouth, a quick look both ways. Then he crossed the hall without hurry, turned the knob, and stepped inside the drug closet. The room was empty. Shelves rose on his left, eye drops and eardrops on top, laxatives and suppositories below. On the third shelf, he spotted the bottles. Seconal, Veronal. He reached, closed his fingers around one of Seconal, and slipped it into the pocket of his robe. He stepped back out, letting the door close softly behind him, and arranged a vague, puzzled smile on his face as though he had simply mistaken the closet for the bathroom. There it was, after all, right beside the fountain. Inside the men's room, he washed his hands, the water cool against his palms, then returned down the corridor to the room that was now entirely his own. The other bed stood empty since Heisel's discharge. On the bedside table waited a plastic pitcher of water and a glass. No bourbon, unfortunately, but water would do. He raised the glass in a small private toast to the man who had unwittingly ended everything, and drank. 3 pills went down first, smooth and bitter, chased by more water, then 3 more, then 3 more. Across the hall, 2 old men bent over a night table, grumbling through a game of cribbage. One had a hernia, Desander knew. The other's ailment he could only guess at. Gallstones, perhaps, or worse. Age brought so many afflictions. He refilled the glass, but held off on more pills for the moment. Too many at once, and he might vomit them up. They would pump his stomach and drag him back for whatever interrogations waited. He intended to do this cleanly. Drowsiness crept in, soft and heavy. He thought of the boy then, of warning him, of telling him to stay sharp, of admitting that the old man had come, in the end, to respect him, even if liking had always been out of reach. Conversation with Todd had been better than the endless churn of his own mind, but a note was impossible. It would only draw eyes to the child. Better to let the boy ride out a few anxious months and then believe the truth, that nothing tied him here. Desander reached for the glass again, the motion slow, dreamlike. 3 more pills slid down. He settled deeper into the pillow, eyes closing. Sleep pulled at him, vast and welcoming, long, restful, unless dreams came. The possibilities struck like ice. Not those dreams, not forever, with no way back. Panic flared. He tried to claw awake, felt invisible hands rising from the mattress to seize him, fingers greedy and cold. No. His thoughts fractured, spiraling downward into black, greased darkness, faster and deeper, carrying him wherever the dreams waited. At 1:35 a.m., a nurse found him unresponsive. 15 minutes later, he was pronounced dead. The young woman who had warmed to his quiet, ironic courtesy broke down in tears. A Catholic! She could not fathom why such a gentle old man, who had seemed to be recovering, would choose to damn his soul forever. In the Bowden kitchen, on Saturday morning, the house stayed quiet until past 9. Todd sat at the table with a science fiction paperback open in front of him, the pages turning slowly under his fingers, while sunlight slanted across the wood. His father was lost in Architectural Digest beside him, coffee steaming untouched. Monica moved like someone still half asleep, sliding plates of scrambled eggs and juice in front of them without a word, her eyes distant. The newspaper hit the front door with a flat smack. Todd glanced up. "Want me to get it, Dad?" His father rose instead, fetched the paper, returned to his seat, lifted his coffee, and then choked hard as his eyes locked on the front page. Monica hurried over at the sound. "Dick, what's wrong?" Dick coughed violently, coffee spraying. Todd watched over the edge of his book with faint curiosity as his mother thumped his father's back. On the 3rd strike, her hand froze midair. Her gaze had dropped to the headline. Her eyes widened, huge and stunned. "Holy God up in heaven," Dick rasped, voice strangled. Monica's lips parted. "Isn't that... I can't believe..." She trailed off, then turned to Todd. "Oh, honey." Both parents were staring at him now. Alarm prickled along Todd's spine. He pushed back from the table and came around to look. The headline leaped out in heavy black: "Fugitive. Nazi commits suicide in Santo Donato Hospital." 2 photographs flanked it. One he recognized instantly. The street shot of Arthur Denker, younger, taken by that hippie photographer years ago. The other was an SS officer seated at a desk in Patin, cap tilted, face unmistakable. They had been inside the house. They had the street photo. Todd's eyes raced down the article. No mention of the winos yet, but the bodies would surface eventually, and then the headlines would scream worldwide. Patin's commandant never lost his touch. Horror in the Nazis' basement. He never stopped killing. The floor seemed to tilt under him. His vision narrowed. Far off, His mother's voice cut sharp. "Catch him, Dick! He's fainting!" The word echoed inside his skull. Fainting, 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 fading as strong arms caught him. Then darkness swallowed everything for a merciful stretch. Across town, Ed French sat at his own breakfast table, Danish in one hand, newspaper unfolding in the other. He took one look at the front page, coughed violently, and spat crumbs across the tablecloth. "Eddie," Sandra said, startled. "Are you okay?" "Daddy's chokoon! Daddy's chokoon!" Norma chirped with nervous glee, then joined her mother in pounding his back. Ed hardly registered the blows. His finger stabbed at the paper, tearing through the page. Him! Him! That man! Lord Peter! Sandra leaned in. "What in God's name?" "That's Todd Bowden's grandfather." "What? That war criminal? Eddie, that's crazy!" "But it's him," Ed groaned, voice cracking. "Jesus Christ Almighty, that's him." Sandra studied the photograph for a long moment. "He doesn't look like Peter Wimsey at all," she said quietly. Later, Todd sat pale and rigid on the living room couch, flanked by his mother and father. Across from them, Detective Richler waited, graying, calm, polite. Todd had placed a call to the police himself, voice breaking high and low like it used to at 14. He finished recounting the story. Short, flat, mechanical. The colorlessness of it chilled Monica to the bone. He was still so much a boy beneath the 17 years, and this would mark him forever. He described the books he had read aloud years ago. Tom Jones, The Mill on the Floss, so dull he thought they'd never finish. Hawthorne's stories the old man had especially liked. The Pickwick Papers abandoned early because Dickens was only funny when serious, not kittenish. Tom Jones had been the favorite. They had both enjoyed it most. And that was 3 years ago, Richler noted. "Yes, I'd stop by when I could after that. High school bizzing, a pickup baseball team, heavier homework. Things just piled up. Less time. Less time. College applications, grades." Monica spoke automatically. "Todd is a very apt pupil. He graduated salutatorian. We were so proud." "I'll bet you were," Richler said warmly. "I've got 2 boys myself. They're barely holding sports eligibility." He turned back to Todd. "No more reading after high school started?" "No. Sometimes I'd read him the headlines when I visited. He followed Watergate, always asked about the stock market, said the print on that page drove him crazy. Sorry, Mom." She patted his hand. Richler nodded. "He had a few stocks. That's how he lived. 5 different ID sets hidden around the house, too. Cagey." Todd kept his face blank. "I suppose he kept the stocks in a safe deposit box somewhere." Richler's eyebrows lifted. "Pardon?" "His stocks," Todd repeated. His father looked puzzled for a second, then nodded in agreement. "No," Richler said. "Stock certificates were in a footlocker under the bed, along with that photo of him as Denker. Did he ever mention a safety deposit box, son?" Todd pretended to think, then shook his head. "I just figured that's where people keep stocks. I don't know. This whole thing, it blows my wheels." He shook his head slowly, dazed, and the dazed feeling was real, even as something colder and sharper began to wake beneath it. Self-preservation stirred. If DeSander had kept an insurance document in a safety deposit box, why not move the remaining certificates and the photograph there too? The absence meant something. Maybe nothing had survived. Richler continued. "We're coordinating with the Israelis. Very unofficial. I'd appreciate it if you kept that quiet if the press comes around. They're professionals. There's a man named Weisskopf who'd like to speak with you tomorrow, Todd. If that works for you and your parents." I guess so, Todd said. But dread flickered low in his gut, atavistic cold, at the thought of those relentless hounds who had hunted Dsander for decades. The old man had respected their tenacity. Todd knew he would be wise to do the same. Dick Bowden leaned forward slightly on the couch. Mr. and Mrs. Bowden, do you have any objections to Todd seeing Mr. Weisskopf? Not if Todd doesn't, Dick answered. I'd like to be present, though. I've read about these Mossad characters. Richler cut in gently. Weisskopf isn't Mossad. He's what the Israelis call a special operative. In fact, he teaches Yiddish literature and English grammar. Also, he's written 2 novels. A small smile touched Richler's lips. Dick raised a hand, brushing the detail aside. Whatever he is, I'm not going to let him badger Todd. From what I've read, these fellows can be a little too professional. Maybe he's okay. But I want you and this Weisskopf to remember that Todd tried to help that old man. He was flying under false colors, but Todd didn't know that. Todd managed a faint, tired smile. That's okay, Dad. Richler nodded. I just want you to help us all that you can. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Bowden. I think you're going to find that Weisskopf is a pleasant, low-pressure kind of guy. He paused, then leaned in, elbows on knees, tied dangling straight down. I've finished my own questions, but I'll break a little ground by telling you what the Israelis are most interested in. Todd was with Dsander when he had the heart attack that landed him in the hospital. He asked me to come over and read him a letter, Todd said quietly. We know. Richler's eyes stayed steady on the boy. The Israelis want to know about that letter. Dsander was a big fish, but he wasn't the last one in the lake, or so Sam Weisskopf says, and I believe him. They think Dsander might have known about a lot of other fish. Most of those still alive are probably in South America, but there may be others in a dozen countries, including the United States. Did you know they collared a man who had been an Unterkommandant at Buchenwald in the lobby of a Tel Aviv hotel? Monica's eyes widened. Really? Really? Richler gave a short nod. 2 years ago. The point is just that the Israelis think the letter Dsander wanted Todd to read might have been from one of those other fish. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. Either way, they want to know. Todd kept his face calm, even as the memory of the letter curling into flame in Dsander's fireplace flashed behind his eyes. I'd help you, or this Weisskopf if I could, Lieutenant Richler. But the letter was in German. It was really tough to read. I felt like a fool. Mr. Denker. Dsander kept getting more excited and asking me to spell the words he couldn't understand because of my pronunciation. But I guess he was following all right. I remember once he laughed and said something about what the writer would do. Then he said something in German. This was about 2 or 3 minutes before he had the heart attack. Something about Dummkopf. That means stupid in German, I think. He let uncertainty creep into his voice, watching Richler closely. Inside, satisfaction warmed him. The lie felt solid. Richler nodded. Yes, we understand that the letter was in German. The admitting doctor heard the story from you and corroborated it. But the letter itself, Todd, do you remember what happened to it? The question landed like a stone in still water. Todd felt the room tighten around him. I guess it was still on the table when the ambulance came. When we all left, I couldn't testify to it in court, but... Dick spoke up. I think there was a letter on the table. I picked something up and glanced at it. Airmail stationery, I think, but I didn't notice it was written in German. Then it should still be there, Richler said. That's what we can't figure out. It's not? Dick asked. I mean, it wasn't? It wasn't, and it isn't. Monica frowned. Maybe somebody broke in. There would have been no need to break in, Richler replied. In the confusion of getting him out, the house was never locked. Dsander himself never thought to ask someone to lock up, apparently. His latchkey was still in the pocket of his pants when he died. His house was unlocked from the time the MedQ attendants wheeled him out until we sealed it this morning at 2:30 a.m. Well, there you are, Dick said. Todd spoke before Richler could. No, I see what's bugging Lieutenant Richler. The words came out steady, but his pulse hammered. Why would a burglar steal nothing but a letter, especially one written in German? It doesn't make sense. Mr. Denker didn't have much to steal, but a guy who broke in could find something better than that. Richler's eyes flicked with approval. You got it all right. Not bad. Monica reached over and ruffled Todd's hair lightly. Todd used to want to be a detective when he grew up. She smiled, though worry still shadowed her face. I guess he's changed his mind to history these days. History is a good field, Richler said. You can be an investigative historian. Have you ever read Josephine Tay? No, sir. Doesn't matter. I just wish my boys had some ambition greater than seeing the Angels win the pennant this year. Todd offered another small, pale smile and stayed silent. Richler grew serious again. Anyway, I'll tell you the theory we're going on. We figured that someone, probably right here in Santo Donato, knew who and what DeSander was. Really? Dick said. Oh, yes. Someone who knew the truth. Maybe another fugitive Nazi. I know that sounds like Robert Ludlum stuff, but who would have thought there was even one fugitive Nazi in a quiet little suburb like this? And when DeSander was taken to the hospital, we think that Mr. X scooted over to the house and got that incriminating letter. And that by now it's so many decomposing ashes floating around in the sewer system. That doesn't make much sense either, Todd said. Why not, Todd? Well, if DeSander had an old buddy from the camps, or just an old Nazi buddy, why did he bother to have me come over and read him that letter? I mean, if you could have heard him correcting me, at least this old Nazi buddy you're talking about would know how to speak German. A good point. Except maybe this other fellow is in a wheelchair, or blind. For all we know, it might be Borman himself, and he doesn't even dare go out and show his face. Guys that are blind or in wheelchairs aren't that good at scooting out to get letters, Todd pointed out. Richler looked at him with fresh admiration. True, but a blind man could steal a letter even if he couldn't read it, though, or hire it done. Todd considered it, nodded once, then shrugged to show how improbable he found the notion. Inside, the idea felt absurd, Richler drifting into pure fantasy. But the detective was still circling, still probing, and soon this Weisskopf would join the hunt. The letter. That damn letter. DeSander's reckless idea. Todd's palms grew slick. His thoughts flicked to the Beat-All 30 Bice. 30 waiting in its case on the garage shelf, cool and dark and ready. He forced the image away before it could root. Did DeSander have any friends that you knew of? Richler asked. Friends? No. There used to be a cleaning lady, but she moved away and he didn't bother to get another one. In the summer, he hired a kid to mow his lawn, but I don't think he gotten one this year. The grass is pretty long, isn't it? Yes. We've knocked on a lot of doors, and it doesn't seem as if he'd hired anyone. Did he get phone calls? Sure, Todd said casually, seizing the small opening. He used to get a call or two every week. Richler leaned forward sharply. Did he speak German on those occasions? Todd felt the sudden intensity like heat on his skin. He kept his tone even, careful. No, he didn't talk much at all. I remember that a couple of times he said things like, "The boy who reads to me is here right now. I'll call you back." Richler slapped his thighs. I'll bet that's it. I bet 2 weeks' pay that was the guy. He snapped his notebook shut, nothing but idle doodles inside as far as Todd could tell, and stood. I want to thank all three of you for your time. You in particular, Todd. I know all of this has been a hell of a shock to you, but it will be over soon. We're going to turn the house upside down this afternoon. cellar to attic, and then back down to the cellar again. We're bringing in all the special teams. We may find some trace of DeSander's phone mate yet." "I hope so," Todd said. Richler shook hands with each of them and left. Dick asked if Todd felt like hitting the badminton birdie around until lunch. Todd murmured that he didn't feel much like badminton or lunch, then climbed the stairs with his head lowered and shoulders rounded. Behind him, his parents traded worried looks. In his room, Todd lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. The rifle came back into focus. Blued steel, smooth walnut stock, the weight of it familiar in his hands. He pictured pressing the barrel against Betty Trask's body, right where it would hurt most. Imagined her screams rising as he asked if she'd had enough. The thought uncoiled something dark and steady inside him. A flat, terrible smile crept across his face. "Sure," he thought. "Just tell me, you bitch. Okay? Okay? Okay?" Richler gripped the wheel of the Nova a little tighter as another truck roared past, the wind rocking the car. "Yes, we've got confirmation right up the yin-yang," he said. "There are fingerprints on the box which match those in his school records. But his fingerprints are on almost everything in the goddamn house." Weisskopf considered that, eyes fixed on the slow crawl of traffic ahead. "Still, if you confront him with all of that, you can rattle him." Richler let out a short, humorless laugh. "Oh, listen. Hey, you don't know this kid. When I said he was cool, I meant it. He'd say DeSander asked him to fetch the box once or twice so he could put something in it or take something out of it. His fingerprints are on the shovel. He'd say he used it to plant a rose bush in the backyard." Richler fished out his pack of cigarettes, found it empty, and accepted the offered player from Weisskopf. One drag and he coughed hard, eyes watering. "They taste as bad as they smell." Weisskopf smiled faintly. "Like those hamburgers we had for lunch yesterday. Those Mac burgers." "Big Macs," Richler corrected, coughing again, then laughing despite himself. "Okay, so cross-cultural pollination doesn't always work." The amusement drained away quickly. "He looks so clean-cut, you know?" "Yes. This is no J.D. from Vasco, with hair down to his asshole and chains on his motorcycle boots." "No." Weisskopf watched the lanes of cars sliding by, grateful he wasn't behind the wheel. "He's just a boy, a white boy from a good home, and I find it difficult to believe that—" Richler glanced over. "I thought you had them ready to handle rifles and grenades by the time they were 18, in Israel." "Yes, but he was 14 when all of this started. Why would a 14-year-old boy mix himself up with such a man as DeSander? I have tried and tried to understand that, and still I can't." "I'd settle for Hal," Richler muttered, and flicked the cigarette out the window. The smoke had already started a dull throb behind his eyes. Weisskopf spoke quietly. "Perhaps, if it did happen, it was just luck. A coincidence. Serendipity. I think there is black serendipity as well as white." Richler frowned. "I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is the kid is creepier than a bug under a rock. What I'm saying is simple. Any other boy would have been more than happy to tell his parents or the police. To say, 'I have recognized a wanted man. He is living at this address. Yes, I am sure.' And then let the authorities take over. Or do you feel I am wrong?" "No, I wouldn't say so. The kid would be in the limelight for a few days. Most kids would dig that. Picture in the paper, an interview on the evening news, probably a school assembly award for good citizenship." Richler gave a dry laugh. "Hell, the kid would probably get a shot on real people." "What's that?" "Never mind," Richler said, raising his voice over the rumble of passing trucks. Weisskopf glanced nervously from one side to the other. "You don't want to know, but you're right about most kids. Most kids. But not this kid," Weisskopf said. "This boy, probably by dumb luck alone, penetrates DeSander's cover. Yet instead of going to his parents or the authorities, he goes to DeSander. Why? You say you don't care, but I think you do. I think it haunts you just as it does me. Not blackmail, Richler said firmly. That's for sure. That kid's got everything a kid could want. There was a dune buggy in the garage, not to mention an elephant gun on the wall. And even if he wanted to squeeze DeSander just for the thrill of it, DeSander was practically unsqueezable, except for those few stocks he didn't have a pot to piss in. How sure are you that the boy doesn't know you found the bodies? I'm sure. Maybe I'll go back this afternoon and hit him with that. Right now, it looks like our best shot. Richler tapped the steering wheel lightly. If all of this had come out even one day sooner, I think I would have tried for a search warrant. The clothes the boy was wearing that night? Yeah. If we could have found soil samples on his clothes that matched the dirt in DeSander's cellar, I almost think we could break him. But the clothes he was wearing that night have probably been washed 6 times since then. What about the other dead winos? The ones your police department has been finding around the city? Those belong to Dan Bozeman. I don't think there's any connection anyhow. DeSander just wasn't that strong. And more to the point, he had such a neat little racket already worked out. Promised him a drink and a meal, take him home on the city bus, the fucking city bus, and waste him right in his kitchen. Weisskopf's voice dropped. It wasn't DeSander I was thinking of. Richler started to ask what he meant, then stopped cold. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the steady growl of engines all around. When Richler spoke again, it was soft, almost disbelieving. Hey, come on now. Give me a fucking brief. As an agent of my government, I am only interested in Bowden because of what, if anything, he may know about DeSander's remaining contacts with the Nazi underground. But as a human being, I am becoming more and more interested in the boy himself. I'd like to know what makes him tick. I want to know why. And as I try to answer that question to my own satisfaction, I find that more and more I am asking myself, what else? But do you suppose, I ask myself, that the very atrocities in which DeSander took part formed the basis of some attraction between them? That's an unholy idea, I tell myself. The things that happen in those camps still have power enough to make the stomach flutter with nausea. I feel that way myself, although the only close relative I ever had in the camps was my grandfather, and he died when I was 3. But maybe there's something about what the Germans did that exercises a deadly fascination over us, something that opens the catacombs of the imagination. Maybe part of our dread and horror comes from a secret knowledge that under the right or wrong set of circumstances, we ourselves would be willing to build such places and staff them. Black serendipity. Maybe we know that under the right set of circumstances, the things that live in the catacombs would be glad to crawl out. And what do you think they would look like? Like mad Führers with forelocks and shoe-polished mustaches, hiling all over the place? Like red devils or demons or the dragon that floats on its stinking reptile wings? Richler stared straight ahead. I don't know. I think most of them would look like ordinary accountants, Weisskopf said. Little mind men with graphs and flow charts and electronic calculators, all ready to start maximizing the kill ratio so that next time they could perhaps kill 20 or 30 million instead of only 6. And some of them might look like Todd Bowden. You're damn near as creepy as he is, Richler muttered. Weisskopf nodded slowly. It's a creepy subject. Finding those dead men and animals in DeSander's cellar, that was creepy, new. Have you ever thought that maybe this boy began with a simple interest in the camps? An interest not much different from the interests of boys who collect coins or stamps or who like to read about Wild West desperados. And that he went to DeSander to get his information straight from the horse's head. Mouth? Richler corrected automatically. Man, at this point I could believe anything. Maybe, Weisskopf said, almost too quiet to hear over the thunder of another truck rolling by. its side painted with enormous letters. Budweiser. He lit another cigarette and stared out at the endless stream of metal and glass. What an amazing country, he thought. They don't understand how we can live surrounded by half-mad Arabs. But if I lived here for 2 years, I would have a nervous breakdown. Maybe. And maybe it is impossible to stand close to murder piled on murder and not be touched by it. Across town in the squad room, the short man who shuffled in carried a stench that rolled ahead of him like fog. Rotten bananas, wild root cream oil, cockroach droppings, the sour reek of a garbage truck at shift's end. His herringbone pants sagged with age, the gray institutional shirt was torn at the seams, and the faded blue warm-up jacket hung open, its zipper dangling like broken teeth. His shoes were held together with blobs of crazy glue. A battered hat perched on his head. The duty sergeant recoiled. "Oh, Christ, get out of here. You're not under arrest, Hap. I swear to God, I swear it on my mother's name. Get out of here. I want to breathe again." "I want to talk to Lieutenant Bozeman." "He died, Hap. It happened yesterday. We're all really fucked up over it. So get out and let us mourn in peace." "I want to talk to Lieutenant Bozeman," Hap shouted, louder now. His breath carried a thick, fermenting mix of pizza, menthol cough drops, and cheap sweet wine. "You had to go to Siam on a case, Hap. So why don't you just get out of here? Go someplace and eat a light bulb." "I want to talk to Lieutenant Bozeman, and I ain't leaving until I do." The sergeant retreated. 5 minutes later, he returned with Bozeman, thin, slightly stooped, 50 years old, face already resigned. "Take him into your office, okay, Dan?" the sergeant pleaded. "Won't that be all right?" "Come on, Hap," Bozeman said. In his 3-sided stall of an office, he cracked the only window wide, switched on the fan, and sat down. "Do something for you, Hap?" "You still on those murders, Lieutenant Bozeman?" "The derelicts?" "Yeah, I guess that's still mine." "Well, I know who greased them." "Is that so, Hap?" Bozeman struck a match and lit his pipe, drawing slowly. The smoke helped, but not enough. He could already imagine the paint blistering on the walls. He sighed. "You remember I told you Poley was talking to a guy just a day before they found him all cut up in that pipe? You remember me telling you that, Lieutenant Bozeman?" "I remember." Several of the winos who drifted around the Salvation Army and the nearby soup kitchen had mentioned something similar about 2 of the victims, Charles Sonny Brackett and Peter Poley Smith. A young guy hanging around, talking to them. A few claimed to have seen Poley walk off with him. The description stayed consistent. Young, blonde, white. Reliable as a drunk's promise in court. "Well, last night I was in the park," Hap went on, "and I just happened to have this old bunch of newspapers." "There's a law against vagrancy in this city, Hap." "I was just collecting them up," Hap said, righteous. "It's so awful the way people litter. I was doing a public service, Lieutenant. A friggin' public service. Some of those papers was a week old." "Yes, Hap," Bozeman said. His stomach growled faintly. Lunch already felt like a distant memory. "Well, when I woke up, one of those papers had blew onto my face, and I was looking right at the guy. Gave me a hell of a jump, I can tell you. Look, this is the guy. This guy right here." Hap tugged a crumpled yellow sheet of newspaper from inside his warm-up jacket, unfolding it with careful, dirty fingers. Bozeman leaned in, curiosity sharpening despite the lingering reek. The headline stared up. 4 boys named the Southern Cal All-Stars. 4 photographs ran beneath it. "Which one, Hap?" Hap's grimy fingertip landed on the picture farthest to the right. "Him! It says his name is Todd Bowden." Bozeman studied the face. clean cut, smiling under a baseball cap. He glanced back at Hap, weighing how many brain cells the man still had left after decades of cheap wine and worse. The grin in the photo was wide, confident, almost too bright. How can you be sure? He's got a cap on. Can't even tell the hair color. The grin, Hap said flatly. It's the way he's grinning. Same ain't life grand look he gave Polly when they walked off together. I couldn't mistake that grin in a million years. That's him. That's the guy. Bozeman barely registered the last words. Todd Bowden. The name struck a low, nagging chord somewhere deep. He had heard it recently, today even. And the association carried a sour weight that went beyond the possibility of a local all-star kid slaughtering winos. He frowned, chasing the memory, but it slipped away. Hap had already shuffled out when Richler and Weisskopf entered the squad room, their voices drifting over the low murmur of typewriters and phones as they poured coffee. The sound of them talking, casual, clipped, snapped the connection into place. Holy God. Bozeman rose fast, chair scraping. Across town, Todd sat alone on the bench beside the rose bushes, the afternoon heat pressing down thick and still. His parents had offered to stay, Monica to skip the market, Dick to cancel golf, but he told them no, he needed space. Time to think, to get everything straight. He carried rags and a bottle of alpaca gun oil outside, then returned to the garage for the 60-30 Maiscott. 30 back on the bench, he broke the rifle down methodically, the faint, dusty, sweet scent of roses mixing with gun oil and metal. He cleaned each part with slow care, humming under his breath, sometimes whistling a short phrase between his teeth. The motions were automatic. He could have done them blindfolded. His mind drifted free for a while. When it returned, he noticed the rifle was loaded again. He hadn't planned to shoot targets today, but the cartridges were in place anyway. He told himself he didn't know why. Sure you do, Todd, baby. The time has come. A shiny yellow Saab turned into the driveway. The man who stepped out looked vaguely familiar at first, until he slammed the door and started walking closer. Low-topped light blue Keds. Rubber Ed French. The Ked man himself. Hi, Todd. Long time no see. Todd leaned the rifle against the bench and flashed his widest, most winning smile. Hi, Mr. French. What are you doing out here on the wild side of town? Are your folks home? Gee, no. Did you want them for something? Ed paused, long and thoughtful. No, I guess not. I guess maybe it would be better if just you and I talked. For starters, anyway. You may be able to offer a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this, although God knows I doubt it. He reached into his hip pocket and pulled out a folded news clipping. Todd recognized it before it even changed hands. The side-by-side photos of DeSander, the street shot circled in black ink. French had made the connection. Todd's grandfather, and now the guidance counselor wanted to spread the word, midwife the revelation to the world. Good old Rubber Ed with his dated slang and those ridiculous sneakers. The police were already circling. Todd had felt the balloon of false calm deflate half an hour after Richler left. The phone calls, that had been the trap. He jumped right in, claiming 1 or 2 a week. Let them chase ghosts across Southern California looking for old Nazis. But Ma Bell's records would tell a different story. Almost no activity at all. Richler's eyes had given it away. Then the letter. Todd had slipped, admitting the house hadn't been burgled, something only someone who'd returned there could know. He had gone back 3 times, once for the letter, twice more to search for anything else. Nothing remained. Even the uniform was gone, disposed of years earlier. And the bodies. Richler had never mentioned them. At first, Todd thought that bought time. Let them dig longer while he straightened his story. The dirt on his clothes from burying the freshest one had been washed out that same night. He'd run the load himself, knowing DeSander might not survive. You can't be too careful, boy. But the silence on the bodies wasn't mercy. The cellar stench in warm weather would have been impossible to miss. The police had smelled it, followed it. Richler was holding the information back, saving it for the right moment, the ugly surprise. Suspicion had hardened into certainty. Todd looked up from the clipping. Ed had half turned, staring into the empty street. Suspicion was one thing, proof was another, and Rubber Ed was the proof they lacked, the link that tied Todd directly to the old man. With his testimony, conspiracy charges would stick. Accessory to murder might not, but conspiracy would be enough. Then the yearbook photos shown around the Mission District. Long odds, but Richler wouldn't pass it up. If one set of killings wouldn't pin, maybe the other would. Court would follow. Expensive lawyers, sure. They'd probably get him off on circumstantial evidence. He'd charm the jury. But the damage would be done. His life dragged through headlines. Every detail exhumed like those half-rotted bodies in the cellar. "The man in that picture is the man who came to my office when you were in the 9th grade," Ed said suddenly, facing him again. "He purported to be your grandfather. Now it turns out he was a wanted war criminal." "Yes," Todd said. His face had gone blank, empty as a mannequin's. All color, all life drained away. What remained was unnervingly still. "How did it happen?" Ed asked. The words aimed for accusation, but landed soft, plaintive, almost wounded. "How did this happen, Todd?" "Oh, one thing just followed another," Todd said, and lifted the big .30 Bicone. "30 Bicone, that's really how it happened. One thing just followed another." His thumb flicked the safety off. He leveled the rifle at Ed's chest. "As stupid as it sounds, that's just what happened. That's all there was to it." "Todd," Ed said, eyes widening. He took a step back. "Todd, you don't want to... Please, Todd, we can talk this over. We can disc." "You and the fucking Kraut can discuss it down in hell," Todd said, and squeezed the trigger. The shot cracked through the windless heat. Ed staggered back against the slab, hand groping blindly. A windshield wiper tore free in his fingers. He stared at it stupidly as blood bloomed across his blue turtleneck, then let it fall and looked at Todd. "Norma," he whispered. "Okay," Todd said. "Whatever you say, champ." He fired again. Half of Ed's head vanished in red mist and splintered bone. Ed turned, lurching toward the driver's door, choking his daughter's name over and over. Todd aimed low for the base of the spine. The third shot dropped him. Ed's feet kicked once on the gravel, then stilled. Sure did die hard for a guidance counselor. A short, sharp laugh escaped Todd. At the same instant, pain lanced through his skull like an ice pick. He squeezed his eyes shut. When they opened again, the pain was gone. Clarity flooded in. Cleaner, brighter than anything he'd felt in months, maybe years. The blankness lifted from his face. Something wild and vivid took its place. He walked back into the garage, gathered every shell he owned, more than 400 rounds, and stuffed them into his old knapsack. Shouldered it, stepped back into the sunlight smiling, eyes alight with the fierce joy of birthdays, Christmas mornings, 4th of July nights, the smile of boys carried off the field on shoulders after victory, of tow-headed kids marching off to war under coal-scuttle helmets. "I'm king of the world!" he shouted at the high blue sky, raising the rifle two-handed overhead for a long moment. Then he switched it to his right hand and started walking toward the slope above the freeway, toward the dead tree that would give him cover. The end. Thank you for listening all the way through. It means a lot that you stayed with this dark tale. Stephen King wrote Apt Pupil in a quick 2-week burst right after finishing The Shining in the late 1970s. Published in 1982 as part of different seasons, his collection of non-supernatural novellas, it explores how evil corrupts ordinary people through fascination and power. The idea likely drew from post-war revelations about hidden Nazi war criminals in America, plus King's interest in human nature's capacity for darkness. The story probes moral decay, inherited evil, and the seductive thrill of cruelty set against 1970s suburbia. King faced pushback for its bleak intensity, but kept its raw edge. The 1998 film, directed by Bryan Singer, stars Ian McKellen as the aging Nazi Kurt DeSander, alias Arthur Denker, and Brad Renfro as teen Todd Bowden. It stays faithful to the core blackmail dynamic and psychological tension, but tones down the novella's extreme violence, shortens the timeline, and softens Todd's full descent, ending on a more contained note rather than the book's unrelenting corruption. Production was troubled, and 1980's version filmed 40 minutes before collapsing, actors aged out or died, and Singer's faced budget pauses and other hurdles, yet he delivered a claustrophobic, character-driven thriller. McKellen's performance adds chilling depth to the frail yet menacing DeSander. Renfro brings raw menace to Todd. Singer, fresh off The Usual Suspects, emphasized quiet dread over gore, his style later shown in X-Men and Bohemian Rhapsody. Different seasons yielded 3 major films: The Shawshank Redemption, Stand By Me, and this one, making it one of King's most adapted collections. Early attempts to film Apt Pupil were cursed by bad luck, with legends like James Mason and Richard Burton eyed for DeSander, but passing away before shooting. If this moved you, pick up King's original novella. The prose captures inner horrors and moral erosion that film can't fully touch. If you enjoyed this, a like, subscribe, or comment sharing your thoughts, good, bad, or interpretive, would help keep these stories coming. All feedback welcome. Pass it to someone who appreciates a provoking tale. Stories like this linger because they remind us evil often starts small. Curiosity, silence, a choice. Thanks again for joining me. Until next time, take care.